It is time for the rest of EMEA Team Fight Tactics qualifiers for the Golden Spatula Cup. We have had a whole host of players playing over the last few days qualifying for this prestigious qualifier, and we have now got just a few more players. Some of them will be able to make their way to the Golden Spatula Cup. Who will it be? Find out along with me. I'm Greyheart, and I am pleased to be joined by the ever-fantastic Stuart and Fearless.
Yeah, it's exciting to be here because it's exciting to be covering another tournament. Yesterday I was covering Northern Legends. Today is Rest-of-EMEA. I need to make sure I don't get the two mixed up, but really excited to see what players are going to be coming through today and going to be qualifying for Golden Spatula Cup #1.
Yeah, no, I am super hyped. Start at set 9, we have a big bunch of all players, which we have seen in a previous set and even sets before, and there's also a big bunch of new talent coming into the mix, so I can't wait to see what's going to be in store here today.
It's going to be great. It's a new set. We've got plenty of different champions and comps that we can talk about. Even a few new little legends going to be making their way onto the scene. But these particular legends who are trying to qualify for the Golden Spatula Cup, tell us a little bit more about that and how they can do it, Fearless.
Yeah, we can maybe take a bit of a look at the roadmap that we have going on because, of course, throughout the entire set, there's so many tournaments that you can partake in. Of course, here we are at the Rest-of-EMEA qualifiers, which we have 5 spots eventually available for the Golden Spatula Cup. Throughout set 9, we have 3 of those alongside the Super Brawl, which is a team-based event. And here you can see what's happening. So we're kicking things off here in July, moving into the latter stages all the way into October. So it's a lot of fun. We have 5 spots to be giving away. There's a lot of countries contesting, of course. And in those Golden Spatula Cups, you have ladder points that eventually come into play. You want to get those Golden Spatula points because with those, you can eventually qualify to the EMEA finals, which is, of course, your ticket potentially to Worlds. So all these events matter if you want to make it to the very, very bitter end.
They absolutely all matter, Fearless. And we're coming into this competition. Of course, we know the players who we're going to be focusing on today. And still believe you've got an opportunity to introduce us to a few of them. Give us a little bit of a background on which ones have the pedigree here in Rest of EMEA and maybe which ones are slightly fresher faces.
No, of course, I think Fearless mentioned it a little bit earlier. We do have some of the old comers coming back from previous sets as well that myself and Fearless have been covering before. We've got players like Catalyst, who's been, coming back into set 9 and actually performed very, very well yesterday in the qualifiers. Actually got first place with 40 points, but all the points are reset for today. So you got a level playing field. You got players like Fabulotus as well, Sacred Norris, Jim Ray. I want to give a huge shout out to as well, who's actually ranked 9 at the moment in terms of ladder snapshot. So up there as one of the best players at the moment in terms of ladder rankings. But obviously, you have to try and convert that into competitive play. But you also got some of the new players as well. Players like Jam is a Scam, who is the only girl competing today. So big shout out to her. Going to be wishing her good luck as well. And also Tomino as well, who's never actually played before in a qualifier. So excited to see how they're going to do.
I think we have an opportunity to have a little look at the full list of 16 players that we're going to be seeing today to introduce you to them each individually. It'll also give us our first look at if you want to qualify.
Yeah,
So,
it's
sorry,
exciting.
Stuart, after you.
I was going to say, no, it's exciting to see all the players. Like I said, the old faces coming back, but also some of the new players. And as Vince mentioned before, there's so many different countries involved this time around to see which country is going to come out on top as well.
16 players there, only 5 can rise triumphant. However, we've cast our eyes over these players. Obviously, you've come in with a huge amount of experience in this region, both Stuart and Fearless. We've got ourselves a bit of a prediction for who we think is going to be topping this table at the end of the day, qualifying through, and maybe some dark horses that maybe will push through who we haven't seen quite so much before. Fearless, I'm going to throw to you on this one first. 16 names in front of you. Which ones are striking out as potential contenders?
There's so many. I mean, there's so many familiar faces, but honestly, my eyes will be on Fabulotus. Past set, he made it to all 3 of the Golden Spatula Cups, one way or another through open qualifiers or not. But he actually improved over time. He started 124th in Golden Spatula Cup 1 and ended in 56th and made it actually to day 2. Had the best results overall. So it's exciting to see what he can live up to today. And as far as my dark horse goes, it will be going to Genadota because Genadota last time around he participated in qualifiers just like we have here today, but I believe it was the very last time that he got 7th and missed that top 5 by just an inch. So I hope that he can do well today.
How about yourself, Stuart?
I've got my eyes on Catalyst. I think Catalyst has been around for such a long time, and like I said, performed very well yesterday. Obviously, coming into a new set, I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on all of these players to see how they're going to perform in this new set and this new meta. But definitely, my eyes are going to be on Catalyst, and I think that he's going to be the winner of today. And my dark horse is actually going to be Jam Mr. Scam. I always like an underdog story as a Brit myself. I always want to try and look for the underdogs. I always try to look for the players that maybe haven't played too much competitive before, but these shining new players that can come on through is always a great thing for TFT and also the competitive scene. So always bring something new.
Well, from the shining new players to the shining new caster, I'll come in with a little prediction of my own. Don't have quite as much of a strength of knowledge as you guys do on this region, but a couple of names have really struck out to me. I think Penka's someone coming in who potentially can sort of, upset things a little bit, push for that top 5. And in terms of my dark horse prediction, I've been drawn towards RNG Uzi fan for 2 reasons. One, I am a huge LPL fanboy. I was at MSI Paris cheering Uzi on as they won their first major title. Got to be almost within touching distance of them lifting the trophy, and will always cheer for anyone who's got that name in their name. And also, they're so committed to this that they have booked the day off work today. They weren't necessarily expecting to have made it through to day 3. However, they've performed above and beyond. They've had to say, "Sorry, worker, I've got a bit of a migraine today. I'm gonna be busy," and they're coming in and they've done that. So that shows commitment to me. It shows that they've got real promise. Maybe someone who's going to be bursting through the ranks. And how are they going to be bursting through the ranks? Well, we're going to have a little look at what sort of comps they and your predictions are interested in. But let's take a moment, as we are on a new set, Veerless, to talk a little bit about what the meta is bringing for us.
Yeah, I think in particular we can maybe split it up into 2 parts, because on one end you have the legends, and think a big ton has changed in regarding to that. So maybe I can break that down a little bit, because before heading into this patch, everybody was playing Draven. It was Draven left and right. The entire lobby was just Draven. I think maybe for some newer players, Twisted Fate was up there. I feel like Earth is also still really good. But right now, Draven, nerfed. It's pretty much out. It's not that great anymore. All 3, actually, of the augments that you get from Draven are all nerfed. So it's not just 1, it's not just 2, it's all 3. So with that, it makes room for actually a lot of other legends that maybe evolve around building economy. And I think right now Ezreal is a really good fit. Especially when it comes to high level players, you get your components from Ezreal as well as a little bit of gold, which is great for early economy. And on top of it, it forces you to be flexible, which I think a lot of these players are. It fits, I think, a lot of the higher player play styles very, very well. So I'm curious to see how many will be pulling Ezreal out of the bag.
I guess we can take a little bit of a moment to talk about that, actually, and also to introduce you, because we have split these 16 players into 2 lobbies. We can only follow 1 at a time, of course. Let's have a little look at who we've got in that lobby before coming to you for your thoughts on the meta, Stuart. So here in our lobby of 8, we are going to have AMA Obsessed, Catalyst TFT, Defame, Lascardax, Penka, RNG Uzi Fan, and Tamino, and of course Fabulotus. A lot of our predictions coming in hot on game 1. Just which little legend will they be playing, and not little legend. Well, yeah, which little legend? We're obviously very interested in that. The aesthetics are crucial, but also which legends will they be taking into the game? Any follow-up thoughts on the legend side of thing there, Stuart?
Yeah, for sure. I think Villa's hit everything perfect there. And in terms of legends, we're not really going to be seeing too much in terms of, Draven or anything else. I think, well, yeah, I could talk a little bit about yesterday, obviously covering the Northern Legends. We saw a lot of Ezreal yesterday. There was times where all 16 players were actually going for Ezreal. We do see a little bit of like Poro here and there as well, if people want to play a little bit flexible. Or even in ladder, we've seen legends like Aurelion Sol and Pengu, if you want to go for an early lose streak and try and go for that level 7 point. As soon as possible, because level 7 is really important in this meta. In terms of comps, we're going to be seeing a lot of Vizier today, a lot of Lux, a lot of Kai'Sa, and a lot of Yasuo. It's all going to be about them 4 cost carries really in this meta. You might see the odd 3 cost reroll here and there, maybe Rek'Sai, a little bit of Sonar, or maybe like the Talia as well with the multicaster. But we're going to be seeing these players try and hit level 7 with as much economy as possible, trying to roll down and donkey roll all the way to try and hit them 4 cost 2 stars.
Veerless, in the 4-cost world, any particular favourite units right now?
I have to say, with the Challenger being buffed as far as attack speed goes, and Ionia also having the bonus stats, that sort of it smells like a perfect combination. I've had personally in my own games a lot of success when I went the Yasuo and Kaiser duo combination, especially if you get a Ionia spat. It works really well. You can even field an Aphelios in, and I think it's very versatile and flexible. So that one is definitely on my list.
Okay, well, I think we're pretty close to being able to get into that first lobby of the day. Before we do, though, make sure that you are staying up to date out there in terms of what is happening with this fantastic event, because this is just the first of many qualifiers for the Golden Spatula Cup. You've got the opportunity to be following us out there on Twitter. We are at TFT Esports EMEA, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. And hey, why not, while you're at it, drop each of these casters, or maybe just your favorite one. And the little follow there. You can see our tags just underneath our names, and make sure you're joining in with the community as well. You can go to roemea.challenge.com. You can find out a lot more about how you can get involved, especially of course, if you are yourself from the rest of EMEA, and maybe you could be on one of these broadcasts yourself in the near future. So that's something to keep your eyes peeled for. Stuart, we're pretty close to getting an opportunity to cast in this first game. Anything you're really hoping for? Any particular portals or the like that you hope get selected today?
I think portals is going to be an interesting one. There was some interesting portals and everything being picked up yesterday. You know, you got the Orn portal, which allows you to get Orn items. You've got things like Stillwater, which maybe some people might go for. I'm not expecting a lot of people to go Stillwater. It's a bit of a throwback to set 1 and set 2 before augments was even a thing. But yeah, I think that we're going to be seeing pretty much the normal. I'll be interested to see what portals are definitely going to be picked, because that's always the exciting part, is obviously the new set mechanic and also the legends as well. As I expect, probably 16 Ezreals, but the odd player, if they pick out a Poro or Aurelion Sol, definitely want to keep your eyes on them.
Hey, I am a Stillwater stan in name and nature. Avilas, how about you? Any particular favourite portals?
I mean, Scuttle Puddle is just always good, especially right now in the combination of Ezreal. Like, I think I occasionally had a moment when I had like 20 gold at the very start, and it was just beginning. So it's super good to make Econ early. Definitely one of my faves to try and go fast 8, because I feel right now it's sort of hit or miss depending on what kind of unit you hit, but going high level fast and trying to hit your full cost is really important. So having Econ early is probably the way to go.
All right, I think we're pretty close to being able to have a little look at this lobby before we do actually get into the game, and we'll cut to that just as soon as we have an opportunity to. Any final thoughts? Because Vilas, you will be briefly leaving us, I believe, for this one, leaving myself and Stuart to handle the first game of the day before bouncing back for some more casts later on. Anything in particular you really want to shout out before we get into that game?
Not necessarily shout out. It was just one thought that came into my mind, and maybe Stuart, you can lean into this a little bit on the thoughts of yesterday, because I remember from previous set, we were so spatula heavy, and right now I feel that has sort of settled a little bit. But how was that feel actually yesterday? Were there a lot of emblems, a lot of spatulas?
Yeah, I think you mentioned a little bit about Ionia Spat. I think Void Spat is also going to be good. The Void emblem with the Void crest, I think they're probably going to be the two main ones to look out for. But yeah, you might see the odd one here and there. Don't think too crazy, but some of the strong ones are definitely Ionia Spat and Void emblem to look out for.
Excellent. Vilas, thank you so much for doing the pre-game analysis with us, and we look forward to seeing you and your Poro friend very, very soon. But we are indeed able to get ourselves into the first game of the day. That lobby is ready and waiting for us. So we're going to get hot into that action. Just going to get over to that just as soon as we can. And Stuart, one quick question for you. What are your personal feelings on Void in general?
I think it's okay. I think the early game Void is really, really strong. If you can get 3 Void early game and get that little Voidling to help you out, it kind of works as like an extra unit, and also the ability also gives it a shield as well. So it's actually pretty insane for early game. If you get to Rift Herald, it's not that strong. I think the big one is trying to go for that vertical Void, try and get the Void emblem, and then try and get the Belveth and the Kaiser later on, so you can spawn that Baron Nashor, because Baron Nashor, even though it has been nerfed recently in a few patches, but it still is very, very strong. Still really, really beefy, really big front line. A lot of CC, a lot of one-shot potential as well.
Let's brace yourself, because I will be following up with a Void question for you a little bit later on, and certainly sharing my feelings about the most cookie cutter of all of the builds. However, let's see if anyone plays Void in this upcoming game. We're coming into game 1 of the rest of EMEA qualifiers right now. Let's get into that action.
All right, here we go. We're going to be getting the university as our portal for game number 1, which is going to guarantee a prismatic early on, which for the Azrael players, I think will be pretty good at Greyheart. But at the same time, you still have a lot of great prismatic augment options, things like Cruel Pact and everything else, and also Piltover Soul, which we're going to be getting straight away.
Yes, seeing the Ezreal one being re-rolled immediately there. So actually, when you're being given some of these grade options, it'll be fascinating to see just which ones come through. The Buried Treasures 3 being taken from Ezreal, and this one that we're seeing. However, there's going to be a lot of Buried Treasures 3, I have a feeling, as we go through these lobbies. But yes, we've already had that Piltover one. Tell me what that's going to mean for the game.
Yeah, Piltover one's going to be very interesting because you're going to want to try and get that early game loose streak. You can see a little T-Hex that's on the board. That T-Hex is going to allow you to loose streak. You're going to want to loose streak though, because you want to get as many of them blue soul stacks as possible. And then when you run around, it turns into gold stacks, which then gives that T-Hex more power. But that real big power point that you want to try and hit is 30 stacks. So you want to try and loose streak as much as possible, try and gain as much blue stacks as possible, win one round, and then when you win that one round, that's going to be an insane boost to power, not only to potentially sending it for econ, but also a huge power to your boards.
Stuart, if I can, I'm just going to cut you off and take you straight over to Fabulotus's board. That's the Burno that you can see dropping down to 5 health, courtesy of that cruelest of packs, one can only assume, and playing a huge risk. And it was literally just yesterday, I think it was on the TFT Reddit, I was seeing someone who had basically lost straight away because they come straight up against a Curse Crown team and managed to lose despite all of that leveling.
Oh my, this is okay. We have some spicy ones. Someone's actually gone for Earth in this lobby as well as a legend, which is something that I was not expecting, but it gives you the 2 Toma traits to start off with. And that's one of the emblems that I was talking about, that Void emblem. You also have Invoker as well, which you can pair up a little bit later on with, like, you know, the likes of the, trying to think of the names, Lissandra, Ashe, any of them units as well. But that Void emblem, as I mentioned a little bit in pre-show, is going to be really big to try and hit that Baron Nashor. That 8 Void is that big spike that you want to try and hit.
It is a massive spike when you manage to get there. Of course, at the moment, we are just turning attention to the bottom screen, seeing Fabulotus picking up wins, unsurprisingly, getting that little bit of health back each time to allow them to level more later on. Of course, with the changes that came a little while ago, you can no longer get to, I think you can no longer get to 7 anywhere near as quickly as you used to be able to. You have to get yourself that higher level and then just sort of roll very, very sparingly. But we are still seeing them have a decent amount of success in the early game. Of course, being able to get that Void, such a big step up for Defender.
Yeah, for sure. We can see the board here of Penkra as well, one of our Poro players. So we're actually not getting 7 Ezreals in this lobby. We've got Poros, we've got Earths in this lobby, which is something that I definitely wasn't expecting coming from yesterday's games, but I guess a different region and a different meta. And I think a Poro is definitely high risk, high reward, because Poro could definitely give you some really good augments, but it can also give you some really, really bad augments, which in this instance, we have Ruskull Glove, I think it's called, or something like that, where it gives you the Radiant Thieves Gloves, which is pretty decent. But sometimes you don't get hit with a good one. That's where Ezreal really comes in, to have that safe Buried Treasures option just in case.
Yeah, we're seeing it here with that Deathblade coming in for the Kassadin, far from optimal. This was our first opportunity to see Fabulotus and what they've been able to get their hands on already. Early Gwen secured, plenty of 2-star units, and just already able to wipe the floor with this level 7 start.
I think that's the great thing about Cruel Pact. I remember one of the games yesterday, someone actually in yesterday's lobby went for a Kai'Sa 3-star with Cruel Pact at stage 4-2, which was absolutely crazy. It was Cruel Pact into Pandora's Bench, and that's kind of what Cruel Pact allows you to do. Is, yes, you're low on health, but you can get to level 7 faster than anyone else in the lobby, and getting to level 7 is such a huge point of the game, because you want to try and get them 4 costs as soon as possible. So you're going to probably be seeing a Burno roll it down, which is Fabulotus, roll it down to try and hit them 4 cost 2 stars as soon as possible.
Interesting to see that Spatula being left as long as we just saw it being left, Stuart, and it's going to get secured by, I believe that is Penka at the end. Penka, I've put them down as my favourite for the tournament, or someone I'm predicting to be right up there near the end of the day, and things looking pretty good for them so far, but not quite as good as they are looking for the player we are following right now, which is going to be Tamino, right at the top of the tree.
Tamino has a really great start here. You got the little bit of Ionia with Jin 2-star. Jin 2-star probably one of the strongest early game units right now in the current meta, especially with Ionia paired as well. Probably looking for a set to replace this Zed a little bit later on, but it allows you to easily transition into this Ionia challenger board, which I was mentioning a little bit earlier with the Kai'Sa and the Yasuo, because you already have most of the units there already. You have the Irelia that you want to play later on. You have the challengers you want to play later on as well. It's just about trying the best to try and win streak in the early game and try their best, which looks like it might be the case at the moment. It's a 2-star Malzahar and a 2-star Orianna there. Not too sure if it's going to be enough though, because Samira and Jin at the back line, these are two really strong units early on.
No trouble at all here for Tamino, keeping that win streak going. One more win coming into Krugs, and they'll have kept that perfect economy, and they're looking pretty happy for it.
For sure. No one actually on a streak. The only one on a win streak right now is actually Fabulotus, who is obviously right down at the bottom with callbacks. But other than that, no one else is actually on a win streak. Curious to see if any of our other bottom players are actually on a lose streak. We'll definitely have to keep our eyes on Defame for most of this game, because that is the player that has the Pilt over Heart, to see how many losses that he can get and see if he can get that really strong point of being able to get the 30 stacks here. But we'll take a look at Catalyst's board. Again, another player going Void. I think we're going to see a lot of Void in the early game. Again, it's another great transition into trying to go for either vertical Void or even into Azir, because you can put the items, the Azir items, or even the Kai'Sa items onto units like this Vel'Koz.
Like to see that a lot. And Strategist Multicaster in a great place at the minute. Shurima feels particularly strong, so looking forward to seeing just where this is going to transition into as we get to follow AMA Obsessed a bit later on. Meanwhile, RNG... Oh, that's devastating for Fabulotus.
Fabulotus actually losing around there with Crawl Pact against this insane board, actually, from Moldiver, who is going to be RNG Uzi fan. 2-star set already, 2-star Irelia with double Stone Plate and Sunfire with the Death Blade at the back line. It shows you really the power of going for buried treasures early on, because you can slam and get so many items. But losing around there for Fabulotus is not the best. That means you don't get the full win streak into Krugs, which is so vital when going for Crawl Pack.
And it's so important as well, because it's massively delaying your ability to get towards level 8 later, sort of earlier on as well, because all of a sudden that health which you want to spend on your XP, you've burned away a big chunk of it as well. Yeah, you've managed to stay alive and you're still in a relatively strong position. Can't afford many mistakes like that, however. Picking up what's going to be a second Gwen here, pretty close to an early 2-star 4-cost unit, which of course has so much power in the current game state.
Yeah, you have to try and roll here to try and maybe hit your 4 costs. So you're trying to hit like maybe a 4-cost 2-star, because you want to just econ early on.
Oh,
There's
that's an early Ari.
Yeah, that's a really early Ari with the Jarvan as well. And it's kind of where like things get a little bit confusing, really, because you're going to be rolling, you're going to be finding so many of these units, and you have to think to yourself, what units are actually worth taking and what units are not worth taking. You see, there's so many units on the bench. The econ doesn't really mean too much, because you're pretty much going to just stay at level 7 for most of this game, as you mentioned, unless you can just get that health back and try and get to level 8. But trying to roll down, but honestly, this round's not looking too good either, to be fair. The Samira in the backline doing quite a lot, but yeah, too many units to get, too many units to deal with.
Third wave coming out of the Ari as well. It was really never in doubt once that started to get set up. You could see on the bench there that there were a significant number of multicasters, of strategists as well. So I think the opportunity to pivot into Azir as soon as they've got the unit that they've come for, that will probably be the replacement for the Ari unless something dramatically changes. We are seeing a second prismatic augment of the game.
Yeah, second Prismatic University. The portal obviously only guarantees us the first augment being Prismatic, but now we get the second augment, which is also Prismatic. Everyone going to go to level 6. We see most players going for big grab bag, which gives you a whole bunch of gold, gives you a lesser champion duplicator, and a whole bunch of items, which is always great. Sometimes you want to try and go for a combat augment as the second and third augment after going for buried treasures, because then you kind of have too many items where you don't really have enough space to build a lot of items on some of these units. But we can see a lot of big grab bags being taken and a lot of defensive and a lot of offensive items being built in this early stages.
Let's do it. If I can take a brief moment to toot my own horn here. We're following right now top of the table, and it is RNG Uzi fan, and they've got the blessing of Greyheart, as my dear friend Maurits knows. King of predictions. Whenever I say someone's going to do all right, it's like they get an aura around them, and right now we can see things going so nicely for our Moldiver Oh, sorry, not Brown Moldo, but yeah, Brown Moldo player, RNG, Uzi fan at the top of the table. Now we're looking towards Catalyst TFT, seeing how they're getting on, taking on, I believe this is, well, it was Catalyst TFT that was taking on RNG Uzi fan, ending that win streak just as I gave myself a pat on the back.
As a caster curse there. That's what I'm used to.
That's what we do.
That's what I'm used to. I'm used to caster cursing everyone. Every time I do a prediction of someone, then it just goes completely wrong and they just go bot 4 every single time. So
Oh, no.
I just hope that doesn't happen today, because it happened maybe a little bit too much yesterday as well. I'm not gonna say that. But yeah, early boards coming out at the moment. See our Poro player right now currently on a win streak. Went for Harm Assist as the second augment, which is quite good. Gives you a little bit of true damage, gives you a little bit of healing as well. So it means you, most of the time, you don't really need the healing augment. But one as well is that somehow we got a Noxus spat from out of nowhere as well. That probably came from Krugs from a Toma trade. So that's very interesting to get for a Noxus stat. That's Noxus spat, sorry. And then we have Wellness Trust on the other side as well. There's a yeah, this is
that's 2 HP.
This is not looking good.
If one more unit survives there, that is the end of Fabulotus's game 1.
It's not looking good, I tell you that. I mean, Wellness Trust is a bit of a high risk, high reward augment as well, because you can gain a gold, and then if you're at least at 50 gold, then you're going to heal 2 health every single time. So I think that Fabulotus is trying to heal as much health as possible from Core Pact and also from Wellness Trust. The problem is, if you're going to keep losing rounds, then eventually you're just going to reach a point where everyone's getting stronger and you're just not hitting a strong point at all. You're just hitting a point where it's just, you're just stale. You're just at a complete stalemate. You can't get any stronger.
I mean, I don't know about your thoughts on it, Stuart, but for me, Cruel Pact is so dangerous taking as a prismatic because there are other things that can combat it so well. Things like if someone suddenly got, you know, an early Void Crest or the likes of the Cursed Crown, and if you come up against enough teams that are going to be able to take you down a peg or two, you just never regenerating that health enough. And having a second augment be prismatic as well, I don't think that plays into the hand of a Cruel Pact player at all.
Yeah, we're seeing a roll down here as well. Sorry to cut you off, but we're seeing a roll down here from Defame, and this is not looking like a great roll down. This is normally the point where you want to try and win a round, because you try and lose streak all the way to 3-5, you level to 7, and you hope you win a round. Now you're just praying that you win one round, and if you can win one round, then that T-Hex is going to carry you throughout the entire of stage 3 and potentially stage 4 as well to build up your economy. But these rounds are not looking fairly winnable. I'm saying that the Irelia is tanking up quite a lot. There is dealing a little bit of damage. This could be the one round here.
Athelios striking hard in this round, Stuart, and that is enough to turn Defame's game around.
Oh, that's exactly what you want as a Piltover. Now you're going to see that T-Hex going to evolve with 37 stacks, going to have that laser beam as well, and that's going to do so well for the mid game. Also has a great Zorn mod as well for Zeri. Zeri, not one of the units that are not really as powerful as previous metas, you know, especially when set 9 first got released. Zeri was very powerful, but with that T-Hex, with the 37 stacks, going to be carrying a lot during the mid game.
Okay, we'll turn back towards Defame in a little while as they do get themselves a little bit closer towards the bottom of the table. 26 HP so early on. And for me, this is another thing that gets accelerated by having dual prismatic augments, is the fact that players can just trip and fall out of the game so very quickly. We're not even into stage 4, we're already talking about possible demises for 2 players. Those players, however, don't include RNG Uzi fan, who's doing pretty nicely near the top of the table, but definitely having a rough time of things here as they yet again face up against the top of the table player, and Penka keeps the win streak going.
It's a very interesting board from Penka. Oh my, 1 HP! We see a double trouble player as well on the other board, which is something that I was maybe expecting today. Double trouble with Talia is normally really good, where you can go set. But my, 1 HP for Fabulotus. Oh, wow.
My gosh, what an enthralling start to our first qualifier of this new season here. And yeah, that's... things going from bad to worse right now for Fabulotus, and they have managed to hit a 2-star Yasuo. They've kept that Ari in for now, haven't pivoted over as I personally thought they might do towards an Azir. Now they've got the Ionian bonus in as well, courtesy of being able to pop the Yasuo in. They've got back up to 50 gold. The question is, how brave do they feel? Do they feel like they need to roll right now? Can they afford to push to 8?
I can't afford to push to 8. If you level to 8, then you're just dead because you're losing.
Oh God, yeah. Sorry, yeah, of course. Yes,
no,
I knew that.
No,
I was
it's fine.
testing you, Stuart.
Don't worry, it's fine. But yeah, you have to try and roll. And this is kind of the point of the game where Cruel Pact basically just becomes completely useless because you're at stage 4-1. Everyone else is going to be level 7. So now you're at the same level as everyone else. You haven't really got that many great units on your board. You have a Yasuo 2-star with no items. You have a Gwen 2-star with no items, and you're coming against these boards that are just going to get stronger and stronger because they can just use their gold to level up and to roll down. Meanwhile, you're just going to have a little bit of a weaker board here from Fabulosus. We'll have to see how this fight goes.
Herald has entered the fray. There's a Kaiser free firing on the back line as well. Ari coming towards the third wave. This could be enough to wipe out the entire opposition composition. That is exactly what happens. Getting a reprieve for Fabulotus.
Going to get a little bit of healing from Cruel Pact and also from Wellness Trust. Does survive until the third augment. Was a little bit worried there for a second, and maybe Fabulotus was going to die before the third augment, which definitely wouldn't have been good. Interested to see what the third option is going to be. You don't really need any extra stats. You have my bow could be decent if you have some decent components, but it's just going to be combat caster instead, giving everyone a little bit of extra shielding.
It's, again, for me, this is slightly better for Fabulotus. The fact that we've gone back towards a gold augment and actually they've got a little bit of strength. They've started getting some wins. But there are a couple of compositions I look at and the way that they've evolved, and I just feel like that they could wipe Fabulotus straight off the board. And one of those is going to be that now evolved T-Hex as well.
Yeah, the T-Hex. I think if, like you mentioned, if Fabulotus come up against that T-Hex, I think that's going to be it. But you can see a lot of players are level 7 now. A lot of players are pretty much rolled down to below 20 gold or sometimes 0 gold because this is the point in the game where you want to try and hit them 4-cost 2-stars or at least try and hit a pair. And you can see on one hand, one player hit. On the other hand, unfortunately, one other player didn't hit. But you do have a Nasus 2 here for AMA. So maybe that Nasus can tank up a little bit more damage.
Maybe he's going to have to, though, because it's the 2-star Zir firing on the other side, just doing the work. Finally going to be able to rip through the Nasus, buying enough time to just make this a surefire win for Tamino.
Really, really strong there. Getting the Azir 2-star is very, very powerful at this stage of the game and pretty much going to help you win streak and help you go to level 8 as soon as possible. Going for the Noxus total domination as well here for a Light Charger who is Pentka. So went for the Radiant Thieves Guards early on, went for the Darius, and then went for just everything, everything possible. Double trouble into multicast as well. We have some spicy comps in this first game. This is definitely something different than what I was expecting.
And this is a big part of what the new set has brought to us, because obviously dealing with portals, the fact we've got legends as well, there's a huge amount of new possibilities. And one of them is, of course, the fact we're going to be seeing Baron coming in relatively soon here for Last Cardax. And they're going to have a tough old battle right now against Penka. Penka still top in the table at the minute, is having a bit of a struggle up against the Void, though, trying to crack through Shelly's shell. Struggling to do so far. It's just going to come down to sheer volume of units at the end of the day, though. Warwick is going to get knocked up by the Herald charge, but is still going to have plenty left in the tank. That Yasuo 2-star with the Gargoyle Stoneplate surviving longer than maybe it had any right to. But in the end, yes, it is going to be a win for Penga.
Not the most optimal items really for a Yasuo. You've got Redemption and Stoneplate, which is not really something you see on a Yasuo. Normally you just want a little bit of damage and also a little bit of healing. You don't really want the tank items on there, but maybe realizing that, hey, Yasuo is kind of my win condition. This 2-star Yasuo is my win condition. And when you go for this vertical void, you kind of need to go to level 8 as soon as possible. Unless you get really, really lucky at level 7 roll down and you find that early Belveth, which allows you to get to 8 void and get to Baron Nashor. You really need to rush level 8, which is very, very difficult at the moment in this current meta because everyone's power spiking so early on at stage 4-1, rolling down at level 7.
Defame getting a massive pickup from this particular carousel. Our Pixie Manda friend there is going to be very happy with how that one transpired. Getting the early Senna, going to be having the Dawning Shadows ultimate come through really quickly. Meanwhile, looking at what's going on, Fabulotus, who's on 7 HP and still playing this game very, very close to the wire. You can see more and more rerolls, has now taken the Ahri out potentially until they hit the 2-star, and without having that key carry, I'm just wondering how they're expecting themselves to win this next game unless they pop it back in, which they have not done. And here's the T-Hex.
Yeah, I think this is going to be it now for Fabulotus. It just hasn't worked out for him. He didn't get the best roll down with Crawl Pact. He hit level 7. He went to level 7 with Crawl Pact, even lost a few rounds as well. And I think most importantly, lost that round just before Krugs, which means you don't have enough economy. And now you're coming up against a 40-stack T-Hex. And that is going to be the end for Fabulotus here. Not the best first round, but it's still 5 more rounds to go. Maybe just don't take Crawl Pact next time.
Good night, Fabulotus. Just the 1 point out of this game. And as you can see, just above them, AMA Obsessed hanging on 3 HP, guaranteeing themselves at least 2 points in this round. Maybe they'll be able to push for more with some kind of comeback. Looking towards the top side of the table, though, things very different to it. Penka, 77, who, just to remember, was it? Oh, yeah, it was me predicted to be one of the top players for this tournament. They are 30 HP above the rest of this lobby, flying high.
Yeah, you love to, you know, will that in at the moment, don't you? You got both...
I'll enjoy it while I can, okay?
You got both your predictions up there. Oh, looking at this board, actually, from Craggle, who is going to be Cardax, 3-star Rek'Sai on the side, and does still have the Rift Herald for the Void. Doesn't have the 8 Void yet, but does have the 2-star Kai'Sa in the backline as well. So a lot of damage coming from both the Rek'Sai and the Kai'Sa. So I think Craggle, which is Cardax, really in a strong spot here.
They were in a strong spot until the Azir got the Rage Blade stacks and turned the fight on its head. Last Cardax now only going to be on 3 hit points. They're doing better, however, than AMA Obsessed, our 7th place player in this lobby.
I think I just cast. That's the one way to cast the curse, is saying that, oh, you have a 3-star Rek'Sai. Oh, you have a 2-star Kai'Sa. It's looking pretty good. Meanwhile, there's a Nasus with full tank items and a Azir. Nasus just tanks absolutely everything. So yeah,
we're gonna have players in Twitch chat saying, in the future, could we only have Greyheart saying that we're gonna do well, and can Stuart just never mention our names, please?
This happens to me all the time. Don't worry. This happens. I've been told before to never make predictions in other titles before, so I could be totally fine if players want me to not make predictions anymore. I'm totally cool with that. That's totally fine with me, because I think that's something that's something that I'm known for.
Few little drops here coming into out of our last component drops, and going to be able to make some items here. Maybe Juggle, Morellos, Rabadons, potentially even there as well. A 2-star Jarvan on the table if they want to pick this one up. They're going to get themselves a bit of extra shielding for the Urgot, dropping onto the front line as well. Getting in for Zorn, getting in for Gunner, still having that Piltover start that is now so strong. That's an evolved T-Rex up to the 3-star version of it. Things looking mighty nice for our only win streaker right now. Defame coming into this lobby up against top of the table, Penka, and hoping to do some damage to their hopes. Darius now at 3 stars, rips through half of the T-Rex's health with 1 ult, kills it off for the next, gets the reset on the Noxious Guillotine, the Dawning Shadow, buying a lot of time for the backline, however, of this Pixie Manda player, and that is why Defame continues the win streak.
Defame, that T-Hex doing enough to actually tank through most of the Darius damage. Didn't really get any resets, only got 1 reset on the T-Hex, and that was it. The one thing about Defame's board is that he went for 4 Zorn, but he already has the really strong Zorn augment already onto Zeri. You have that J4 2-star on the bench, which could be a really, really good tank, and also for a lot of crowd control. We're taking a look here at Penka's boards. 3-star Darius, as you mentioned, does have the Noxus Spat, which I think he got the Noxus Spat. I'm pretty sure it's from Krugs, because he doesn't even have any augments, which allows him to get a spat at all.
I have a feeling it was the first carousel. I think they managed to get their hands on it.
That's just absolutely. Oh yeah, it might have been that as well. Could have been the Spatula as well from the first carousel. It's very true. So allows him to get 6 Noxus, which is a very, very strong position. 3-star Darius and the Noxus Spat. But coming up against his double trouble board with a 3-star Swain. Let's see if the Darius can break through it.
Catalyst, TFT, the rival here at the top of the table, clash, and straight away Darius ripping through health bars, left, right, and center. Execution. Now onto the Swain, can't quite rip through the 3-star immediately, but with 1 more slash of the axe. That's all she wrote.
Oh wow, that's so satisfying to watch. I don't think I've ever seen a Darius just walk onto a backline like that and just one-shot the entire backline. That was absolutely insane. We're seeing a lot of low health members though. Fight 3 HP, 11 HP, 11, 12, and 14. The only player sitting at the top of the moment with still that big, massive gap is Penka. Everyone else could be going out in this next round.
Stuart, as we watch that one there, a big result as Last Cardax, who's there on 3 HP, like you just mentioned, took the win streak away from one of the players who looked like they were rising to prominence, which was, of course, which was our Pixman player Defame, and as a result, it is going to be 11 HP, separating 2nd to 6th right now. Things certainly looking excellent for Penka at the top of the table, however, as we do see what could be a battle or to the death between Catalyst TFT and my friend RNG Uzi Fan. Uzi is trying to do everything they can. They've got the ADC firing on the backline, but it just can't rip through the Swain. Finally gets through it in a 1v1. RNG Uzi Fan going to survive with just 3 HP left in their name. Meanwhile, we see a death, and it's last Cardax who has bit the dust.
And Cardex going out here. That's really, really unfortunate. In 6th place, 2 HP, 3 HP. If Aphelios didn't kill 1 or 2 units there, that would have been a death for sure for RNG Uzi Fan. But we're going to live to fight another day onto the potentially the final carousel of the game. Few items. Zephyr is also going to be your priority, which is picked up straight away there from our Pixamanda, who is, I always have to look at the top, the Fame, yeah, picks up the Zephyr. And you're just hoping and praying that this T-Hex can do enough, because as I mentioned, Zeri as a forecast is one of, if not the worst performing forecast at the moment in the current meta. And the only time that you really want to play Zeri is when you have that early game Piltover. But T-Hex has been nerfed. Zeri has been nerfed, Zorn has been nerfed, Urgot's been nerfed. You can see this pretty much this whole board has been nerfed in the most previous patch. You do have to be very, very careful when playing this board.
I mean, I feel like Zeri and Urgot are pretty much the worst of those 4 costs at the moment, both on that same composition. Like I say, it just all comes onto T-Hex's shoulders, but that's not who we're watching for now. Instead, it's going to be one of the most powerful 4 costs. It's going to be Azir rinsing through health bars, and we'll have to get their attention onto the Swain shortly, but they've lost so much health. They've just sent Sand Soldiers and slash through the Noxian General, and that'll be a kill. It's death by cutscene courtesy of DRX Aatrox, and that's yet another player dying. 2 go in this one. This round, 3 players go in this round. That's going to be Catalyst TFT. That's going to be RNG Uzi Fan. That's going to be Defame, all outed.
Both minus 12 HP, but because the Mold Diver and because RNG Uzi Fan had more HP going into the round, it was the difference. That's also the difference. I mean, this is what it comes down to in these competitive games. How much HP can you survive in the early game? How much of these 4 cost units can you get? And it's a win streak at the moment for our Furry Horn, which is Tomino, going to be coming up here against the Light Charger, who's going to be Penka. It's going to be the Noxus versus the Azir and the Lux in the back line.
Tamino's going to have to win multiple back-to-back rounds here, and it's going to be tough. If Darius just gets the right set of connections just once, this could all be over. An execution here onto Garen would have done it, but the execution doesn't come through. Instead, buying time for Katarina to eviscerate that back line. The lasers aren't going to do it. It's a final spark coming out of Lux and a final breath out of Tamino in this round. 7 points is good, but not as good as the 8 points that will go the way of Penka 77.
Beautiful game from Penka, showing that Poro is still a very, very good legend to take in this meta. Actually getting 1st place there with the Poro, with the Noxus spat coming in with the total domination at the end as well. The Darius 3-star, I think Noxus is something we didn't really talk about a lot in pre-show, but if you can get that perfect setup, if you get like the Katarina 3-star, the Darius 3-star, the Noxus spat as well, and if you can conquer all the enemy players that you're coming up against, you can get an insane board early on.
Just before the game, Stuart, we touched a little bit on how interesting and how crucial the portals would be. Getting University straight off, getting the likes of the Curse Pack, just set the pacing for that game, and what a first game it was for this qualifier.
It was absolutely incredible. We saw some, kind of the same comps that we were expecting, Kai'Sa, Yasuo, and also Azir getting top 2 as well. But it was kind of interesting to see something a little bit different. We saw double trouble board being played, trying to go for that Talia. Wasn't really the most optimal double trouble board because, as I mentioned, with like this Talia and multicaster, you want to try and fit in set as well and try and get set 3-star because you get more knockup. So Talia can do a little bit more damage. Unfortunately, wasn't getting there. But yeah, Crawl Pact, as you mentioned, 2 Poro legends, 1 Earth legend as well. This lobby had pretty much everything. At least it wasn't a boring 8 Ezreal game. I mean, I'm happy about that. That's perfect.
We have a lot to discuss coming into the second lobby. We'll be keeping the players the same for one more lobby before shuffling things around before games 3 and 4. One final shuffle before games 5 and 6. A thing that's so crucial to touch on is that in previous qualifiers and other days of this tournament, we were cutting half of the pit field and seeing, let's say, 32 become 16 for today. It was okay to get top 4 finishes. It was fine to be consistently getting those 5 and 6 pointers. Today, it's all about getting the most points possible because you need to be inside the top 5. A great start there for Penka, and we'll see if they're able to carry that one through. We're going to be heading to a short break in a moment, but when we be back, Vilas will be rejoining us to break down what happened in game 1 and to talk about game 2. And going towards game 2, Stuart, anything in particular that maybe you're looking for any of these players to change up?
Don't take Crawl Pact unless you get really lucky. I think that's one thing that we want to look out for. I think Crawl Pact is, I mean, we're expecting it for obviously the university, as I mentioned. You know, you have the buried treasures, which is really good. There's prismatic augment, but there are some other good ones that you can take as well. Like the Noxus crown, like the Void crown, Void emblem as well. You know, things like that. But Crawl Pact, you have to be, you know, it's very high risk, high reward. It's like, do you want to go for Crawl Pact? Do you get that level 7 early, but then you're low on health? It's very, very risky, but I think it all comes down to, you know, the portals and legends are being played. I'm happy to see more Poros, more Earths. I'm happy to see all of that. You know, give me some more unique legends and give me some more unique boards.
I'm exactly what I was thinking as you say unique boards there, because actually I look at that last one and we saw an Aphelios carry, we saw an Azir carry, we had Void coming in strong as well, the T-Hex was starting to do work, and to actually see so many different units being used in such an excellent way, that for me was really, really fun. A big part of what was very, very exciting to follow in game 1. And makes me excited for game 2 as well. But you're going to have to wait just a little while if you want to see that game 2. We're coming to a short break. Stick around. We'll be right back. Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger, porting back to save a young John Connor. We are back, and we are coming in with some more TFT. We'll come to our second lobby in just a moment. Before we go over to the fantastic Stuart and Villas to break down game one and build up to game two, just a couple of little housekeeping points. The first one is that we are going to be having fresh lobbies for every single game, which should be a lot of fun. Means that we get a huge amount of mixed up action to cast, and that's always cool. And also, unfortunately for one, unfortunately for another, Jam is a Scam, who we were hyping up earlier on, will have to wait to have their big moment on our broadcast screen because they were unable to play today. As a result, our first reserve, Fantasy, has come in. We'll be playing in their stead. Stuart, this is possibly the most incredible caster curse I've ever seen. This isn't, as you put it yourself, someone just coming in 7th or 8th because you hyped them up. They're just gone. You Thanos snapped them out of existence.
I don't know
what are you doing?
I don't know what to say. I mean, I tried to hype up someone. It was a cool story. I was like, okay, it's like the brother got her to join in, and now she's not here. It's like, I'm sorry. I guess it's all my fault. It's fine. I'll see myself out.
Your fault. On the other hand, I've pushed someone towards a first place finish, and Villas, remind me who your predictions were.
Yeah, no, we're not going to be talking about my predictions. But I do have to say, Fabulotus, who, of course, we know he can perform really well. And in this case, it was, a first-rate strategy. It didn't really go as planned. To be honest, it could work really well. In the beginning, we were looking at, early level 7. This could be super, super good if you are hitting your units, and at the end of the day, there's a very large RNG factor within the game, and sometimes luck is not on your side. But there's more games, of course, to come for him to hopefully climb up.
I'm old enough at this point that my boom brain basically just works in old Simpsons references, and every time I see Curse Pact, all that comes to mind is the old Treehouse of Horror episode where basically for this one amazing donut, Homer basically sells his soul that when he's eaten it, he has to be out there and gets taken down by Devil Flanders down to hell. And that basically is how Curse Pact felt a little bit today. That last little crumb got finished off, and unfortunately it did mean bad news Fabulos. But if any player in this pair of lobbies is someone who can bounce back, they certainly feel like they could well be one of them. I guess we'll get to find that out as we come towards game two. We obviously, by we I mean myself and Stuart Villas, we had the pleasure of getting to cast such an exciting game one. But I know you've watched every moment of that. Any particular thoughts coming out of that game?
I mean, I think it was just very interesting to see, a bunch of legends coming into the mix that, weren't. I mean, they're still good, don't get me wrong, but right now our lobbies are just filled with Ezreal, so it's fun to see someone going for Earth, even though I felt like Void Spat in itself is really good. The second spat, because you're getting Prismatic as early, sort of hitting 2 turbo trades is always a little bit tricky. Like, what are you going to be doing with the second one? Can that line fit into your comp? So that in itself is cool, and Poro is just ultimate flexibility, and if that is your playstyle, it's pretty much just like how he always plays. So some people don't like change, some people like to stick with Poro. I do know we actually have a bunch of players who also like to lose streak a lot early on, so maybe there's potential for, like, let's say a Vladimir even to be coming in if you lose streak early and then build up some HP. So it definitely depends a bit on your playstyle, which legend you're picking. Ezreal might not be just the golden rule.
So speaking of loose streaking, Stuart, we were quite surprised. Well, I know you especially were quite surprised to see Piltover being used quite as much as it was by our one player. Almost worked out at points, but maybe just doesn't have quite as big a place in the meta right now.
Yeah, Defame was even saying in chat afterwards as well, it's like, Noxus broken, Piltover sucks. So that pretty much sums up Piltover at the moment. But yeah, I think Defame pretty much played that game as best as what he could as well with the Piltover. It's like, you go for the early lose streak, you build up the blue stacks as much as possible, then you win run round, you gain the gold stacks instead, it turns the T-Hex into something a lot bigger and a lot stronger. But, as we mentioned during the game, because of Piltover being nerfed and also Zeri as well, which is your main carry in Piltover, also being nerfed, even with the perfect Zorn mod on top of her, it's very, very difficult to actually get that comp into a top 4 state at the moment, unless you have a crazy amount of stacks really on that T-Hex. So a little bit unfortunate for the moment for Piltover. Maybe we'll see a little bit more later on. I don't expect to see too much for it after this first game.
I always say when I kind of have very mild, not necessarily criticism, but things that can maybe slightly confuse me about what I see players do, that I'm not the professional player who's here trying to qualify for the Golden Spatula Cup, and that I will happily bow to the fact that these players have a significant amount more of game knowledge and ability than I do. However, I look at a prismatic, for instance, in this case, coming from University Portal, we've got that prismatic augment, and you take that Piltover Soul to start things off. And because they ended up, I believe, playing 4 Piltover for a decent chunk of that game, you're essentially losing out on one of your prismatic augments because you've just pushed one above what you would have been anyway, and you're sort of not really gaining the benefit from it. What do you think about that, Fearless?
Yeah, earlier it was working really well. You're going to be hitting eventually your zeros, but sort of at the point of level 7, you're hitting a benchmark and then you're sort of stuck there.
Mhm.
And I feel like then moving into 8 and sort of like getting the same power spikes late game, which other people around you are having, but you are sort of still at that same point. That's when things get tough, and eventually, I mean, I think right now because of the early game and it was good, and the TX also definitely helping out big time. You are able to get into the brink of top 4 sort of territory. It's probably going to be a hit or miss. Maybe you get 5th, maybe you get 4th, sort of in that area. But honestly, I feel like maybe they were even a little bit lucky because I feel like this is a comp that generally doesn't do really that good anymore as it used to. So we actually see this comp bot for quite a lot. So I feel, it can work on occasions, especially if you do have a spatula. But going for it early and immediately pushing for that direction wouldn't personally be my go-to strategy. But to each their own thing, and if it works, it works. But I feel it can be a bit hit or miss.
Fair enough. Yeah, I feel that's similar to my thoughts. Sort of as a prismatic augment, I think it raises a few question marks in comparison to some of the other stronger ones that could be picked up. But considerable fair play to Defame for making it work as well as they did. You spoke, Stuart, about how as 4-cost units go, the Zeri, the Urgot is somewhat underwhelming. We did get to see pretty much all of the 4-cost units and even some of the 5 costs coming in. Lots of different compositions. Anything that you'd particularly like to see more of today, or that maybe you were surprised by just how successful it was, or to the same extent, alongside maybe that Piltover comp that we saw, anything where you thought that was exceptionally underwhelming?
Yeah, for sure. I think the one comp that I wanted to shout out was the Noxus comp, also the Poro getting first place as well, which is quite surprising to see. I think with the Poro legend, as Viz was saying earlier, it's a very flexible legend that you can go for, where you pretty much offered every single augment that you can choose. You just have to hope you roll down into something good. But I think with Noxus, if you get the early spatula, which luckily they did get the early spatula for the Noxus, and then you can get like the 3-star Darius, the 3-star Katarina, it's definitely a really big win condition there. And then what the Poro emblem, Poro legend allows you to do is get that combat augments later on, like the total domination, right at the end of what we see. So we're probably going to see a little bit more of Noxus because it is a very, very strong comp, but there are some little things that you need to make sure the comp is perfect, like the Noxus spat, for example.
A big shout out to our fantastic tournament organisers and producers behind the scenes here, and courtesy of them, we have got ourselves a lovely shiny graphic updated just for you to have a little look at how the players are getting on so far. So let's take a little look at that and see who's riding high and who's maybe going to be desperately needing to pick up some wins. We'll bring you that. Oh, not tournament. We have some other graphic. I wonder what graphic this is going to. It's exactly the graphic I thought it was. Having a little look, we can see that riding high, Sacred Norris, Penka, things looking good. Fabulotus, Ramis, a lot of work to do.
Yeah, there is a lot of work to do for them for sure. I think the thing is that, like I said, this is only round 1. You still got 5 rounds to go, so there's not really it's not that bad. I think for Fabulotus and everything, it's like, yes, you took full crawl pact in the first round. Yes, you got an 8th place. Still 5 more rounds to go. There's still way you can go like first, and then get into that top 5. But really, that top 5 is where you want to hit in terms of the lobby at the moment, which at the moment for players like Sacred Norris is a really great start.
Yeah, this is looking. I mean, so much can change. This is the thing. We have seen a lot of times people climb all the way from the bottom all the way to the top. And even people who think, like a Sick Run or like a Panko, who are super stable right now. I mean, it's only one game. Anything could happen and they could easily drop out of that top 5 because there's so much shifting that's going to be happening. So each and every game is going to be very, very important, no matter where you are at the scoreboard right now.
Well, a little slap on the wrist there for Greyheart, bringing up the wrong graphic at the wrong time. What we actually also have ready for you is the opportunity to see who's going to be in the next lobby that we're going to be following. Myself and Villas having the pleasure of getting to bring you this cast, and we can see that it's going to be Fabulotus, Fantasy, Mojo, Jimray, Papachil, Penka, Ramis, Sacred Norris, all doing battle here, and that means that our top two players, Sacred Norris, Penka, at least one of them is seeing that win streak ended right here, right now.
I'm honestly just very, very happy because I've got to be a little bit biased here perhaps, but I see two Dutch people in that lobby. So that already makes my heart beat faster. Definitely my eyes are going to be on Jim Ray because the first game wasn't doing too great. So I do have some high expectations for him to do better in this game. But we don't necessarily have all the records. So I'm curious to see, what's he going to be pulling out of his magic hat because he has, I think he won the very last qualifier of last set. Do you remember doing an interview with him? So, the pressure's on.
Stuart, sadly, we won't have the pleasure of your wonderful company and voice for this next game. But looking towards that lobby, anything catch your eye?
There's a lot of strong players in this lobby. This is probably one of the most stacked lobbies I think we're going to get for the day. Fabulotus, Fantasy, Jimray, Pappy Chill, Sacred Norris. Most of the players that I was pointing out at the start are some of the old guns really in this region. Coming through from last set also had really, really strong performances. Coming into this set is also looking to get a really, really good start. So this lobby, you've both got a banger to cast.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to get into that game just as quickly as we can. And once again, I take this brief pause to do what I always do, and that's talk about portals. So we saw University last time round. Anything that you're particularly hoping that we get to cast now, Stuart?
You could go for,
if any three right now, which three are you picking for us?
Scuttle Puddle for sure. I think is definitely up there. Orn one is pretty cool because some of the Orn items are very, very cool. Can't remember the name of the actual port itself, but the one that gives you Orn items. And I guess the other one giving you 3 prismatic augments, like all the augments being prismatic. Let's go all out for this next lobby, That'd be so much fun.
That would be a lot of fun. How about you, Villas? Anything in particular you really like to see?
Oh man, it's so tough. I forgot the name, but the one where you have 2 components on the carousel is always good. Especially if
Shurima
you,
one,
for example, don't opt to go for Ezreal, then suddenly you have a lot more for you at hand.
Okay, will we get one of those? Only time will tell. And time will tell really, really quickly because Stuart, goodbye for now because it's hello to game number 2. And it's Ecliptic Vaults coming in.
Yeah, it is. I'm very much excited to see this one. It's actually one that me myself in my own games don't really get to see that much. So it's exciting. Each time you select an augment, you gain 4 gold. So you get a little bit of extra econ along the way. It's not too drastic. It's not the same, for example, when you built an item, then you gain gold. Because then, for example, early you could force a couple of items and then easy make econ early. Right now, it's a couple of spikes here and there, so it's not going to be doing that much to the game. But still a nice little bit of extra cash.
I actually think Ecliptic's quite underrated because for me, it feels a little bit like Stillwater with augments. Basically, you're just going to get your augments, a bit like we're used to from previous sets. You're not really gaining any other kind of boost or any kind of madness that's going on, like, Lighthold or anything like that, for instance. But you're still at least going to get the augments, which placates those people who in Stillwater are like, oh, why are you being so boring? What's going on?
Also, someone from production very kindly has told us that we have 7 Ezreals in this lobby. Only one that is not, and of course, guess who that is? That is Penka.
Penka, our light charge player who took a game 1 win. Are they running Poro again?
Yes, they are.
Okay, we'll see if that plays out for them as we get towards the augments. We're not, of course, guaranteed prismatic first time round here. And as we get to our final neutral round before our layers of PvP combat and those first augments, you can see already just a lot of units being picked up and a lot of just slow, steady starts, which is, of course, what we'd expect.
Time for the very first augments to be picked. Curious to see because, of course, now you have a big bunch of things to choose from. They're waiting, reroll here and there, but doesn't kill you. I mean, that could be, you know, especially if you're going to be loose streaking early, depends on your play style. And they did indeed pick that one.
Yeah, happy enough to get that extra income while playing around with a little bit of their health. It's sort of a very tame version of, well, not really a curse pack, but it certainly isn't going to help your health pool at all in the early game.
Really here, a Rageblade slap that could very much lean into, I mean, let's say Shurima, of course, that of course has been buffed, so I wouldn't be surprised if eventually late game see an Azir being popped out, but we do know that a lot of these players like to play flexible. Now, Rageblade can be good on a certain couple of units. People used to actually slam the Rageblade on Kaisers as well, but I feel like that in itself is not as good anymore. Definitely Azir is probably the way to go with that one. And this is, I thought for a second maybe some Yordle action going on. Actually, maybe on the flip side of the board, because I see Viegos, I see the Maokai, Poppy, Tristana. That smells a lot like the Tristana reroll.
Just want to touch very quickly on what we just saw there, because that was Sacred Norris going up against Penka, our two winners from last time. And even though this is only the first combat round, of course, it's not something to go on for the entire game. It was Sacred Norris that came out on top in that duel of our top of the table players.
Oh, here on the flip side, maybe some bruiser action going on. Actually, a Shimmer skill item here being picked up early. So that, those items, they don't necessarily get picked into that much, but when you do, it's a very nice way to build up some extra bit of money throughout your game, especially early. You're going to be benefiting from this a lot. Though it is a bit of a question where this maybe wants to, where you want to pivot your comp in towards, but having the 2-star in your front line, it's already good. And look at this, the Jhin can almost finish off the opposing Jhin. And the Fenrir here takes a bit of an early hit already.
That's a perfect start as well, because with the Determined Investor being the Shimmer Scale item picked up, what you want to see, and you can see it because of the positioning there, is that unit needs to die, because you want to get your hands on Diamond Hands as fast as you possibly can. And yes, this was that was pretty much the perfect way to do it. Lose that one unit, keep everybody intact, still dent your opposition, keep a little win streak going in the case of the player we just followed there. And meanwhile, as we've been panning through the various players, it's unsurprising in a lobby with 7 Ezreal players that we are just going to see those components being one of the main augments time and time again.
Yeah, and some people, you can see they still keep those components on their bench to kind of maybe see after carousel what they can hit, or maybe a potential unit they're looking out for, and then sort of decide what kind of comp do I want to build towards. Also, scouting around the lobby. Some people, though, they're like immediately slapping items left and right. Also, you can see on the flip side, we see the Godbreaker, we see a Giant Slayer, already the Bone there as well. So they definitely have some sort of idea what they want to head in towards. Which then, it is also a sort of a scare tactic to, maybe show your opponents, like, this is what I'm going to do, you're not going to be contesting me.
Up to the first carousel, and in a world where it's gold or silver augments, this first carousel can be so crucial. That big opportunity to get one of your 3-cost units or an item piece that you had no chance of being able to pick up yourself earlier on can be so important. And seeing there that it's going to be the player named Fenrir, which I believe is Sacred Norris, getting their hands on earlier Callista, itemized with a BF sword as well, definitely going to boost their chances, because they have taken a couple of losses since we saw them get that early win up against Penka.
Scouting around the lobbies here into free Ionia being hit, and honestly this is a very nice early build. We have the Rogue being activated, the Shadow Isles with just currently temporarily the Viego, and a couple of tanky items actually. Alright, Hand of Justice alongside of it as well. So Hand of Justice you can use actually sort of both on Yasuo or Kaiser, but I would say I prefer on the Kaiser. But for now early, this is really nice. You have another 2-star frontline unit. It's gonna keep you alive. Have the Jhin then fight from the back lane, and even though the opposing Jhin has items on it too, I feel right now with this strong of a front line, it's gonna be coming in victory over the Feather Knight. who is Robus.
Yeah, that's I believe that was I should say Mojo getting that win and just having that Viego that's just too strong. And this is why those early mashed items on just that temporary holder just work out really, really nice if you want to keep that win streak going. Players who haven't done that, you can see a massive split already, dropping at least 20 HP each already. Sacred Norris and Fantasy and even Penka. So 2 wins from last game. They find themselves at the bottom of the table so far.
It's actually very fascinating because Penka was at around the same HP that he was right now, but then very late into the very first game. So seeing him sort of dangling at the bottom, maybe in comparison to last game a bit uncanny, but you know, it's very early to tell. Loose streaking is also a way to go depending on, you know, your augments and how you want to be playing, what kind of units you're hitting. If you're just not hitting anything yet, best to just build up econ early. Give it up and then pivot into your preferred comp. Right now, the Viego's trying, but I don't think it has enough in its power to go up against all these 2-star units. And Jin is actually doing quite a big ton of damage as well. So this time they will lose, and with that, the win streak is gone.
Yeah, two big crucial moments in that one. I should say the Jin did a lot of damage, but that was 2 massive ultimates that came out of action. One ripping away the opposition Jin from the bottom side of the board, and the other ending that game up against the Viego. We get ourselves over to neutral, and there are 2 win streaking players, but nobody hitting perfection coming into this round.
Just gonna be curious to see what they're gonna be hitting from this. You know, I do see that Rage Blade sitting. Maybe if you want to be... I mean, it depends. You know, you can maybe build like a static Shiv, or if you want to hit eventually Yasuo. Ooh, that armor then could be great. Make it Titans. There's a big plenty of options. Even the BT can slap. It depends on, of course, what kind of comp you want to head in towards, but right now this smells a lot like I feel like maybe the Deadeye version, Deadeye Freljord eventually instead of Ionia, because Ionia is also being contested in the lobby as we speak. So perhaps Freljord is a bit safer.
Yeah, have a lot of time for Freljord. Of course, there are 2 main things coming up now, Villas, that are really going to decide the direction this game goes in. As we can see, one real reroll player coming out and trying to get themselves towards the likes of the potential 4-star Tristana. And actually, this is very, very achievable given that the units they already have. And you can see the rerolls coming in while still on level 4. And there it is. That's a 3-star Tristana. This is a really nice position, actually, for Fenka to be in as they chase a potential second win.
It's been definitely a while since I've seen the rerolls, you know, especially once Draven as a legend started coming up. A lot of people have been starting to prefer to go fast 8 or even fast 9. And I feel a lot of these players are sort of, you know, rolling on 7 and 8, whereas right now you're rolling already on 4. It's definitely a bit of a different strategy. You might even lose here against the Gwen. Oh man, that is very, very rough, because right now your recon is very much down the drain. You're still quite far off to hitting your yordles, and it's just not going too great.
Well, it is going to be a second gold augment in a row. Started to talk a moment ago about the 2 important things that were going to happen for the direction of this game. Of course, one being this secondary augment. The fact it's gold again means that we're probably just going to see a lot more people opting into the Ezreals, which we've just here seen. I believe that was Fantasy doing. And we may well see yet another player do in just a moment or two. Actually, yeah, just going to go straight in and get Sentinel Spirit this time. And the other thing that's going to happen is, as you say, we're going to start hitting level 7. We're going to start seeing these 4-cost units come in and get an idea the direction that these comps are going. One comp that is essentially locked in stone now with the 2, 3 starred units is going to be Penka's. The question is this just a not at all viable comp, having already seen it take the 1 loss?
I mean, early on I felt it was good. You know, you have the augment that buffs you when you're loose streaking. You know, you build up a little bit of extra cash. I feel that in itself is really nice. So therefore, they had the ability to roll still on level 4, which sometimes is a bit hard to try and build up 50 gold. It is, at the end of the day, definitely going to be quite a tough deal when you're not going to be hitting your units. I see a couple of Poppy is here still on the bench of someone else. So hopefully not too contested. And you're already going to be at the point where people are level 6, are already maybe even slowly trying to work towards level 7. Look at how much gold here is on the bench as well for Mojo. This is looking quite good, and you know, they're not necessarily, they're sort of in the middle of the pack, but yeah, as far as econ goes, they have a good chunk of units right now temporarily, good items made, so I feel there's not too much to complain about.
Yeah, everyone's got plenty of health to play with now, because even though there's a 30 HP gap between first and last, that's, you know, everyone's still well above that 50% marker, and we're finding ourselves in a really fascinating lobby now, because in the last lobby we got to see, yes, the 1-3 cost being 3-starred in the Darius, the Noxus that ended up winning, but mostly we're talking about all the different 4-stars that are being used. In this game, all of a sudden, people actually opting into these rerolls, finding the 1 cost at 3 stars. We've now seen a Kale with the dual Rage Blade, and then of course the additional Demacia item. We've talked a little bit about what Penka's doing as well with the Tristanas, the Viegos, the Maokai, and the Poppy, already almost all of them at 3-star, and actually suddenly we're going to get to see a real proving ground of which of these two things is going to be the most impactful. Is it going to be these early 3-star units, or will it just be what we've been seeing more of lately, which is the 4 cost running the game?
Yeah, I think maybe this game will be a bit more of a hybrid with some people that are rerolling. I mean, I have, who's this? It's Fabulotus, who you're watching just now, who had Sharimas. I see here Defroy Your Deadeye coming out, which we were talking about a little bit earlier, which is actually done by Jim Ray. So I feel like this is definitely a very viable comp. I wouldn't say it's at the top of the table, because right now when we are considering, you know, S tier comps, it is just the Ionia Challenger, and it's probably also the Strategist Azir Lux combo. But then I feel like what is still in a very good spot, and therefore, you know, it's maybe not as heavily picked into, but it's still good. That is this Freljord Deadeye comp, and maybe even you have an opportunity to get a spat later on, but right now the items are looking solid. This Jhin is doing a lot of good work. I feel this is, I mean, they're in a very stable spot right now.
They are, but they might actually be in trouble, and the win streak ends here for Jim Ray, a player who you yourself called out for having a less than stellar first game. They're topping this table, but they do take a loss just before a neutral round, which is less than ideal. Meanwhile, however, someone who's been pushing through is going to be Fantasy, coming in as a reserve player. I believe they were essentially our 17th seed out of the qualifiers. They come in place of Jam is a Scam. They had a top 3 finishing game 1. They're looking for more of the same in game 2.
Ooh, all right. So they were deciding a little bit, you know, do I want to keep this 50 gold, and you know, but right now they are win streaking. They want to keep on win streaking, and with this kill, we have seen it here and there a little bit in competitions before. We know a kill reroll, it is definitely situational, but if you can hit your items, oh boy, can it be good. And right now, when you already have that 3-star, you can then just continue to roll, and even though, sure, you lose a little bit of econ, still have over 30 gold, you're level 7, you're going to be power spiking big time right now.
I mean, when it's going good, it's going great, and right now they are Superman with the wind at their back, and they are going to be tough to beat. Also tough to beat will be the 4-star Tristana. Poppy already put up there, Kled put in purely to get that extra bonus to your Yordle units. Don't think this is a world where we end up seeing the 5 Yordle, which I'm a massive fan of myself. I think it's a lot of fun as Kled gets swapped out for Teemo, but look at this. All of these 3 stars, all of these 1 costs, we know they can do damage. The question is, in this current patch, with this current setup, in a world where 4 costs are so valuable, will it do enough?
Now they did manage to find a Zeri, so if you want to go for your gunners, you could easily put her in. There we go, I think that's what they're planning on doing. Actually, no, they had the Jinx there as well, so not necessarily time for the Zeri, but you can keep her on the bench and hope that now with the addition of the 2 gunners, this is going to be enough to eventually pull on through. You know, you have your Yordles online, Tristana, then technically 4-starred, a bit more extra frontline. Now, I am a bit fascinated with the redemption, but not being next to other champions, so that is a little fascinating, but I guess you want to have a little bit of extra shielding going on to protect your Tristana. So far, it's actually doing quite good. Frontline hanging on, and with that, you can get rid of the Philios, and you can even get rid of the rest in the back lane. This was a fairly easy round, and with this, you know, if now you're going to continue to win streak, build up some extra cash, and eventually work your way towards full gunners.
Villas, allow me to... Oh, that's a big old gunner buff there as we see a 3rd gold augment of the game. Let me allow me to vent a little minor frustration in this set, if I might. Maokai as a 1-cost unit is far too damn tanky. Like, the amount it takes to chop down that tree to me is frankly absurd.
I mean, it's true. A lot of people early on used to make Poppy the tank, and I'm just like, no, Malco is so much better. What are you doing? And even just there, I saw, I'm not sure whose board that was. It went so quick, but someone had the tank items on the Poppy instead of the Maokai, which, you know, I'm carefully side-eyeing here, but no. Overall, you know, Maokai is a very good 1-cost unit, which is what makes this Yordle so strong, and that we had the peak. It was so popular.
Fearless, we've got 2-star Aphelios going up against the 3-star double rage-bladed Kale. This is a really fascinating matchup. Aphelios already starting to rip through that front line, even quicker than Kale seems to be able to themselves. Kale managing to get through to Lissandra. It's going to come down to being a straight 2v1, and with the support of Ashe, Aphelios reigns supreme. It's still a 4-cost world.
Oh, it's only the Aphelios right now. Yeah, no, it's not going to be too strong. And actually, oh, look at this. Oh man, Sacred Norris, who we were hyping up, you know, they were all the way at the top, and look at them, they're all the way at the bottom, 4 HP left. This is where the trouble comes in. The Deadeye Freljord, we were saying, you know, it can be good, but right now, sort of your carries are 1-star. You have an Urgot sitting on your bench. Sure, you can 2-star action, but what's that going to be doing for your board? Right now, nothing. Maybe you might just want to sell them, try to upgrade, or actually switch out, have an auction in, at least then 2-star. But yeah, you need to be hitting either your Urgot or your Aphelios, or even your Sejuani for your front line.
There's 2 big problems here for Sacred Norris, who we see on the Eve of Destruction, I believe, is that they're making a decision there between the Sejuani and the Akshan. Do they want 4 Deadeye? Do they want 3 Freljord? They opt for the Deadeye, but there's no front line. And just like that, a 1st place with 8 points becomes an 8th place with 1 point for Sacred Norris. They hang on, actually, because I can only assume they've taken Last Stand as an augment, but not being able to hit that 2-star Aphelios, which is their other problem, is really biting them in the butt.
Yeah, they do indeed have Last Stand, so hopefully that can be then the extra buff, but if you're not going to be having frontline, you know, eventually it's going to be walked through either way. So now you really need to hope you're going to be hitting your items, you're going to be hitting your units. There's not that much time left, and actually, because like this is the thing, the gap right now between Sacred Norris and then Puppy Chill, you know, it's still 30 health. That is, you know, if he loses quite hard, it's like 2 rounds, but that's still 2 rounds you need to survive all by yourself. No one else is going to be dying relatively quickly. And that is, of course, if they lose 2 or 3 rounds in a row, which is a very, very big if. So let's hope this last chance can buy them a bit of extra time.
Villas, I'm just going to go off on my own fun little tangent, if you don't mind, for a moment, because I was following Penka earlier on, and there was a moment where they had the opportunity, with enough gold, to pick up a Jace, which in a long term could be a 4th gunner, and I thought to myself, why are they not taking that? Are they looking at maybe a 4 gunner with a potential Senna? Well, despite coming out last on the carousel, they get their hands on a Senna with a recurve, and that's pretty mad, really, because they are now going to be able to push, when they get to level 8, to those 4 gunners on top of all of the damage they're already getting out of their 4-star Tristana. And here we get to see it up in action. It's already got the 4 gunners in as well. 3 firing. The Tristana, however, under threat, taking a lot of damage early on, but with that Hextech Gunblade, able to restore enough health to keep itself firing, getting rage-baited stacks on the center as well. Almost got slain by the challenger Yasuo coming in, but in the end, it is a significant win coming over to Penka as they continue to win streak. Meanwhile, the 3-starred Kale is the death of Sacred Norris.
That is just rough, and oh man, you hate to see it not hitting units. Of course, here on the flip side, we have another Frowey or Deadeye combination, so I guess in the end, contested units are making it very, very hard to hit. Also, by the way, when it came down to the Ionia Yasuo boards, we do have an Ionia spec on the Kaiser, but the Kaiser has no further items, which you would want to be your carry in that case, and the Yasuo actually with some items are okay, but the double bow is just not quite working out for the Yasuo. It almost finished the Tristana, but not good enough. And yeah, with that, they're going to be dropping down the board even further a little bit here as well. Now we have some strategist action. Look at that, Azirgo and the Lux as well. I mean, this is a combination that barely seems to fail as long as you hit your 2 stars. It is so solid. 2-star, yeah, Nasa's there as well for the front line. It is looking spicy.
We just saw the end of a fight there, which saw Penka losing their win streak, and all of a sudden we've got those top 3 players separated by just 8 HP. Down the bottom of the table, we can see the person most in danger of going out next is Pappy Chill, who we just saw in their battle against Mojo. Veerless, I'm happy to say that in this game we are not Veerless-less, because you've joined us for this cast, but we are Voidless, interestingly enough. No one opting into that one, not even trying to get anywhere near any Void crests or the like, and as a result, we're seeing quite a few fun little comps coming in.
Yeah, it's actually fairly interesting. You know, a lot of Shurima action. We actually the Deadeye stuff that's coming about, but therefore, you know, you have some contested comms, which make it for some very nice. You know, if you hit it, you're like, haha, I am superior. But on the flip side, if you don't hit your stuff because someone else has already gotten it, then oh man, that is a very sour pill to swallow.
Always feels rough. Just I always pay attention to what these top players start to do when they get the Heimerdinger turret, which of the various upgrades they like to pick up. I believe we just saw a Mechano Swarm picked up first, and the likes of Repair-O-Matic and Mechano Swarm 2 rolled past, so we'll look towards exactly where that one's going in a little while. For now, however, we'll turn our attention to this fight, which may or may not be Pappy Chill's last stand.
Yeah, right now, on the flip side, oh, I mean, this Aphelios is doing quite a good time, but this Taric, oh my god, it is so tanky. Even though the action is technically the carry, instead of, you know, taking Aphelios, it's doing so well. And with this, Papa Chill is down even lower, 5 HP left, and now we're sort of in the same territory as with Sacred Norris. There's quite still a bit of a gap between him and who's fed now? Oh yeah, that's Ramis. So still a bit of a gap. Also, Ramis just hit a bit of a power spike. I see the Kaiser 2 coming about. So not too ideal here.
Thank you to the ever wonderful observers. We see the double Mechano Swarm picked up, and the Shrink module option as the third rather than going triple Mechano Swarm. And this is something I like to do myself, making sure that if you've not got a Last Whisper in your comp, you're going to be able to get some of that shred. Let's see how it works out as it goes up against, I believe this is a Ghost with the 2-star Aphelios. It's Gunners versus Deadeyes, the AD battle for the Aegis. Scion charging on towards that backline, but taken out before it can remove the turret. Still, we see the free firing Aphelios, but now the damage being turned onto it by the center with the Rage Blade is going to get one more Dawning Shadow out, and that will be enough to get yet another win for my prediction, Penka 77.
No, I mean, they're doing pretty solid this time about. You know, even, you know, we were saying earlier, you know, they were at one point the lowest on the scoreboard, but they have stabilized and are almost back at the top again. Which is very fascinating to see. Now here we have, let me double check. It's Fantasy, actually the substitute coming in with this kill, Slayer combination. Gwen as well, I feel is such a, perhaps a bit of an underrated unit. You know, right now all the eyes are sort of on Kaiser, on Yasuo, Azir, Lux. You know, those get so much love, even as far as tank stuff goes. We have Sichuan, who's always good. Jarvan is very flexible. But Gwen sort of stays behind. But Gwen is such a good unit if you hit your white items. And then if you have the opportunity to have the kill reroll. Oh, but actually, hold on. Let me just catch my breath because, man, that Yordle, the Gunners, they are so strong. A comp that we don't necessarily get to see that often anymore. But if you hit it, oh boy, it is so strong.
It's those two one-cost rerolls coming up against each other, and it shows yet again that when you can get that 4-star Tristana, it can still reign supreme, especially when the front line is doing so much. That Maokai living forever. We come into this carousel with a couple of players looking like they're in danger of dropping out in the bottom 4. Those players right now are Raumis, who's on 14 HP, and Fabulotos, who potentially, I'm not going to say they're going to end their chances at all here with another loss, but 2 bottom 4s in succession at the beginning of the day, definitely denting their chances significantly if that ends up happening.
Here we're following Mojo, who is having that Lux-Azir combination. Honestly, the front line looking solid. We have even a Shroud to potentially get rid of someone in the back lane who's being a little bit annoying. But overall, this is looking quite solid. You know, you're level 8, just slowly trying to build up some more bank, and then trying to maybe even, you know, who knows, maybe get a potential to reroll for your 3-star Nasus, because look at this, he's only 2 up. There's 2 Nasus who are already in the field. 2-star Nasus twice, plus 1 on the bench. Oh man, it's going to be a tank fest once he hits that.
Mojo versus Finity. The Kale's able to get out the 2 Nasus pretty quickly, able to turn the attention onto Zero and just rinse through the health bars. Only Talia stands in between Gwen and Kale and victory. And yet again, we see an only win streak ended. Coming towards the conclusion of this game, it could be anybody's.
Yeah, right now, Jimray's actually dropped to 8 HP as well, and, you know, there's a lot of people that could be flying out, and it's going to be close to see who's going to be making top 4. Could still be anyone's game. You know, sometimes these players, even though you're low HP, can still prevail and make the top 4. Because right now, you know, surviving this round is definitely going to be crucial, because then you're going to be heading into, you know, you're going to be having more items to come, a little bit of extra cash, maybe then, you know, having potential to hit a couple of more of extra units. So this round is so important to survive. Try and stabilize further. Udakasante trying to yeet some of the units right off the board. Oh, hold on a second.
Kale just vanished, and like that, it's going to turn this fight on its head, and it will be Aphelios getting a win, and it will be Jimray surviving through to neutral.
The man, that was insane, the way it targeted the kill, and actually those at the bottom, they survive. The top, they take the hit, and with this, the board only gets closer to one another. It's all, you know, it's 8, 9, 14, 15, 18, and 25 HP. Barely any gaps between them. So, it's still anyone's game.
I mean, to paraphrase what you've just said, I mean, that's 17 HP splitting 1st to 6th, all of our remaining players. That's 10 HP splitting 2nd to 6th. And, yeah, I can only echo your sentiments of it's anyone's game right now. I wouldn't want to pick a winner, and, well, a winner we will have to find. We come out of neutral, another item accrued. Here we go. This is coming towards the most crucial part of the game. A couple of rises starting to be picked up, sold off almost instantaneously as more upgrades are being fished for here. But it feels a little bit like Fabulotus isn't getting any stronger.
What do you have? You have even more Thieves' Gloss. We already have 2. Right, already picked up. Maybe something tanky. Maybe something for your Cassante. Your Gwen is definitely... Oh, actually, no. The Gwen has the Thieves' Gloves. So, what do you want to be hitting? Oh, it's a little bit tricky.
It's going to be a Warmogs on the Cassant just to give the additional chance that they're able to just take somebody out of the fight. Going up against a 2-star Aphelios, though, who's already free-firing, able to get those chakram damage down. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner, we can see the Azir is free-firing as well. It's going to come down to which of these 4-cost units is able to do the most in this fight. And right now, it does look like it's going to be Azir. And that is the end of the road for Jimray. Another bottom 4 finish for them in this competition.
That is very, very rough. Actually, oh, Ramos is out as well. With that, we do have our top 4 confirmed. even though Fantasy is 1 HP, it does survive. Very, very crucial in order to do so. So at least, top 4, you're going to be slowly trying to climb up. But anything, you still can definitely come and win. We have, definitely some... I mean, it's going to be so close. This is the thing. Right now, we're definitely going to be coming down to the wire with some legendary balls. There's even more to be hit. That's a Senna 2-star. And a Scion 2-star. I can't believe my eyes.
The thing that rings out to me about this, as well as those massive units that have been picked up, the reason those massive units are picked up, the reason there's another Heimerdinger at the bottom able to be picked up, is because this is of course a Penka that we're following, and they're the only player who's pushed to level 9. They get the extra unit out, they get the extra chance of the 5 cost, and even though they lose that crucial unit in terms of their Tristana early on, with the extra damage coming out of these starred units, they're able to do enough to make sure that Fabulotus is out in 4th place. Joining them away from this game, Mojo secures 3rd, and now it's a straight out battle for 1st.
You still have 25 HP. You can afford a loss even, if you were to lose. So there's no pressure behind you. If Carousel coming up after this, it is, on the flip side, Fantasy who needs to be a little bit worried. Positioning is probably the way in which you can maybe try and win this. But it's going to be so tough. This Tristana, you need something to hit this Tristana. Maybe the Jarvan that needs to sort of try and target them. Oh, but they're Sephiroth with this. That is very, very rough. I feel like this is perhaps going to be the end. The Cassandra trying to do something, at least trying to get into the back lane. But I feel that, on the flip side, this Tristana is so insanely strong. It's going to be bringing an end to everyone's dream right here. Victory for them. And what a game this was.
In the end, it came down to our top 2 being the ones who re-rolled those 1-cost units who got the 3 stars early on, but it was not to be a final Fantasy. Instead, it's a 2nd win in a row. My MVP, Penka 77. They did it again, 16 points their reward, and the Grey Heart buff coming in strong here in the rest of EMEA, much as it did in Northern Legends last season. Congratulations to them on picking up that win. That's really going to help them as they push to try and qualify for the Golden Spatula Cup. Another incredible game. Were you surprised, Veerless, by just how much it was dominated by these 3-starred 1-cost units?
Honestly, yes, because sometimes, I mean, it really depends. If you're going to be hitting your units quite early on, and they took the risk when they were level 4 to not stick to the 50 gold and then try and, level up the rest of level 5, they were just rolling down to, I feel it was like 20 gold or something, to at least hit your Tristana 3-star and already the rest quite early on. You lose a little bit of econ, but you got to be super stable at that point, and was enough to carry on, eventually hitting your Zeri quite early. Believe it was actually picked up in the carousel there as well, and then having the present of the Senna in the carousel as well, all these little extra bits, because no one else is going that comp, no one else is doing Gunner anymore, so it's all these freebies that you get, which eventually guarantee the victory.
All those freebies coming in clutch. Penka's getting a 2nd victory. They'll be pushing for more. We have still got 4 games in this tournament. So even though we've seen some players take double bottom 4s in our last couple of games, the likes of, I believe Fabulotus has done it twice, Jimray as well. Those players not out of it by any means. If they start to have the sort of results we've seen from Penka, they can push themselves up towards the top of the table. Penka and the likes of them are right now sitting pretty. Will they continue to do so as we push into the next games? There's only one way to find out, and that's to join us after this short break. Welcome to the League of Poros? What's going on, Stuart?
This is absolutely crazy. 2 first places in a row, both of them from the same person, and both of them picking Poro. I unfortunately don't have a Poro. You both have
Hold
Poro.
on. I got you covered.
You
You can borrow this fella.
Everyone's got Poros. Where's my Poro at?
Yes.
I guess I'm the Ezreal one getting all the second and third places. But yeah, Poro as a legend at the moment is proving to be really, really strong. That flexibility that we were kind of talking about at the top of the day, saying that, you know, if you can get the augments that you want early on, if you can play with that little bit of flexibility, which we saw in this game, Tristana reroll getting first place, that's something we weren't expecting.
Not expecting it at all. Villas, you're sitting high and mighty with your power. I'm sitting high and mighty with my incredible predicting skill, which I'm just going to keep on mentioning until everyone gets sick of it, and probably past then as well. But what do you make of it? I love what Stuart just said about flexibility there, both in terms of what Pyro offers, but also surely respect here to Penka for being so flexible in terms of their ability to play different comps and playstyles.
Yeah, I mean, first game we saw something completely different in comparison to now, and this is the thing, sometimes you have to scout your lobby and also work with what you got because they just got. I feel like it was already a very early on Tristana 2-star. They got the Maokais, they got the Vigos. If you see those units up in your shop, it's like, all right, I have to just do it. Also, of course, I forgot which augment it was, but they had a very good augment to loose streak early on. So sure, they took a bit of a hit early, but eventually already building up some a nice chunk of cash. Eventually having a large chunk, even still while being level 4, and that was sort of the key to have like 60 gold or maybe even more, all ready to roll down and hit your units so early and spike before everyone else does. And if you have that, you can start at level quite early. I mean, you know, maybe relatively late in comparison to not a reroll comp, but um, you know, leveling as you go, and even being able to hit level 9, which I rarely get to see with a Tristana reroll roll.
Just before the break, Stuart, I had the opportunity to ask Veerless about being surprised maybe at seeing these one-cost rerolls coming in quite so strong and taking first and second in this lobby. Maybe that surprise when we talk up how 4-stars are so prevalent at the moment. Was that something that surprised you too, or was it actually not so surprising and quite refreshing?
I mean, it's definitely refreshing for sure. I mean, we haven't seen Tristana reroll since obviously the recent nerfs, from the previous patch. I mean, since then, hasn't really been used too much. Normally, most of the time, you see Tristana paired with Lee Sin as a legend because you can go for that honor roll. You can go, get so many free rolls and get that Tristana 4-star as quick as possible. But, as you mentioned, with the Tristana reroll, if you can get that right early augment, if you can get that little bit of economy early on, keep at level 4 after Krugs and then just roll down and hopefully hit your units, then you're in a really, really strong spot. You even saw in the end, he even reached level 9 in the end as well, which is very, very surprising to see with Tristana, because most of the time you're using all that economy in the early game to roll down. Normally you don't really hit your units as quickly as what he did, but he was able to reach level 9, get the 2-star Scion, get the 2-star Senna as well. And the board was absolutely crazy. I mean, not to mention also Kale reroll getting second place, which is definitely something out of the blue that I haven't seen, well, pretty much ever, to be honest with you.
And actually, during the break, I got a couple of very friendly messages from some people think he's a bit of a fake caster. I think he's just a counterfeit, personally. But he was talking about how there are some gaps in the meta at the minute and possible openings with the likes of Azir and Kai'Sa being so contested. Where does that leave potential open gaps, things to come through? We saw in game 1 Noxus being re-rolled to a 3-cost and the Darius starting to wipe the floor. Here we were seeing the likes of Gunners and even the Deadeyes being used more and more, with the Aphelios actually being strong near the end as well, which isn't a surprise as a unit, but maybe not being played quite so much. I like that we're seeing so many different things, so much potential for this flexibility, and it's nice to see players being rewarded for that. Speaking of being rewarded for it, what will these players get rewarded for if they're able to finish in the top 5 out of the 16 players for today's tournament? Well, here at the Rest-of-EMEA qualifiers, we are looking at potential places in the Golden Spatula Cup. That's what our top 5 players will be receiving. And let's have a little look at who some of those players are at the minute. We can have a little look at our leaderboard, see what the standings rankings are, and I believe that we are going to see sitting pretty on 16 points at the minute. Penka 77, just below them. Catalyst TFT on 14. We're going to see TWTV at 13, along with Fantasy, who was second in that last game. Defame currently holding on to 11th, just above Mojo with 10. Holding on to 5th with 11 points above Mojo, who's on 10. Those would be our top 5 players if the tournament was ending right now, but it's not. We've still got 4 games left, Stuart.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of games to go, but to be honest, 2 first places already for Penka is the perfect start that you are looking for. As you mentioned already, Poro 2 games in a row, the Noxus reroll into Tristana reroll. I'm really excited to see how Penka is going to close out today, and hopefully Penka can, stay in the top 5 to potentially go into the Golden Spatula Cup, because I think when you have this sort of flexibility, it's very, very good when it comes to competitive. Might not work as much in ladder, but when it comes to competitive, being flexible and playing around what you're receiving in terms of augments and champions and units, it's definitely a good way to go.
Villas, I want to hear your thoughts about what's coming up in this lobby and the sort of things that we're going to be seeing from the upcoming players. However, I think I'm going to have to hear them from a safe distance, because I'm leaving this one to yourself and Stuart to cast. We are coming straight into game number 3 right now.
Oh boy, I'm so excited because, I mean, we saw the leaderboard just now, and we saw some of the very familiar faces that we were hyping up at the very start, sort of dangling maybe a little bit sadly at the bottom. So for a certain amount of players, this game is going to be very much important to try and slowly try to climb back up.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really, really important for these players to try and climb back up, as you mentioned, because, when you get into the halfway point after this game, halfway point, and then after that, you're going to have to really try and play catch up in the end. Thanks to our observer, we can see that we're actually getting 1 Earth and 1 Tom Kench in this lobby, coming from Noctero, which is Little Ziggs. Tom Kench is the econ augment that everyone loves. You can just go for likes of AFK and the likes of econ augments, which you can build up in the early game. When you build up the econ augments in the early game, then you can try and hit level 7 maybe as quick as possible. So excited to see how Tom Kench performs as a legend, and you can also see Earth as well being played by Craggle, who is Lost Cardax.
Yeah, and also with Glass Industries coming in as the portal, that means you gain gold each time you build an item, and we already see a couple of people slamming some, and oh boy, it is time to perhaps even have more gold. You have AFK as an option, of course, from Tom Kench, which is so good to build early econ. Maybe you can... Well, actually, no. Just wants to go for the units here. So gets a couple of good early units. Of course, it is a little bit dependent on what you get, sort of what you want to head into. You could also, if they're not that good, you could easily sell them, still have gold anyway.
I think the interesting thing about this portal in general is that when you're getting gold from building items, it just raises the priority of Ezreal even more, and raises the priority of buried treasures even more, because buried treasures is going to give you more components, it's going to give you more items, and then with more items and more components, then you'll be able to easily get more gold and more econ as the game goes on. But someone who didn't take buried treasures is someone who has Earth available but didn't actually go for any of that, went for branching out, which is the one where you get a reforger and a random emblem, and the random emblem and that our little Craggle got this game is a challenger emblem, which is one of the best performing emblems at the moment, one of the best spatula items. So pretty much guaranteed to be going into that challenger Ionia board a bit later on.
Yeah, actually, from scouting a little bit here and there, there's a lot of people trying to go for Ionia Challenger here as well, which is Defame. Defame, of course, has been doing quite well thus far in the competition, so maybe needs to be a bit careful, because it might be contestant, especially with someone who has a Challenger spat that is sort of almost guaranteed that they will be trying to go for this, but Defame is saying, I'm going to be trying to do the exact same thing here.
I think Ionia and also Void are like 2 of the strongest compositions in the early game. That 3 Ionia giving your units attack speed, and just the units in general very, very strong. I mentioned previously in the first game, the Jin 2-star is probably one of the best 2-star units early on, because that ultimate ability, the ability that he gets, just pretty much one-shots anyone on the enemy side. You can see here even beating out a 2-star Teemo in the end. So even though you have like some of this Ionia early game, doesn't it can sometimes mean an easy transition into them Ionia challenges later on. But especially with that Rage Blade slam onto Jin, you don't really see Rage Blade too much in a Ionia challenger comp unless you want to put it on Callista. Kai'Sa most of the time just wants AP items, so maybe that Rage Blade Sam, maybe looking to transition, maybe with, as you said, Villas, you know, looking at the scouting in general, realizing, oh, there's someone with challenger spat already. That means that my units are going to be contested.
Yeah, Ramos as well, having the Ionia challenger. Oh, was gonna try and level, maybe. You know, throws in a Jedi, so yeah, you know, this is maybe trying to see if you can hit a bit of a power spy, and also maybe trying to then show your opponents, like, hey, maybe I want to, you know, change into Deadeye instead. Please don't take this. But at the end of the day, a lot of these players, you know, they describe their playstyle as flexible, so a lot of things can still change. But of course, you are limited this time around because of those items that you try and slam early.
Yeah, the crazy thing about this portal in general is that because you just combine buried treasures econ, and also you combine the econ that you get from the portal as well, Glasskin Industries, it means that you can go for this aggressive leveling later on. So we actually saw 2 players there go for level 5, and I believe there's even more players that went for level 5. Actually, pretty much the whole lobby went to level 5 before the first carousel, which is something you don't normally see in TFT, but because these players have so much econ early on, going for that double level, trying to keep the win streak, which 2 players are on at the moment, which is Pixie Monster, which is Defame, and Feather Knight, who is Rolmis. Over these players on win streaks right now, looking to carry that on into the early stages, and that's an early Callista.
That is. I mean, they are not picking it up at the moment. I'm just very curious to see what this one is going to be heading into. This smells perhaps like... I mean, you could very well try and go... Ooh, maybe even something Shadow Isles, but, you know, if you find a Darius, for example, I do see, like... Edge of Night and stuff, you can definitely try and switch into maybe, like, you know, if you want to stick to the rogue stuff, you can have the Katarina Darius combo, but still a lot of options that are open up in the table, you know, considering the units that they have also sitting on their bench. On the flip side, there is similarly also a couple of the same units, but we have the Ashan who's trying to rip through that front line. It's doing a good job, but I'm not sure if it's going to be doing enough, because we also have the same Maokai with Warmogs right upon. The Callista's almost dead here as well. Oh, actually, hold on a second. No, the Echo. Echo is going to be coming in victory. That's nice, 30 gold on the bench as well. On the flip side, though, we have Pixie Manda, which is Defame. It's still in no man's land, not quite hitting, for example... Maybe the units like you want to hit, maybe you can pick up the Tariq if you do want to sort of go into throw your territory, but it feels still a little bit early to try and really go for something yet.
Yeah, normally when you're scouting in these positions of the game where everyone's slamming items early on, you can kind of get an idea of what compositions people are looking out for. You know, with the Rage Blade at the moment that Defame has, looking for either the Freljord comp, as you said, with Deadeye, or probably going into Zir. As I mentioned, that you know, don't really see a Rage Blade with this Ionia comp, and it's the same with other boards. Like the previous board, you had Titans and Bloodthirster on an Akshan, which yes, are not the best Akshan items, but it's just kind of an item holder for that Yasuo later on, because it's 2 of his best items. But unfortunately for Defame, he is going to be losing his win streak here into Krugs, which is pretty big for this stage. Actually, pretty much most players are not on a win streak at all. Curious to see if any of our bottom players are on a big lose streak at all. We'll have to take a look as we get into Krugs. But as I mentioned, a lot of items being slammed, a lot of items early on. There's even a Nico's, a Champions Duplicator on the board there, but not even our bottom player is on a lose streak. So I think anyone is on a lose streak or win streak at all. This is pretty crazy early rounds. You can see a 4th lose streak here for Catalyst. Other than that, everyone else not really on a big streak.
Yeah, I think it's also due to the economy. You know, sometimes you think like, all right, you know, I have a bit of extra econ, I'm going to try and level, I'm going to try and push for extra units, also I'm going to slam certain items, but you come in this strange territory where, you know, you think you're very strong, but other people are slamming things too, and also are hitting quite some nice chunky units, so it's all a little bit strange regarding that. I see the dairy is being sold, a little bit of extra cash. Now you have 50. And now you can slowly start to work towards a composition that you want. You have good Yasuo items. You have the Karma sitting on the bench. Of course, you still maybe have to scout because I feel like still someone else is maybe trying to opt to also go for Ionia. So I feel like right now they're just keeping it on the bench. Oh, maybe not. Okay, no, that's all good.
Yeah, probably just trying to stay up towards 50 gold. As I mentioned, with the items that are in place here for the with the Akshan, it's not going to be like a Deadeye with the Bloodthirster Titans. Like I said, these are two of the best items right now for Yasuo, so definitely looking into Challenger. Opposite side as well, probably the same thing. Bloodthirster for Yasuo, Godbreaker probably for the Kai'Sa later on. So there's a lot of players in this lobby that are looking for the Ionia challenges, and I think we're going to get a very, very contested lobby because Bloodthirster is not really another item. You can maybe go into Azir with Bloodthirster and put a Bloodthirster on someone like Nasus, who's super tanky, but other than that, there's already a lot of compositions you can go with these item slams. But going into this next one, balanced budgets not as good as what it was before. Was actually one of the Draven augments as well, balanced budgets, but still not as good as what it was before. So you have to let's see what the augment's going to be picked up.
Ooh, all right. I'm just very curious to see, we have the one with the ability power spike. Here the grab bag, so a couple of people hitting that very large chunk of cash right now. This board is maybe slowly starting also to work towards an Azure, so I'll show some Shurimas. Here we have 4 challenges now being hit. You have your Callista with your Rage Blade. I kind of want to hear your opinion though, because some people, they opt to perhaps go for a Callista carry in comparison to maybe your forecast. What do you think about that?
Yeah, for sure. I think Callista can be a very good carry early on, even if you just have it 1-star in the early stages, and especially if you look at it towards going for like, the early 2-star and also the early the 3-star potential of Callista. Actually saying that, I just want to quickly swap over because Kraggle on the other board here, Cardax has found the Void Crest, one of the best performing gold augments at the moment, and could try and look for that 8 Void later on, and already has the Challenger emblem for Kai'Sa. So I think this board is looking very, very strong. But yeah, going back to your Callista point, I think as a carry, if you have items like Rage Blade, Archangel, because Callista is an AP carry in TFT this set because of her spears, so can do a lot of damage with the spears, as you can see here, rending pretty much everyone and winning the rounds. I think if you can have the right items, if you get an early Callista, pair that up with Shadow Isle, something like a Gwen could be very, very good. It can definitely look to be performing really well. And saying that, with this Void board, you also have 4 Cassidins. That could be a potential 3-star Cassidin. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're hitting units, then why not? I feel like you do want to make sure you're not going to be losing too much econ for it, but if it's working out, then sure, why not?
It's actually crazy, but I mean, I think these Ezreal players are going to get a lot of value in this portal, because if you just go for the double Ezreal augment, which most of the players are getting, you can actually see a Challenger heart on the other board. So many Challenger players in this lobby this time around. This is crazy. We've gone from the 1-star rerolls with Tristana and Kayle, sorry, God, I'm getting mixed up with all the K's, with Callista, Kai'Sa and Kayle all in the same TFT set. But yeah, we've gone from these 1-star rerolls, now multiple people going for Challenger, so I think we're gonna have a very, very contested lobby this time around, Fearless.
Yeah, someone already had a Challenger spat, and then you're still going to be trying to go and try and force it as well. It's daring, to say the least. But if it can work out, if you are the one to come victorious, then, sure, fair play. It's always a little bit risky. It happens not just to this comp. Last time we saw also the Throw Your Deadeye being contested, and one person who did hit to their units and one person didn't. So it happens. But this is definitely what exception. I feel just a lot of people very early on hit those Ionia units and want to keep options open, but now that you're moving into the mid stages of the game, moving into level 6, 7 territory, some people are trying to level up, trying to hit those power spikes, trying to stay on top of the board. Yeah, you gotta try and keep up.
Yeah, quite a few people actually going to level 7 here. I saw Bruno Feather Knight and also Scuttle all go to level 7, and this is kind of the decision that you have to make really in TFT is the point of, do I wait until 4-1 to hit level 7 and try and roll down, or am I too low on HP to try and go level 7 at this later stage at 4-1? And the player we're having on screen now, who is Catalyst, realizes that the HP number is not as healthy as the others, so have to go to level 7, have to try and roll down to try and hit these units. But unfortunately, even with going level 7, even with the roll down on the opposite side, you also have a level 7, and that's the board with the Kaiser, and that will take Catalyst down all the way to 46 HP already, who currently in our standings is sitting nicely in second place. That might open a lot of things up.
Yeah, that particular border was the 4 Shuri, but not quite the 5 yet, and also the Talia holding the items and only being 1 start. So all these little bits, you know, sure you're level 7, but if you're still having 1-star units and not quite your carries, it's not gonna be as powerful as some of the others. Here on level 7, we have that Aatrox coming about. This is quite fascinating. You know, Aatrox with the Juggernaut stuff coming in. I'm just curious because, like, you know, if you're going to be trying to maybe still see if you can go for, you know, Ione or something, then those items you would perhaps prefer on your Yasuo. But I guess temporarily this can definitely do a nice chunk of damage. And perhaps have you an opportunity to try and, you know, go to 8, try to maybe even have more legendary units, who knows.
Yeah, it's just good early on in stage 3. I think finding the Aatrox is very, very nice. You can see it has a lot of healing, has a lot of damage. I'm not too sure if the damage is going to be enough. The Rage Blade is stacking on the other side for the Kalista. Can it go through the Shen? It can. Can it break through the other Kalista? Can it break through the Malzahar? Actually break through all of them there. But yeah, you bring up a good point about the Aatrox, where like most of the time you want them items on the Yasuo, but I think that when you hit level 7, if you do like a little bit of a roll down, if you find one of these units, one of these strong 5-cost units, and you can just put them in for now and just maybe sell them or maybe swap them around a bit later on. Also see an Ari on the board there as well. There's a lot of different compositions being made here across the side as we head into our Wolves stage, and this is kind of where the power spikes hit. You can see so many players at level 7 already, about 30 gold, already some roll downs happening. You're trying to land and trying to hit these 4-cost units.
Challenger sitting on 5. Curious to see what they want to do with that one. Here we have Strategist, we have the Azir, and now it is time to try and hit the 2 stars. Ooh, alright, at least you'll hit your Jarvan, so that's 4 Strategist in. So this is looking quite solid. Ideally, sure, you would want you to have your Azir 2-star. Not going to be granted that just yet. Not having too much gold now as well, but at least, you know, your units are there, the comp is online, and now let's see if it's going to be good enough.
Unfortunately, no pairs though for the Azir unlocks. You do find the Azir unlocks, but they are still both 1-star. You can see on the other side here, Kraggle, Kardax didn't actually do any rolling at all at level 7, trying to go to level 8 as soon as possible. And this is exactly what you want to do when you find this Avoid emblem. You go to level 8 and you try and roll, at least hit 1 Kaiser and 1 Belveth. If you can hit 1 Kaiser, 1 Belveth, then you're in a perfect spot and you can try and hit that 8 Void and go into Baron. So it's going to be sacrificing some of the HP there for Kardax, but I think it'll be okay once you hit Baron. But wow, we're into a Prismatic for our final augment.
Ooh, alright, well earned. Okay. So, I'm just curious to see what people are going to be doing. I'm going to be definitely screaming if there's going to be more emblems into this game. But who knows?
Zipper.
Close.
So many Yasuos.
I know, so many Yasuos. Yeah, considering the amount of people who probably want Yasuos, it's kind of funny. No. Oh, there we go. Okay, they do hit the Yasuo here. That's Ionia sitting on 4, so maybe you do want to be changing something right on your board. It's very funny to see Aziz in other people's shops, but some people are not as lucky.
And not as lucky, but the one thing that we did get this game is Infernal Contract here for Nocturo, who is Little Ziggs. Infernal Contract, you have to stay at level 7, but you gain 100 gold. So you're just trying to hit that spike as quick as possible. 100 gold gives you such a big roll down. Most of the time, you only really see Infernal Contract when you're going for them 3-star rerolls, not really when you're going for this Ionia Challenger, but realizing that they're in a really, really bad spot at the moment. Tom Kench not doing too great, and someone that's picked up Tom Kench as an augment actually didn't pick up a single Tom Kench augment. But look at this, Challenger Crown and Challenger Heart, 8 challenges. These boards are hitting some crazy spikes.
It is crazy though. Sadly, still, waiting for the Kaiser and the Yasuo 2-star to come alive. Whereas on the flip side of the table, some other people do. Here's the 2-star Kaiser and the 2-star Yasuo. So I'm curious to see how that one will pan out against, even though it's a challenger. Now here, oh, hold on. So yeah, we were talking about actually, the 3-star up in the front lane, and it's doing quite good. Oh my god. Yeah, it's demolishing the front line here of Ramus. It's trying to hang on the. Oh, actually, hold on, the Aphelios. Okay. I thought for a second it was gonna be struggling, but I guess the Ogre helped. And then the Aphelios doing all the damage.
I think Deadeye came in pretty clutch there to actually snipe out the Kaiser in the back line, so couldn't really do that much damage there. But I mean, interesting enough, I was talking about Cardex potentially looking towards going to level 8 to try and hit 8 Void, but instead just rolling all the way down to 0 gold at level 7. Not the most ideal thing you want to do. Didn't even hit a Kaiser 2-star or any sort of units that you really want to look for. So I think the Cardex could be in a very, very difficult spot right now, because you're not really going to hit that point of trying to hit that 8 voids.
Yeah, and of course, the people rolling down, you're going to be in a little bit of a tough territory. Sure, you hit your Aurelia, but you want your Yasuo to come online. This one's still sitting on the bench. You have a Heimerdinger, and actually maybe trying to go for more legendaries here. You still have your 4 challenges, you have your 3 Ionia, still his buffs remain, but now trying to hit the Rise and the Heimerdinger. Yeah, it's interesting though, because, being level 7, you have definitely very much a restricted board in comparison to those who have already leveled. And, you're 12 HP, you don't have that much wiggle room anymore.
Yeah, it could be the knockout round as well if this Kaiser 2-star cannot do enough work. Kaiser 2 against Kaiser 1. The Yasuo as well. The Edge of Night does get taken down. Even Aatrox comes back up as well and says hello. And that is going to be Dies of Yasuo. Going to be out in 8th place here, unfortunately, for our Tom Kench player. Tom Kench, the legend, not doing too well, unfortunately. Not really the round for Tom Kench this time around.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain. I wouldn't say it was only due to the Tom Kench augment, but at the end of the day, especially Ezreal in combination with the Porter that we had, it's just a econ building fest, and yeah, you can see a lot of them are very much stable. Even though I do have to admit, I feel like this lobby, in comparison to the previous 2 that we had, it's not like people are out very, very fast. I felt like it definitely took a bit of time for our first loss to come into play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we nearly got all the way to stage 5 and everyone was still nearly alive. We can see here that Furryhorn, who is Pomino, actually going for Think Fast as the Prismatic, just rolled pretty much all the way down. Obviously with Think Fast, your rerolls are completely free, so you can just roll as much as possible. Hit pretty much 2-star of everything. 2-star is there, 2-star Lux, 2-star Jarvan, and 2-star Nasus. If you can hit all of that in with the Sharima board, then you'll be in a really, really good spot. So some really, really strong boards coming around. With this Prismatic Augment being the last choice for an Augment, really brings up the power spikes in every single one of these boards.
7 challenger. Yeah, you want to hit 8. And that's, of course, when you go level 8. I mean, you can try.
Which one?
No, you can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think he's. I think that's the problem. Is like, as far as I'm aware, as far as I remember, you have to hit like 2 challengers, like 2 challenger spats, or a 2 challenger hearts or anything like that to try and go for 8 challenger. Which I believe one of our players in our lobby has actually got that. But yeah, you can see here, not going to be able to hit anything else. It's just going to level up, put in the Shadow Isles. That's about it. So you probably want to swap around this Samira for a unit potentially. Maybe try and put in just another frontline unit. Oh no, it does have the challenger spat on the bench. Oh, it is the player that has the challenge. That was the player that had the challenger heart and challenger spat. I thought it was a different player, but yeah, 8 challenger. Unfortunately, didn't hit the Kai'Sa 2-star, which is something that you're really looking for, but hopefully 8 challenger is enough.
All right, bit of extra cash now, with at least the
That's a
items
strong
made.
board.
It is. Oh man. On the flip side, though, you know, you have your 2-star Azir, the 2-star Lux that is online. Technically, you kind of maybe want another Lux item, but oh, it's struggling big time, and the Kai'Sa is still online. Though on the flip side, the front line is completely gone. There's not that much left. Oh boy, it is close. But it is the Kai'Sa and the 8 challenges that do come in victory.
Oh, that was extremely close, and all you're looking for is one Kai'Sa. You're praying for one Kai'Sa here. If you find a Kai'Sa, that's a Yasuo 2, that's a star, and something pretty decent. Kai'Sa 2 would also be another great start as well, but unfortunately not. There's going to be no Kai'Sa 2 this time around, but you can see that the 8 challenges with the buffed attack speed that you got in the most recent patches, really, really strong at the moment, but Kai'Sa 1-star was enough last round. Will it be enough again?
Well, at least the Yasuo 2-star online, so that gives you perhaps a little bit of extra life regarding your front line. On the flip side, now you're going up against the Void Challenger combination, which was definitely quite scary here as well. They also have a Kai'Sa that front line is looking once again very scary. The Kai'Sa taking a bit of a hit, but also healing back up. And it might be good enough. Oh man, another hit right now for Lost Cardex. Down to 8 HP.
There's so many players going so low on health as well. We're at stage 5-3, and only one person has been knocked out so far, which was Little Zig. See, 8 HP, 16 HP currently. Kraggle's sitting really, really low, which is Cardax, which is our player, as you can see on screen now, with the Void Spatula. Actually just sells away the Void Spat and everything with the Titans, putting the Titans instead on this Aatrox. To be honest, this Aatrox hasn't really done too much. I would have liked to seen potentially Cardex go for level 8 and trying to go for a potential of 8 Void, but unfortunately you're not finding any Kaisers, you're not finding any units at all. You're just kind of stuck right now. You even have a champion duplicator on the bench as well, so all you need to find is one Kai'Sa to find that Kai'Sa 2-star. But look at the other side, Yasuo 2, Kai'Sa 2. This could be the death for a little Kraggle.
This is what happens when multiple people go for the challenger or the Ionia comp. It is so contested. You're struggling to hit your units. You're forced to therefore roll at 7. You know, you have your champion duplicator, but it's not gonna be enough. And with that, it is Lost Cardex going out in 7.
Really unfortunate there for Lost Cardex. You thought, you know, you probably see the Void Crest, you're probably like, wow, this is a really, really good augment. This is something that I can work towards and go towards for this end game. But unfortunately wasn't able to hit really anything with the roll downs. Even like you said, you know, with the champion duplicator, all you need to do is hit 2 Kaisers. Actually insane. Like, you know, hit 2 Kaisers, can't hit any more Kaisers, and that's how contested these comps are. We've gone from a lobby that has a lot of 1-star rerolls with the Tristana and also the Kale into this lobby where we have pretty much every single comp contested. Lux is there, and also Kai'Sa Yasuo. So many comps contested. Absolutely crazy.
Azir Lux. Even though they're sitting on 8 HP, I mean, technically you kind of want to have your Jarvan online as well, but they're missing an item. They are not 2-star, so maybe not as strong of a front line. Here on the opposing side, though, it's mainly coming out of the Set who's doing the work, and of course that Yasuo. Let's see if it's going to be coming up top. Right now, Defame is sitting at the top of the lobby, doing a very good job. The Yasuo straight into the back lane, but the Azir might deal with the Yasuo. Can it deal with the Kai'Sa as well? That's the question. Yes, it will. And with that, that win streak also gone. The lobby gets even closer.
Also got a knockout as well. It looks like Jenna Dota is actually going to be the one knocked out in 6th place. But as you mentioned, the Nasus is enough in the end to tank through. There's so many boards to have 2-star Gazir, 2-star Lux, this 2-star Jarvan, and Nasus frontline as well, tanking up so much of the damage. Even holding 2 Luxes on the bench as well, trying to deny away Luxes from other people. And you can see Furry Horn at the moment sitting at 54 gold as well, maybe looking for a level 9. I mean, this board is so stable. Once you get this Azir 2, once you get this Lux 2, if there's not an Edged Knight on the other side on this Yasuo, it's very, very difficult for this Yasuo to even do anything. Jumps actually onto the Azir this time. Could actually kill them. There's not a lot of healing actually for the Azir, but now the Lux is focusing down onto the Yasuo. The healer potentially from the Bloodthirster is probably going to be enough. Does dash away, does die eventually, but I think with the Azir dead, I think that could be it. Could it be enough damage? I'm not too sure. The shield actually comes out from the Shen. In the end, keeps itself alive and going down all the way to 4 HP. We have our top 4 though, with Catalyst going out in 5th place.
Once again, it was close, but the way the Azir died, and then you can see because the Lux doesn't have, I mean, it has only the Hexed Gunblade, so apart from that, not much damage coming in from her as you would like to see. And that's when things get tricky, because at least if your damage is coming from both ways, then, you know, if one does die, you have sort of a backup plan. But right now, it all falls apart, and you lose pretty hard, down to just a couple of HP. Now let's see, because it was Defame who lost the round earlier, did win again, so sure, the win streak is gone, but they're still in a very comfortable spot, sitting on 32 HP. And now, trying to hit your units, oh man. Here for Fabulotus, things are starting to look solid. You have the Kaiser, you have your Yasuo online, bit of frontline maybe, ideally you would like to have. But having the Heimerdinger 2-star in fact, and Ari as well, this is looking spicy.
This is a really, really cool board, to be honest. I really like the look of this board. Instead of going for like the 6 Ionia, 6 Challenger and kind of going, you know, full throttle in terms of going for Challenger and Ionia, putting in 2 legendary units instead is very, very cool. But look at the other side here. Look at Furry Horn. Look at Fabulotus. 3-star Nasus. That is one beefy dog.
It just doesn't die. It just heals endlessly. It's insane. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually didn't do that much damage, but it just took up so much, and it was, wow, absolutely insane. But this, the lobby gets even closer. Look at this, 17, 11, 10, and 4 HP. Anything could still happen.
Also, one away from Urgot 3-star as well. Some of these players are hitting them 3-star 4-cost units, but the problem here for our player Feather Knight here, roll miss. Unfortunately, might be knocked out this round, like you mentioned, those 11, 10, and 4 HP. You just got to pray that you're not against this board of the Nasus 4-star. Doesn't look like it. You can even see Kaiser's on the bench as well on the other side. 2 away from Kaiser 3-star. We're hitting high levels in this lobby.
He's going to be coming up top, though. Of course, there is a little bit of extra HP on the side of Defame. They are definitely struggling. This Urgot now needs to do the trick. Oh my god. It heals a little bit from the Bloodthirster and will win. It is now Defame also down to 6 HP.
Wait, the Nasus 3-star. It's gone.
No.
The raid boss is down. Nasus 3-star is down. The Furry Horde goes out in 4th place.
Tomino. Oh my. Oh, you think you have what it takes, but I guess that is, you know, just a sign of how contested this lobby is and how strong people are right now. You have people that are level 9. Oh man, it's absolutely insane.
It all comes down to 3 players. We have Fabulotus currently sitting on 11 HP, Rolmis sitting on 10 HP, and then Defame on 6 HP. We could be seeing the killer blow rounds right here, right now. The Heimerdinger with the turret looking really strong.
Oh, that turret doing definitely a big ton, targeting the right amount of people, but can it target the back lane as well? That's where the Yasuo comes in. And with this, it is bye-bye to Robbers. And actually, the lobby has ended. Oh my lord. This was one hell of a ride.
Fabulotus in the end was absolutely insane, and coming off the back of, you know, two not of the best performances really from Fabulotus in the first two games, definitely looking to bounce back in this third one, getting a first place there with a bit of a different Ionia board. As I mentioned, the Ionia boards are normally around, you know, getting towards 6 Ionia and then looking to go to level 9 to reach 6 Challenger, but instead going for the Heimerdinger, going for the Ari, mixing up the little bit of damage and getting that bit of utility from the Heimerdinger turret, I think was definitely the difference there. But so many players, we had a Nasus 3 in this lobby, we were really close to a Kaiser 3 and also an Urgot 3-star. So a lot of people were hitting a lot of big spikes in this lobby.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a near Kaiser freestyle coming about, considering how contested it was early. But, you know, once they die, then you have everything up for grabs. And actually, talking about the Nessus freestyle, production was looping in, and they just told us that actually it was the Nasus that got Zephyred. So, you know, with the Nasus floating up in the air, it's very easy to access the back lane. And yeah, I guess, you know, positioning is definitely what it comes down to here at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, Zephyrs are so strong when it comes down to the late game. You always have to keep an eye out on positioning across all the boards. Keep an eye out on the Zephyrs. Keep an eye out on the Shrouds. Make sure your team doesn't get Zephyred or Shroud, because, as you said, you know, if your 3-star Nasus gets Shroud and gets Zephyred, then it's not going to be a frontline tank for your team, because then your rest of your front line's gone. You could just have easy access into the back line, do a lot of damage to the back line carries, and I guess that was it. Unfortunately, the raid boss maybe didn't go down straight away, but definitely got floating up into the air, and sometimes that's enough to win the rounds.
Yeah, yes, sometimes it is. You know, right now we see that some of the players who are not doing too great earlier on, they start slowly starting to climb back up, which is the thing that is great to see. You know, there's life within everyone in the lobby. So, you know, it's only going to get tighter from here on out. And of course, we don't want to be missing an inches. So, you know, you don't want to do either. But before we dig into another game, we'll go to a very short break. Stay with us.
We've completed half of our games here for this TFT event, a qualifier for the rest of EMEA, trying to get towards that Golden Spatula Cup. We've got 5 places on the line, and we are getting closer to working out who those will be going to in our last game. The wonderful Stuart and Veerless brought us all that action. Give us a little bit of a rundown of what we just saw, Veerless.
I mean, just crazy stuff towards the end. First of all, it started off with a very, very big battle for those Ionia challenges, a big bunch of different variations, but at the end of the day, a lot of people going for the Yasuos, going for the Kaisers, and if you are not the one hitting the units, then unfortunately you're going to be bottom fouring. It's rough, but at the end of the day, it is high risk, high reward. So I feel like that was definitely a bit of the star of the show, but at the very end, we had 3-star NASA's even, and a lot of people, once again, trying to go for those 4-cost carries, and not that much reroll action this time around.
Stuart, quite often when we see such heavily contested comps in lobbies, I mean, I think there was a point there where we were looking at around about 6 challenger comps. We see as basically a mutually assured destruction, a handshake saying, cool, we'll all just finish bottom 4 together. But interestingly enough, it was actually a turnaround and hitting the correct units that did lead to the Ionia challenge win in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's an unfortunate case where you get to level 7 and you have to just kind of roll down and just kind of pray in the end. It's like you just have to pray, and you just pray you hit your units. I mean, we even saw some players in that lobby actually holding on to more Kaisers than what they actually need, and actually denying away Kaisers and also Luxes away from other players. And that's another way that you can play, even though if you hit like your 2-star Kaiser, if you find more Kaisers on your bench and if on your shop, and if you realize that, look, other players are also going to go for Kaiser, pick them up. Yes, you sacrifice your econ, but it means that them other players can't hit that 2-star Kaiser and hit that power spike at the same time. But as you mentioned, only a challenger still winning a lobby, but with a little bit of a twist though, with the Heimberding and the Ari coming in, which I think was very, very exciting and very different to see.
Villas on that game, it felt like a game of what ifs. What if the 3-star, even I'm trying to say, Nasus hadn't been Zephyr'd at the end? What if we'd seen just 2 more of those Kaisers coming in to secure level 3 on that? 1 more got to secure level 3 there. What if those things had happened? Would it have changed the lobby? Which one of those do you think could have potentially had the biggest impact? What would you have liked to have seen the most?
Oh, I felt the Nasus were doing really good. I felt like so comfortable because the Azir and the Lux were online. And with the Nasus sort of tanking everything, it's gonna be indestructible. And sure, you're going up to potentially even an 8 challenger kind of comp, but at the end of the day, as long as you have something just tanking and the Yasuo is not gonna be creeping into your back lane, then you're good to go. It was a bit of a shame it got Zephyr'd in the end, but it was, it says something about the strategy and the scouting that happens in the lobby. It's part of the game. You have to look at how your opponents are positioned. So well done. I don't remember who was the one with the Zephyr, but well done to them.
Well done to them indeed. Well, we are at the halfway point in this Rest of EMEA qualifier for the Golden Spatula Cup, and it's my first time getting to do one of these. I'm having a great time with you guys, but it is my absolute esteemed pleasure for the first time on Rest of EMEA to be able to welcome Thor. Give me a point. Come on, Thor. Come on. Up you come. That's right. Dog cam activated. We've got the caster buff. How are some of these players doing so far? Rough. Expert analysis there. Let's see just how rough it is going for some of these players. Let's have a little look at the leaderboard and what that's going to mean coming into these last 3 games. Yet again, we saw Penka having a great result. I believe it was a 3rd place there. Has taken them to 22 points and getting closer and closer to qualification. Only 1 point below them. Fantasy winning that last game, improving their results every time round. Catalyst pushing further and further up the table, along with Defame and Jenna Doteri as well. And those are currently our 5 players who would qualify right now. But there's still 3 games to go. And as you can see, Sacred Norris, Tamino, Fabulotus, and Mojo only a couple of points off the pace.
Yeah, it's actually...
Yeah, and even...
Go ahead.
No, but like even those below the ones on 14 points, there's so much that could happen. If one of these just 8th, then easy way for someone else to come and take that spot.
I think it's crazy to see Fantasy up there as well. He was even saying in chat as well, he was like off the bench. He's like, he's pogging off the bench. He's like, he comes off the bench. He's like a late game substitute for your team or something that's coming in, but he's coming in and already has the first and the second and is currently sitting second in the standing. It would be a great story if Fantasy can make it all the way to Golden Spatula Cup #1 and getting that top 5 finish after potentially not even playing today.
I mean, I feel like you've sort of inadvertently given them a caster buff of your own. I mean, the player who they've come in for was who you were shouting out to be, incredible. And you know what? Even though they weren't able to perform, the player in their stead doing brilliantly, despite being 17th in the seedings coming into this game. Well, with us now having been blessed by the ever fantastic Thor, we can only assume it's going to be a wonderful game 4. Game 40? No, never mind. So... Unfortunately, as much as I've enjoyed saying a welcome to Thor, I have to say a farewell for now to Veerless, who is going to leave myself and Stuart to get into Game 4.
Here we go on to Game 4, whilst Greyheart probably tries to get the dog out, which might be a little bit of a difficult job. Otherwise, the dog will be just roughing in the background for the whole game. But we're going to be seeing what this lobby is. It looks like we did get we got Yordle portals as the portal this time around. I was hoping maybe it'd be Scuttle, but I realized there was no Scuttle, so it's actually going to be a Yordle portal, which twice per stage you gain a free high tier champion. Thank you very much, observers, for that one. This could be very hit or miss, this portal. There are times where, in stages 3 and stages 4, you can hit them 4-cost units. Sometimes you're really lucky and you get a Kai'Sa from it. Sometimes you're really unfortunate, you can get a Zeri from it. So it's a very hit or miss portal. It's very, yes, sometimes you can hit, but sometimes you might not hit at all.
It feels to me like the most Texas Hold'em poker portal you could possibly have, where if you hit the nuts, you're absolutely delighted, and if you don't, you're left wondering what could have been. In this game, that could be something that comes back to help or to bite some of these players. Just looking at the early starts, yet again, seeing the Shadow Elves and Challengers being opted into by a couple of the players that we've paid attention to. Coming towards first augment, obviously the big question is, what we're going to be looking at. Last time you and I cast together, it was Prismatic up first, courtesy of University. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of hoping for it again.
I hope for another Prismatic. Prismatic is always fun because I think there's so many spicy augments in Prismatic, all the crowns, but unfortunately it is just going to be a gold one. But with the Poro advantage here for Squink, who is AMA obsessed, you have that variety of different augment choices. The ones that's shouting out at me right now is social distancing, which is going to be the choice here. Social distancing, such a good combat augment, giving all your units both attack damage and ability power when they are not next to any other units. But as you can see, more buried treasures, more Ezreals this game. We actually have 6 Ezreals, 1 Poro, and 1 Tahm Kench, again from Little Ziggs.
Quite interestingly, because this is a lobby where we're not following Penka, who at the moment is top of the standings. They've been playing Poro, and the other player in this tournament who's been playing Poro is AMA Obsessed, and they couldn't be having more polar opposite experiences in this tournament at the moment. AMA Obsessed down at the bottom of the table, only having secured, I believe, 4 points from the last 3 games. Up there at the top, I think it's 22 points now for Penka. So it's obviously not just purely about the legend, but also about what you're able to do and how flexible you can be with it. But I do like what Poro brings to the table and the options you have. Yeah, fascinated to see how this one works out for AMA Obsessed.
Yes, for sure. I think it's exactly what I said kind of before. It's like Poro can be very hit and miss, but you have 6 augment options every single time. You can get 1 good augment there. You can get 2 or 3 good augments, but you can also get no good augments at all. No good augment choices from 3 rerolls and 6 augment choices. So very hit. Can be very miss as well at the same time. And like you said, with 1 Poro player being top of the standings and 1 Poro player being bottom of the standings, I think that pretty much says everything. But wow, rich get richer into 50 golds at 2-2? Huh?
Okay, well, it's going to be loss streaking as well. On the back of that, it's going to be an exceeding loss streak, but it is going to be pretty much the most ludicrous income coming into Krogs that we've seen on broadcast for quite some time.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of Rich Get Richer. I don't think you really need that much gold, to be honest with you, and I don't think it really gives you a lot of power, but I mean, I guess for Little Ziggs at the moment, he's currently sitting on 8 points and he's sitting all the way pretty much at rock bottom. Only AMA Obsessed just below him, sitting currently in 16th place. So maybe Little Ziggs is like, cool, I'm just going to first or eighth. I'm just going to try my best and try and go for as much econ as possible and try and go for this fast level 8 or fast level 9 strategy. I'm not too sure if it's going to work, to be honest with you, Greyheart, but we'll have to see as the game gets on.
I think the expression is go hard or go home, and at the moment, the way the game's been panning out, it feels like home time, but maybe this is the game to turn all of that on its head, and what a way to potentially do it. Unsurprisingly, we're seeing a lot of buried treasures again, so many people opting into the Ezreal Legend, getting that, I believe it's Buried Treasure 2 early on, and it's just I don't know. I found it with what was happening with Draven. Obviously, Draven was a bit of an extreme circumstance, but for me, it's kind of a shame when you kind of just see the same augments over and over and repetition. Because as a caster, I like what we saw in Game 1. I like what we saw with the re-rolled one costs when we get that variety. But you know what? It's one of those. It's almost stupid not to take things up when they are clearly working quite so effectively.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the stats don't lie, but also at the same time, you can also have that bit of, flexibility, and you can find the kind of what you were saying, kind of that gap in terms of the meta, and try and find something to maybe counteract this buried treasures, or try and find something different, try and find something new, which is what I think, a lot of these players were trying to do, like you mentioned with the Kale reroll, the Tristana reroll, and also even in the previous lobby as well, we saw Ionia with a little bit of a twist. But as you can see, everyone is going to get a free high tier unit. And hey, look at that, free Callista pair already there. Like I said, sometimes with this with this portal, you can hit something good, which that could potentially turn into a 2-star Callista. Sometimes you can just get a unit that's just completely useless, and you're just like, cool, E-key, sell, thanks for the econ.
Tamino and AMA Obsessed are our players win streaking into Carousel, coming towards Krugs. We'll see if they end up facing off against each other. Obviously, a relatively high chance of that happening, but it's not going to happen in this match. So potentially those two 100 HP players will be able to keep that rolling. Excuse me. So excited am I to follow AMA Obsessed that we can now see them using this Callista to try and rip through the Swain. One of the few things that can when it gets enough Ren stacks in their Maokai, doing what it does best and tanking for absolute days. Will it be long enough? The Ren comes in onto the Orianna. Vel'Koz will be able to throw through another bit of damage, and with the multicasters multicasting, that's the end of the win streak of AMA Obsessed. However, it continues over on the other side for Tamino.
Yeah, I think that was a really, really good win. I mean, the insane amount of tankiness that 2-star Swain can give you early on was absolutely huge there, to be honest, to be able to get that difference, to be able to get the win and stop the stop the win streak, as you said. But on the other hand here, the buried treasures making really, really good items. Static Shiv for the early shred, Gunblade for the early healing, and also Gargle Stoneplate. You can see that even though you have some frontline units here on the Kassadin and the Viego, you just want to kind of let that Gargle Stoneplate and let everyone attack that Gargle Stoneplate, because the more units and the more champions that hit that Gargle Stoneplate unit, the more armor and magic resist that unit is going to get, which is doing so much work at the moment on this Maokai.
It's just staying alive absurdly long. Buying time for Cassiopeia to free fire from the back. Does have the Z on top of it, but it just doesn't have the damage at that early point. As a result, yet another win. Tamino riding high coming into Krugs.
Yeah, it was against Noctero, who is the the rich get richer player. I still can't believe that augment actually got picked in the end, to be honest with you. But like you mentioned, only one player on a win streak. Probably Noctero. Little Ziggs on a lose streak as well, sitting at 59 HP, which is not normally the best. Yeah, on a 5-loss streak right now. Should be okay and should win this round. I'm not really too sure, but yeah, already seeing, okay, does level up into level 6 actually at 2-7. I think just to kind of guarantee and just make sure that he beats Krugs, because there's, as you can see, it's a little bit scary. There's a lot of one cost here on this boards.
It is, but with the Jhin 2-star as well, you're going to be able to rinse through at least one straight away with that Deadly Flourish, which we just saw, and as a result, it will be a comfortable victory here, but they need to start securing some comfortable victories against PvP opposition. Otherwise, this player, which is Little Ziggs, they could be heading for an early exit.
Oh, another high tier unit can definitely help out a lot of people. That is another sorcerer there that you can just dump in and give you Bastion. Hey, portals can sometimes help you out. That could be any high tier unit. It could have been any 3 costs. Could have even been another Vel'Koz to get Vel'Koz 2-star. But no, just put another Bastion there for extra front line. And as you mentioned, with these multicasters multicasting at the moment, I think there's doing quite well. Just needs a Tadia to hit that full multicaster and hit a really good spot.
Stuart, there's a real absence of spatulas and of crests at the moment, so it'll be interesting as we get towards our next stage whether or not that starts to change and if anyone is going to really heavily invest towards one trait or another.
Sure, I think flexibility is the name of the game at the moment for most of these players, just trying to figure out what units they're going to get and what augment they're going to get next as well. I think this next augment stage is going to be really, really big for our players to see what sort of direction they want to go into. But it does look like at the moment that the multicasters might not be enough. The Casio 2-star in the back line, the Fangs fly, and that's another lost round, unfortunately, for Pixie Manta, sorry, who is Defame. 2 players on a win streak. Okay. You're sitting at level 6. You're sitting at 70 gold. Now what's your choice? You have my sword. All natural is probably going to be your best choice. Wow, even swaps away from that. So you have Zorda Crest is definitely not going to be option. It's going to be you have my sword or the Forge. It's going to be the Forge, which gives you temporary 2 on items. It's basically Thieves' Gloves 4 on. You can see that actually going to hit level 7 now with 58 gold to roll. Level 7 at 3-2. You have to roll here. You have to hit some units or you're going to lose too much HP.
Stuart, I'm honestly starting to believe that surely Little Ziggs must be a poker player because they are just happy to sort of let things be in the hands of the gods at the moment. Not only in the way that they played with this early augment, but also going for the blacksmith swords there as well.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, things not going great for Feather Knight, which is Raumis in this game. These 2 players both round about the half HP mark, not even really progressing through to stage 3, and that's got to turn around pretty damn fast. And this is an opportunity for things to turn on their head. At the moment, going up against AMA Obsessed, who just wasn't strong enough to deal with that level 6.
Yeah, a lot of interesting augments being picked up here. Actually, the Glacial Freeze, I think is called, or the augment at the end, which gives your Freljord units the shield when they cast as well, which is quite nice when that little breeze comes in from the Freljord. So definitely looking to go more towards that board of going for the Dead Eyes. Now, do you want the roll down here? Do you want the roll down or do you stay? He actually won the last round, which is very, very surprising. So maybe not thinking he has to roll down. Long distance powers are very good augment at the moment in the current meta. 2 of your furthest away champions will both get some extra buffs and some extra units. So let's see how that mixes things up in this round.
Stuart, Tamino took a loss in that last round. That was our 100 HP player, now down in second, courtesy of what has been a fantastic win streak since roundabout stage 2-2, and that would be to Fabulotus, a player who's been turning their form around in this tournament. Obviously hyped up so massively by Villas early on, taking a couple of early losses, but bouncing back in the last game so spectacularly, and now looking exceptionally strong in game 4. This is a real turning point for them.
Yeah, that 2-star Akshan doing a lot of work. Meanwhile, on the other side, you can see that the Tom Kench legend is finally starting to win some rounds. The rich get richer, the 70 gold. Who needs to win rounds early on when you can just get as much econ as possible? You were talking about Spatula's great heart. There is a Spatula. We'll have to see what player picks it up and potentially what that could go into.
I think we're straight away. Oh no, I was about to say I thought we were going to see Defame just running straight for it, but it's been ignored by the first 4 players. That means one of our top 4 at the moment is going to be able to get their hands on what seems like an exceptionally valuable prize in a lobby where there are all sorts of things like Ionia players that could utilize this.
Well, no one.
Utterly shocked. I mean, wow.
I think that just goes to show that players are playing flexibly at the moment and they're trying to hit some units. Oh, here we go. Here comes the Yordle portals hitting a 4-cost unit. Urgot, not really the one that you're looking for. I'm curious to see if there's any other boards and seeing what 4-cost units they actually hit with the Yordle portal that we have this time around. But Urgot, not the best option this time around.
Trying to get my head around exactly what's going on there, because if they've got Ionia 3 in, but they have the opportunity to swap the Yasuo in and have the Challenger when they're not running Deadeye, didn't seem like they were going to change that one in time, but we may get to find out momentarily. Right now, however, let's look at this 2-item Azir. Got the double Swain front line as well, just to tank up for so exceptionally long. We'll have to do it against Callista's Rend, however, and it just becomes a case of whose backline gets prioritized first, and with that massive burst of damage coming out of both Azir and Akshan, it is going to be the Azir that is going to win this one out quite comfortably in the end.
And Azir doing really well. Actually does that level up in the last second, and the Gwen actually doing a lot of damage, but the level up in the end just to put in the Lux, to put in the Sorcerer. You saw 6 Swains there as well, so actually only 3 Swains away from 3-star Swain, which can be very big. Meanwhile, on the other side here, unfortunately for Pixie Manda, Defame currently sitting in second last. The only one just below him is obviously Nocturo, who is Little Ziggs with the Tom Kench Legend. That's a pretty good board though. Vel'Koz 2, definitely a really strong unit. You do have the Lux right next to the Vel'Koz as well, doing a lot of damage. 4 Sorcerer, definitely a pretty decent comp, but the front line is all 1-star, so it's not looking that strong.
I'm trying to get my head around exactly where Defame's going to be going with this comp long term, as Vel'Koz does their best geometry to absolutely wipe through the first 2 units in the front line, as the Maokai is going to tank up long enough to buy the Challenger Kai'Sa time with this static shift to rend through all in front. This is not going to be a win for Defame. It was very close to Gwen hanging on long enough. Meanwhile, we can have a look at Nocturo. This is, of course, Little Ziggs. They have continued that win, their winning ways, even though they had briefly lost the streak. They're still looking a little better than they did earlier on.
I'm still so surprised that he is still in this game. He's still sitting at 70 gold as well. So he's getting 7 gold every single round for being above 70 gold because of the rich get richer. Still winning rounds, potentially looking to go for level 8. I'm really curious if he does go to level 8 after this round, or maybe after the last augment, and then maybe look to try and go towards level 8 and trying to roll down some high value units.
I'm expecting it at 4-2. We'll try and keep our eyes on that one. Meanwhile, looking at what we've got here, still only the one Azir picked up. There's going to be just a couple of Kaisers, but I'm not entirely sure that that's what Little Ziggs is going to want to see right now. They are holding on to that 70 gold as things stand.
It's not rolling.
I think 4-2 is where it's going to be their do or die moment.
It's just not rolling at all, like all the other players. And this is the problem with not rolling now, and some players rolling, some players not. Everyone is just pretty much going to go down to 0 gold and just look to try and go towards some sort of, 4-cost 2-star, which we're seeing a lot of 4-cost 2-stars across the board. The Azir 2-star on one side, the Lux being rolled down on the other side, maybe looking for the 3-star Vel'Koz, as there's a few Vel'Kozes on the bench. But with Nocturo actually not rolling at all, maybe looking to go for level 8 next turn and then rolling, it's very high risk, because all these players already have rolled so much gold level 7 and has already hit so many of them 4-cost units.
That was fun to watch. That was the priority of multicasters over strategists, and it was strategists that came out on top, especially with what that Azir is able to do. Of course, such an incredible unit right now in such a good spot. And you can see a little bit of indecision here as we see them attempt to decide what they go towards. Tons of stats just gives you that natural
there's
stat
a level
stick.
8.
It's the modern day equivalent of buying a Trinity Force on League of Legends back in the day. Over here, as I somehow managed to get right, it is indeed going to be at 4-2, but level 8 is hit, and there's the roll down. Here are the units coming through. The 2-star Yasuo is one of them. The Kai'Sa is going to come in as well. This board's starting to look pretty chunky.
You're still not rolling though? I think we need to try and hit like a 2-star Kai'Sa as well, or something. You have a Bel'Veth on your board. You have a little bit of Ionia. You got 6 Ionia, 3 Challenger. There's the Kai'Sa 2-star as well. The Tom Kench, the rich get richer is online.
Okay, here we go. 24 HP in the tank for Little Ziggs as they look to protect that health and protect their position in this game. Able to get the resolve onto the Yasuo, who's now going to go and issue a last breath on towards the set. Buys a lot of time defensive-wise. Meanwhile, dashing around the back, we do see the Kai'Sa able to prioritize the targets very well, going up against a 2-star unit on the other side. As soon as that ultimate comes in, it'll be the death of one Kai'Sa. The question is, can they hold him long enough? No, Yasuo lives, and as a result, that is going to be AMA obsessed, losing a chunk of health.
The crazy thing is that he's still sitting at 47 gold. He's still going to be getting so much gold every single round. Already has the Yasuo 2, already has the Kai'Sa 2, even has a Bel'Veth pair as well at the same time. This board is looking absolutely absolutely insane right now for the side of Little Ziggs. I was speaking about Little Ziggs, you know, a player that currently sitting in 15th place at the moment in the standings, only at 8 points. And this is definitely one of them games where it's like, first or 8th, go for Tom Kench, go for Econ early game. Hope I don't go 8th. And if I can go to level 8 and still have Econ, then I can try and roll down the hit the units, which is exactly what they've done.
Suddenly it's Defame who finds themselves in the worst position. They are going up here against, I believe this is Fabulotus, and with that damage from the multicasters, from the Lux as well, they're eating through the front line, turning attention onto the back line, and actually getting a significant win. As a result, that health intact, and the lobby just gets closer and closer. Really want to start touching, if possible, onto the Umbra here, Fantasy, because they were our top-rated player for this lobby, coming into this one in second in the competition. If they secure a top 4, then I really feel like their position in that top 5, which will see them through to the GSC, is all but secured.
As I see here, another round of carousel. We're at stage 4-5 and no one has died. There's 2 players sitting on 18 HP right now. Very curious to see if, you know, any of them players are going to try and roll down and trying to hit some units. But I think at the moment, with Little Sig sitting on that Kaiser 2-star and Yasuo 2-star, maybe with how much gold they have, maybe you can look towards level 9. It is very, very risky, but I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. As we take a look at the board now, you do get the Yodel portal as well, which is going to give you a Nasus insta sell. That one, look at them Ornn items. So you've got Hullbreaker and Trickster Glass. So you've got double Belveth on your board, and also just make sure that the Hullbreaker is not touching any units. Please move that Belveth. I really hope that he actually moved that Belveth, because with Hullbreaker, you need to make sure that no units are actually touching the Belveth. Please move that Belveth, because he's not going to get the extra stats. Please.
I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. But still, this is a strong comp, and they're up against the other player at the bottom of the screen. This is going to leave someone on single-digit HP at the end of this fight. With the damage coming out of the Lux, it looks like it could well be Little Ziggs. They're fighting back. They're doing what they can. Yasuo gets some good damage down, dashes onto the back line, but gets wiped out by the Vel'Koz, by the Lux. Finally, the attention turns on towards the Kaiser. That is enough to send Little Ziggs to 6 HP. But they're going to have enough gold in the bank on this next round to go to 9.
Hullbreaker diff. I'm just saying right now, if you know, if that Hullbreaker was moved, I'm just saying if Belveth had a little bit of health, maybe would have survived the Sona ulti. Not too sure about that one, but yeah, he's still not rolling. He's at 6 HP, Greyheart. He's not rolling. This is crazy.
Level 9.
He's going level 9. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of gold to roll for. He has 1 roll at level 9. You're just putting an extra Belveth at level 9. I'm not too sure if this is going to be enough.
I guess we find out. Here we go. This is like, I don't know, a potential kick the bucket moment right now for Little Ziggs. And they are up against this Kaiser, who is well and truly online. Their own Kaiser only with the 1 item. And as soon as this Kaiser fires for a second time, I think that front line is just going to be gone. There's nothing the Belveth can do to stop that. This is the end of the line, friend. Little Ziggs, they went all or nothing. They got the latter.
Nothing is what comes out in the end. I really feel like you need to, like, your front line was so weak. You didn't really have that Belveth 2-star or anything. Just a really unfortunate one there. And I'm just super surprised. I mean, you're coming up against the board right there that had long distance pals on both the Kaiser and the Yasuo 2-star, and there's just nothing that you can do about that at all. But Little Ziggs, as you mentioned, went for pretty much every, you know, you have to go for it because you're so low in the standings. You have to get a first place to try and bounce back. But I'm pretty sure that just knocks out Little Ziggs and probably won't be able to get a top 5 finish in this lobby.
As my friend would say, they went for broke and they got it. Here we go. This is a big amount of items dropping here. This could be massively influential towards one of our top players. Fabuloto, such an eager recipient of all of those components. This is our opportunity now to see where these boards have ended up at. So we spent so much time talking about Rich Get Richer. Now we've got 7 other players all battling it out for the lion's share of these points.
And we see at the moment Bruno, why do I keep saying Bruno instead of Bruno? I have no idea. Bruno's just stuck in my head for some reason. But Fabulosus.
We don't talk about him.
Yeah, Fabulosus saying, oh no, he could actually buy the Nasus. Oh no, he tried to actually take out the Nasus that had items and put the tank items on the Nasus instead and sell one of the Swain items. Actually, wasn't even able to buy the Nasus in time. Fortunately, the fingers were not quite fast enough there on the mouse and keyboard, but actually means that he will lose the round. Luckily, though, does have a lot of HP to play with. But as I mentioned, Fabulosus, who didn't really have the best of starts to this tournament, went from getting a first place now potentially into another first place this time around.
If our wonderful observers will indulge me, it'd be great to have a little look and see how Umbra, aka Fantasy, is getting on right now. As we see a 3-star action about to be hit. Therefore, I believe that's Raumis, who's really turned their fortunes around. They were, bottom 4 for quite a while, but this is the player I was looking towards because, as you can see right now, they are positioned in 6th place, could easily drop out in 7th with a bad loss, and this is a player who's 2nd in our tournament. If they suddenly only secure 2 points here, whereas before I was talking about them being all but assured of a top 5 spot, they could suddenly find everybody else creeping up behind them.
Yeah, it definitely opened up a lot of possibility for the rest of players to try and catch up. We'll have to see if this Azir in the backline can do enough. Actually gets jumped on by the Yasuo, but the Yasuo is actually focusing on Lux instead and goes down. The Ari ulti comes through. It's actually not enough. The Azir, the soldiers are still fighting and fighting. They go all the way to the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa actually does enough damage and goes down to 2 HP. I think what you were saying about Fantasy might actually be true. The 7th place is looking like it's right around the corner.
Could be. They did just get the upgrade on the Lux, so at least going to be getting more coming out of the... I don't really know. I'm sure there is a great name for Lux's ult here, but it always intrigues me as someone who's come from a League of Legends background that we've got a move that is so unlike anything. Obviously, if you know Final Spark, if you know Finalis Funkum from League of Legends, the ult for Lux, it's a brief flash. It doesn't like burn with a laser for ages and ages, and it doesn't really match up with any of the rest of the kit. I really like that. I like that there's been this development coming in towards TFT and especially the Runeterra focus. But here we go. We get to see how it goes up as we now see another Lux, but this one is going to be the Lux belonging to Defame, someone else who could easily find themselves out, and that's exactly what happens. Death by cutscene, it shall be.
And dies of Aatrox, and actually Fantasy even wins the round as well, so that means that 7th place is going to be the name for Defame, who's actually sitting 4th at the moment in our current leaderboard. So means that at the moment in the tournament there is definitely a lot more options opening up now for some of the players that are below the top 5, and it's really going to open up a lot of possibility for some of the bottom players to definitely rise their way back up.
Of course, we don't know what's happening in the other lobby, but if similar scenes are happening over there, and we see that Penka, our top player so far, is actually finding themselves in similar difficulties, this whole tournament has just blown wide open again, and that's what we live for here on League of Legends. Such intense action. It's been a really, really closely fought game. You can see a few key units that have not been hit here for Mojo, as they've struggled to find a few of the 2-star strategists, but even so, they've got that free hitting Azir on the back line. Interestingly, opting into the Resolve alongside the Rage Blade and the Gunblade.
Yeah, for sure. Titan's Resolve going to give a little bit more tankiness over to this Azir, which can be very, very helpful, especially when you have a Yasuo jumping on top of you, because the extra stats can definitely help out. Actually, the Lux is going to be the main focus for the Yasuo. Can it get taken out? It's so low, but Yasuo, he just dodges. It's like my 0-10 Yasuo's in solo queue, just dashes it away. But I don't think it matters, because I think the Ari ulti in the end is actually going to be enough. And the Nasus is going to go down as well, but I don't think that's going to be the clearing blow just yet. But look at this, Great Hub. We still have six players still alive, and we could potentially be going into stage 6.
10 HP or less on 4th, 5th, and 6th as things stand. That AMA Obsessed, and also, just checking quickly, Mojo, as well as, of course, Fantasy, who we've talked so much about. Meanwhile, at the top half of things, separated by just 4 HP, 30, 28, and 26, it's going to be Ralmis looking great up alongside Fabulotus, last game's winner. And of course, we do see Tamino looking nice as well. With that DRX Aatrox that we keep seeing getting the death by cutscenes, can they maybe deal a killing blow to somebody else? Right now, a killing blow almost certainly will be suffered by one of these two players, hitting the exit, possibly in 6th place. Kai'Sa dashing across, finding the guard breaker damage, and able to amplify that damage. Finds a second cast of the ultimate. The Caitlyn Ring rains down, but it's not enough to stop the Shuriman General. And just like that, Azir takes over. That will be another big pickup for Fantasy as they push themselves somehow into an almost unobtainable 4th position.
Absolutely insane. I honestly don't know how Fantasy has done this. Survived on 2 HP and a dream. 2 players knocked out in that previous round. Obsessed being knocked out, and also Mojo also being knocked out as well. Very, very surprising to see Fantasy survive here, but there's not a lot of HP. The difference, I think the big difference in that last fight was definitely Jarvan. I think Jarvan is one of the best tank units at the moment for a front line for any sort of team, because that ultimate and that ability that Jarvan can bring to the table is so huge, because you can just get that on your backline carries. And oh, look at this, an Ari 2-star here. Dual Gauntlet as well could also be another good option.
See if they opted that, or maybe even a Rabadons that could go straight on to that Ari. It will be the Rabadons indeed. Extra damage source. Of course, we've got the challenges on 2 of these players. We've got the challenges on 2 of these players, and we've got the Azirs on 2 of these players. Let's see which one wins out as we go into this next matchup. Currently, our screen is focused onto Fabulotus. Seeing who they're fighting here, I believe that this is going to be Fantasy. So this could easily be a fight to the very death. Here we go. Already, Ari charging up towards that 3rd stack of the ultimate. If they do it, it could be the end of Fantasy's run. However, Azir will finally manage to get some damage on towards the Ari. There's the ultimate. It's enough. The Instas will do what they can, but the big dog goes down. And now, over on the other side of the board, it will be a loss for Ralmis. We're down to a final 3.
Oh, Fantasy, they're just going out in 4th place. The 2-star Ari and the 2-star Yasuo being the difference there. This lobby is so close. 26 HP, 15 HP, and 13 HP right now. There's not a lot to separate any of these teams. Tamino at the moment currently sitting just outside the top 5 in our overall leaderboard. You have also Feather Knight, who is Ralmis, who's sitting quite below. But honestly, if Ralmis could get 1st place here, get a few points to stack up, it can be very good. And Fabulotus as well. Another top 4 finish for him, but can it be even more?
Oh, that is such a crucial Zephyr. Going to mean that Ari's delayed so long being able to get any action. Has had the 1st cast and hasn't been touched coming in towards the 2nd cast as well.
Right on the back line
for the carry of Fabulotus. Eventually they get some attention put onto the walls, but not before they cast out that massive death ray, which will deal massive death over to Tamino. And not as much death as went the way on the other screen to Ralmis, who goes out in 3rd. We've got our final 2.
Fabulotus. Could it be, I believe it's a 3rd 1st place in a row? Did he get 2 1st place in a row, or was it 1st and 2nd? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I also can't remember. I think it was 1st last game, but I could easily be wrong.
I mean, Fabulosus has definitely got one hell of a turnaround from getting bot 14 games in a row to now getting top 4 3 games in a row. This could be another 1st place. The positioning is also important, and both these players both have long distance pals. Long distance pals on one side is on the Kai'Sa, who is Zephyr, and the Ari on the backline. The other is the Yasuo and also the Kai'Sa. The Ari cast is going to be so big here though.
Here it comes. The big damage coming out of the Rabadons will not completely wipe through that Warwick that's trying to slay the beast. But just as it kills off Ari, Yasuo comes in with a ton of damage all for themselves. It's Kai'Sa versus Yasuo, and only one can stand. It will be the one belonging here to Fabulotus. They take the dub, they take the 8 points, and they have turned their tournament around.
This really does show that if you do have a bad start in these tournaments, you have 6 whole rounds in total. All it takes is a few more top 4s. All it takes is a few 1st places, and you can slowly creep yourself back up into the top 5 finish. Fabulosus like you mentioned, what an insane turnaround from him. I think got 2 7th places in a row to now getting 2 first places in a row. It might even be 3. I can't remember in his previous lobby before that, whether he got a first or a second. What an insane turnaround. What an insane lobby that we just seen here, Greyheart.
Off the top of my memory, Fabulosa's had 2 absolute shockers to start with, and then has turned it around to 2, at the very least, top 4s. So the chance for them to actually push forward, if they keep their second half of their tournament going, is actually pretty decent right now, especially when you see some of the other players dropping points around them. Fantasy doing well to not drop as many as it maybe looked like they would for a little while, and still managing to secure 5 points, will still be well in contention for getting one of those 5 places. Of course, the other lobby going on simultaneously, we need to look at that to see which players have pushed in. When we come back from a short break in a moment, we'll start talking about those leaderboards. We'll say, with 2 games remaining, who is looking likely to push forward as our rest of EMEA qualifiers to the Golden Spatula Cup. All I know is that we've had 4 games, and despite a world where there are certain compositions that have reached parity, which we saw in that last game, we saw Azir, we saw Challengers basically dominating the board. We've had so many interesting and diverse games. We've had a game where a 3-star Darius and Noxus board took over. We've had a game where 1-star rerolls worked out. We've had a game where pretty much every player in the lobby wanted to play Challenger. And now, finally, we've seen that Emperor's Divide coming in, and the Azir doing real great work, but still just slightly being outpowered by the Yasuo, the Kai'Sa, those 4 cost units, which we know are so valuable. My question to you, Stuart, is if you could have any wish at all for a composition or something that we might get to see in Game 5, what would be your wish?
I want to see a double trouble board with Talia knockups. I think it's a really, really cool, unique comp. I mean, it's going to be very unique and very difficult to definitely pull off, because obviously you need double trouble. But I think that's one of the unique comps that I quite like a lot. We haven't seen any Barons today either, not a lot of Voids. I think we saw one game where we saw a few Void emblems, but no one actually hitting that Baron point of, not hitting that 8 Void just yet. So maybe 8 Void could be the outcome and maybe secure that top 4 finish. Because when we take a look at leaderboard after the break, we're going to be seeing that with only 2 rounds left, some of these players just seem to secure that top 4. And one of the best top 4 comps at the moment is going for that Void emblem, is going for that Baron, because you get that extra unit and big beefy Baron.
Well, you've heard Stuart's wish. Let's find out if Soraka grants it after this short break. Only 2 more games remain as these Rest-of-EMEA players push for qualification to the Golden Spatula Cup. I am Greyheart, and I'm still joined by the wonderful Stuart, and by the tremendous Veerless, and by the ever-encapsulating Loki! Loki says, my little kid, look at your little face, look at the little beady eyes in your face, Loki, yes. Oh yeah, still on cast. Sorry. Yeah. So, what do you think of that game 4, guys?
It was absolutely crazy. I mean, from going into like a game that we nearly hit like 4 cost 3 stars into that sort of lobby as well, with a little bit of happening with Little Ziggs there, which I know Villash, you would definitely wanted to talk about what happened with Little Ziggs in that game.
Yeah, I was watching. I was like, okay, in the beginning we were a little bit doubtful because actually the previous game we saw Tom Kenj and it went 8th, and it's a little bit worried, seeing it being pulled out again. It was actually twice by Little Zig, so I was like, okay, you have to do something different this time. And early, he hit 50 gold out of the blue. I was like, okay, maybe we having a completely different game. So it looked good. It was stable at one point. And then it was sort of like at 7, had so much gold. Everyone was rolling. He wasn't. I was like, okay, well then he's gonna be saving up to go 8, which he did. And he still had so much gold. Didn't roll again. Was losing every single round. And then it was like, yeah, let me just go 9 and then have 5 gold left to roll with. Yeah, I'm not sure what went on. I guess it was just like, you know what, screw it. But like, knowing that Sacred Norris, it's not just a new player coming into the mix and perhaps maybe sort of giving up. It's actually a play that we have seen time and time before, so I wasn't quite expecting this coming out of him.
It's possible that wasn't peak TFT. However, some of the players that have been delivering on peak TFT, we can see now as we have a little look at the leaderboard. Only 2 games remaining for these teams to make their mark on the competition, and we can see up there at the top, things still looking rosy for Penka. They had their worst finish so far with a 4th place in the last game, much as Fantasy did, but those 2 players still riding high, still sort of 5-6 points above that bracket, that point of elimination potentially, as we look towards the 21 point mark. Tamino and Jim Ray are both on. Catalyst and Fabulotus both looking good as well, but Fabulotus especially has to be very, very careful. You can see how well they've turned around their fortunes after that first awful game, having secured a 4th and 2 firsts on the back of it. Meanwhile, just down below them, Genedotary, Defame, Mojo, RNG Uzi Fan, Ralmis, all still well in with a shot. For Sacred Norris, Las Cardux, Pappy Chill, Little Ziggs, and AMA Obsessed, it's going to take something dramatic to even possibly have us talking about them in this conversation.
And I think it's very surprising to see Sacred Norris down there as well, and even Pappy Chill, because these are 2 players that me and Veerless have definitely known for quite some time now, especially in the previous set with the qualifications before. These are 2 players that have reached a numerous number of GSCs in the previous set. So the 2 players very, very surprising down there. But on the other side, I think the standings are so close. Being 6 points between 1st and 6th place, there is a world where Penka can still not make it out with 2 rounds left.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, no, and I think as well, a player that I want to highlight is Jim Ray, because Jim Ray had a very tough start. He went 6th twice. Then he started doing a little bit better, getting a 2nd and now a 1st place. And I think, like, as far as our turnarounds, we have all been looking at Fabulosis, but Jim Ray, he is slowly climbing as well. And, he's only 1 point away. He's tied currently with Tamino, who's sitting in 5th. So there's definitely a very big opportunity for him to still get into that top 5.
Okay, well, I guess this is an opportunity for us to reflect a little bit, as you can, towards the players who we gave those shout outs towards at the beginning. I'm just trying to remember who I said was my favourite for the tournament. People in chat might have not noticed, but I think I said Penka maybe. Yeah, I did. Yeah, and they're at the top, so things looking great for my prediction to take it all to qualify. How about for you guys?
We don't talk about it. It's okay.
We're talking about it right now.
I mean, to be fair, my winner was Catalyst, who's currently sitting in 3rd place. So I think I'm not doing too bad. Okay, can I just say my dark horse is actually Fantasy, because it was meant to be Jam is a scam, but actually got replaced by Fantasy, who's actually sitting in 2nd place. So I think I'm doing pretty well, actually. I'm actually not doing too bad.
You know, I'm going to give you
Honestly,
that.
no, I mean, even my predictions are not too bad. I was a little bit worried in the beginning because Jenna Dota was sort of dangling at the bottom. So was Fabulotus, of course, but Fabulotus climb actually currently within the top 5. And Jenna Dota is not far off. You know, he is 1 point behind Jimray, which we talked about. So sort of, I would say like the top 7 is all like within sort of 1 point reach of one another. So anything could still happen. And, you know, Genedota was my dark horse because every single time he landed, like, this close to being in the top 5. Last time around 7th. He's currently sitting in 7th. I really hope that he can break the curse.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that all of us, with our predictions for who is going to be coming out on top, have found players who are going to be in and around that spot. It will be quite funny if one or more of us does have a player who misses out on it. Not for the player, obviously, but just from a pure predictions point of view, where we get to have one-upmanship. However, with that being said, we are pretty close to being able to get into our 5th game of the day. Stuart, unfortunately, you're not joining us. We're letting your lovely voice have a little bit of a rest for this one before you join us for the final game. Any particular thoughts or things you're hoping to see in this lobby?
I think we're going to see a lot of players, I think, playing a lot more safe now. I think we're coming down to the final few lobbies. I don't think we're going to be seeing any craziness coming out from like Tom Kench, except for maybe unless it's one of the bottom players. But I think all them players at the moment that are currently sitting in like the top 7, top 8 right now that are within touching distance of getting into the top 5. You just kind of need that top 4 finish. You know, you don't need to go for a crazy first place. You know, try and go for the top 4 finish, play safe, and from that playing safe, you can try and go into that top 4, get top 5 to get into GSC.
All right. Well, I am low-key happy to be able to tell you that we are able to get into game number 5. So myself and Fearless, we're bringing you all the action right now.
Oh boy, I'm excited for this one because as we get closer towards the very end, each game is going to be mattering more. And, you know, we have these comms that have proven to be extremely good today. Take the Ionia Challenger, take the Strategist Azir Lux comp. So those two are super good, but therefore super contested because right now, if you can get your hands on that comp, it is maybe an almost guaranteed top 4. So I wonder if it's going to be maybe even more contested like we've already seen today.
Well, we are on Fresh's, I think it's Fresh's Sanctum, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
We are going to be seeing those souls getting picked up. This is an interesting portal because there is a certain way to play it to maximize the amount you can get. A little bit like previous compositions in previous sets where you have to get a certain number of points for various things, and there are better ways than others to do it. Here, it's all about having as many of your units die as possible while killing all of the opposition, providing you're in a position where you want to win streak. If you're lost streaking, it's probably the other way around. However, the more units that die on your board, the more little bonuses that you're getting out of Thresh. And so often, I don't know about your ranked games, particularly on some Villas, but so often in my games, I can see massive discrepancies near the end of the game. People with a couple of 100 souls in comparison to maybe 50 or so souls left. And that can be a difference between a couple of item components that can just change the game.
Ooh, we have Earth. So you
Noxus
have
Emblem.
the option here to go for the Tome of Trades. Actually, rerolls that one. It's like, okay, no, that's not good enough. I'm just gonna be going for Noxus Crest. And we have seen a Noxus game already, which did incredibly well. You know, Darius Freestart. And with this, you know, Earth is sort of also weighted very early, I guess, for comp. I mean, you could either take the Tome of Trades and sort of wait and sit on the bench, see what everyone does, and then pop the Tome. But, you know, if you have a Noxus Crest, it's very, very good. It's one of the most, how to say, like a well-performing augment. So, yeah, not surprised he picked that.
And we saw he got a win earlier in the day as well. That Nox Emblem that I believe was crafted off a spatula from a carousel just came round to lead to a 3-star Darius that was completely uncontested in terms of when re-rolling for it. And that just was already shown today. It can get a win even against some of these sort of quotation marks stronger comps. So let's see if that happens again right now. So we're seeing medium end shopping picked up for, I believe this is Sacred Norris, someone who we were just saying, I think it was Stuart just saying, they're surprised how low they find themselves in the standings. Maybe an opportunity here, getting some of those bigger units earlier on to potentially turn it around.
Yeah, I think Sacred Norris, in regards to how much experience he has in these types of competitions, There is definitely still a little bit of work left for him to do. Ooh, here we have some double trouble action.
Stuart's going to be so happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm very much excited to see where that one is going to be going. I see some Void with Riftwalk. So that is buffing his Cassidon. Yeah. So that is interesting. Maybe ideally, you don't want to necessarily have something that is surrounding your Cassidon. Like, we were talking about when it comes to Bastions, maybe Cassidon is not the strongest, but early on, it's definitely going to be helping you out big time. You have the Void, who is sort of an extra unit. So this way, you're definitely going to be staying alive quite long.
Okay, we'll see if this casting pays out. I personally feel that I believe the expression I last used to describe Riftwalk was it's a bait augment, but Origin Knight already put on there. This is going to very much so be Castin being given the carry shoes early on. Not working out very well as the Archangel staff gets pretty heavily charged for this Karma, and that will be RNG Uzi fan. Yes, let's go. Any fellow Uzi fan is all right with me. I'm not biased at all. What are you talking about? You're biased.
Alright, we see some challenger action happening. A little bit debating what kind of units you want to maybe pick up, but on the flip side, you want to keep the 20 gold, which is understandable. Not sure, like, you can put the Jin in instead of a double. Oh, wait, no, it's not double trouble, so I'm a little confused.
Double Trouble is on. I can't remember who it was that secured that one in the end, but we'll have a little look around later. If we do see this Double Trouble coming in, it'll be fun to see if it is indeed going to be the aforementioned multicaster comp with Talia really being focused on alongside the Swain. If not, then what Double Trouble will hold in store for us. For now, however, it's just going to be some interesting. That's the first Cyberlink I think I've seen today. It's sort of quite an undervalued augment.
Yeah, it's sort of in the middle. I think it's generally good, and it's cannot be applied to a lot of different comps. But I guess for early, people perhaps prefer a little bit more of a sense of direction. Even though, I mean, today we've seen a lot of people say like, "Oh, I'm flex," but then still try. Then we still have it like a 6-way contestment. Yeah. I feel right now when the stakes are high, if you can sort of try and go for a certain comp, that is maybe the way to go.
And as a friend caster of mine once said, that the stakes are high. It's like an Alistair being hit by a rupture. It's stakes are very much so raised here because we are of course playing for those 5 places in the Golden Spatula Cup, and the players that get there, they're not only going to be delighted to have that opportunity, but they have that chance to get the Spatula points this early in the season. And of course, that leads to such great things later on.
Oh, I'm interested to see where this comp is going to go, because there's sort of this hybrid between, like, honestly not sure where this is going to go, because I see some Shurima, I see potential to also lean into something challenger, but, it's early. Right now you have a good chunk of units, you have a lot of 2-stars as well, so definitely is going to be carrying you all the way to Krogs, and then you can sort of see where you want to pivot in towards.
Okay, well, we're getting closer and closer towards the aforementioned neutral round, and when we get there, will we still see our one player up the top with an undefeated streak? Sacred Norris, one of the favourites coming into the day after securing so many points in the qualifiers this week. However, things have not been going the way they would have liked so far. This is their pretty much, I mean, it's obviously not the final game, but I'd say it's their last chance to turn things around. And that early Kaiser coming in here can surely only help that with the high-end shopping. The fact that they've already got Void pretty much in there as well means that they are now in an absurd position when they hit level 6.
Yeah, for the Kaisers, we've mainly been seeing, the Ionia Challenger hybrid, but Void is still really, really good. Now, there is a BT slammed, so I do wonder if they maybe want to try and pivot. I see like the Warwick still sitting on the bench to try and activate Challenger. So, maybe it's also a question whether, am I going to be contested? What are people going to be pivoting in towards after Krugs? So I think right now keeping the options open is a good way. Not too sure what the Swain is doing on the bench. I mean, maybe even no, multicast is also another thing. I would say pick up maybe the Karma instead of the Swain, but that's me.
Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled here because I think that there is a huge amount of potential. The biggest thing for me is going to come down to what happens on the second augment. Because if they're able to get anywhere near a tome of traits or get themselves a void crest, then suddenly it's just a no-brainer, right? They're able to just
Exactly,
go,
yeah.
cool, we're definitely pushing. We're going to see our first Baron of the day. They're in a great position to be able to do that, having got the early Kai'Sa. You get the crest, you can pop that on a Yasuo, and suddenly you're able to make use of both of those carries, regardless of not necessarily going for an Ionia comp. If that doesn't happen, then you start to consider, is Herald good enough? Is just having the 6 Void going to be okay? We're not going to know that for a little while, however, so let's turn our attention back over towards our Noxus Crown player. We've seen Noxus pay off once today really, really well. That, of course, was on a fully itemized Darius.
No, this is still a bit of a hybrid between, you could either go for Ionia Challenger or go for the Deadeye Freljord. Still definitely, once again, keeping the option open. You have a double Tari, but you also have the Clister. So it's sort of a little bit like, where do we want to go? Maybe try to see if you can hit a high level champion. Okay, we're just gonna be going straight for level 6.
Straight into level 6, getting the extra unit out is going to have a nice combination here of traits to be able to try and push themselves forward. And as we watch this fight, which is going to be Jimre going into action, we'll see if this player can push themselves further up standings. They are in and around the qualification zone right now. A top 3 place here will really put themselves in with a good shout. They're having to go up against our Noxus player, and they are finding it pretty tough up against Last Cardax at the moment, but the stacks are starting to come in for the Static Shiv, Rage Blade, Callista. Able to find one rend, but surely not going to be able to remove all of these units before the damage is done. The Guillotine stopped in its tracks with an execution from the rend, but finally with Akshan's damage coming in, that's enough.
Now it is time for those augments here. Oh, not necessarily any kind of specialty of my medium end shopping, but honestly, big rat pack is just sort of always good. You're going to be having a lot of cash, going to be having components. You can make some great third items. And over here, cybernetically, okay, so that is basically making your champions more tanky.
Hopefully we're going to get a chance to have a little look towards Fenrir, aka Sacred Norris, at the top of the table and see what they've got, as well as getting Noxus Crest. Total Domination has come in as well. As we find more and more Dariuses, Darius, Dariodes? I don't know. Then that's going to become very, very important. Dedication secured, which gives you the opportunity to get an extra emblem. I just wonder, Veerless, what emblem that might be. I think probably Gunner.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, no, but that's a great augment. Right now you have medium end shopping or lower end. I forgot which one it was, but so this so far doing good. You're already having a solid chance of trying to hit maybe more Kaisers. Sure, right now you're going to be losing. That might be a bit of an issue because you're going to be losing quite some HP and quite fast. Right now you're trying to level, but you're only having 20 gold. That is a bit of an issue, but hopefully if they are hitting the units, they can stabilize. Over here on this board though, we have Penka, which, they were doing very, very well early on. Right now, going for... potentially try to contest a little bit here. We have the Bastion Void hybrid.
Veerless.
Not something that we get to see that often.
Veerless. Rift Walk is bait. Oh dear, getting to see that Rift Walk in action as that Bastion unit with 2 items jumps straight on towards the Soraka. Unfortunately not the backline unit that needs to be targeted right now. Getting more now on towards the Cassiopeia, going to find another Rift Walk potentially on to the Karma, but no, bouncing back towards the front line, buying more and more time for the Archangel staff to stack. It's going to have enough damage to push through this one, I believe, and unfortunately the bait augment not quite paying. Yes, Peter, it's bait, you heard me.
Alright, time for another carousel. Now, ultimately you want to see if you can make your third items along the way for your carries. Oh, Ooh, that was cheeky, trying to sort of lurk around the bow and the sword. And eventually, once the so they wanted to get picked up, and they're like, no, no, no. Papa Chill's like, I'm gonna get that bow.
Yeah, getting the bow, getting the Azir along with it as well. See if it has any use in terms of Papa's plans. Ooh, Loki does a little squeak just to let us know that she's also very excited about this carousel. And who wouldn't be excited when you see an Azir with a bow, the opportunity to play with that, and it's just going to be here as a placeholder most likely until that first Kaiser comes along.
Honestly, not the worst items, and it's a good unit at the moment to keep in temporarily. I guess like the only problem right now is there's a lot of 1-star action happening. Oh, look at this, a gigantic shield, almost around the Azir.
Not going to be Riff walking onto that, are you?
Nah. All right, let's see how it's going to be doing against the Void. The Spat is on the Yasuo. Yeah, this is sort of, the only way from here is up.
It's looking pretty good. But there have been a couple of losses coming in for Sacred Norris. The same cannot be said recently for Catalyst. Now suddenly at the top of the standings. This is it. Has been free firing, but unfortunately without any real anything apart from the strategist in its favor, it's not even going to be able to get through the Herald, and it is going to be yet more damage being put down onto Pappy Chill. And they have, at least because of having so many dead units, been able to secure more stacks from Fresh than maybe other people. Unfortunately, when their health drops that low, I'm not too sure how much that helps.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird comp at the moment. Sure, you have your Aphelios. Ideally, you want to have your 4 Deadeye online and try to maybe work into something different apart, Ionia challenges, though, it's like almost the entire lobby is having them. Typically you see a Freljord kind of composition around the Deadeyes. But yeah, at the moment not having the best of luck. Of course, we're still level 6, now decided to level up. I think that's a good decision, trying to see if you can maybe hit a bit of a power spike, but now going up against the other board, which we were just talking about. See if it's going to be good enough. I think it's actually doing quite a good job of trying to get through that front lane, and with the Warwick being 2-star as well, I think it's going to hang on.
Yeah, this is exactly why the win streak is here for Catalyst right now, and that will continue coming into the neutral round. As we get closer and closer towards this final Ornament Veilers, I really would love to see Prismatic. I know there's a slightly higher chance of gold coming up next, as we've had double gold already, and realistically that's probably what we'll deal with. But if I could just have one wish right now, as Stuart did in the last game, he wished for double trouble. We got double trouble.
Oh.
I'm going to wish for Prismatic.
Oh yeah, I would love Prismatic here to come out on this board though. We have a nice 2-star Azir already coming out. While some people only just got level 7, so that is a massive power spike. That's a Spatula. Whoa, whoa. Okay.
They've got themselves a recurve already, so there is the potential to go an extra challenger and be able to utilize that. They could literally go challenger Azir at this point, so that could be kind of fun. See what they do.
Oh, alright. So, Demacia activated, like we tend to see. Still have the Spat sitting, and of course... Oh, that is certainly an option as well. Reforging the Spat into an extra component with that even more tankiness happening in that front lane. I guess, it's fair. You could technically go for Sorcerer Spat even, and, there's a lot of options that you can go for with this hybrid, but... I think at the end of the day, if you're missing a little bit of front line, definitely not a bad idea.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, Villas, one of the things we've seen, even though obviously in this lobby we're seeing Noxus, we're seeing Void Emblems as well, is actually quite a lot of people not opting into Spatulas, not opting into making these crests, and just perfectly happy with able to make the standard compositions. It's part of the reason why we're seeing Earth played less and less, I assume. But, here we go. Final augment, my wish does not come true. Soraka lets me down. Instead, as we can see, our A-Soul player has the opportunity to gain the extra gold. They instead are going to gain some extra stats as those units are dying.
I mean, being this low HP, that is definitely something you can benefit from, but yeah, there's not that much wiggle room anymore, and it needs to sort of happen now. This is also interesting because at this very moment we have Penka, level 6, 16 HP. Okay, you're gonna be hitting your Soraka 3-star. But that's not your carry, right?
Well, it is at least out on the board, which is something. They've obviously heard me mentioning Soraka a lot of times in the last couple of games, and they're like, you know what's a good idea? Soraka 3-star. Here we go. It's going to be a bit of a riff walk coming in from our most flexible of players. This is it, Peter. This is the lobby which will tell us whether it's bait or not and conclusively prove forever who was right, you or I. Is it going to be Greyheart? Is it going to be Counterfeit? That is going to be dashing forward 20 stacks onto the Archangel of the Cassidin. Going to be able to buy a little bit of more time with the Edge of Night, deflecting some damage. But now with that unit dead at Akshan's hand, it's going to be yet another loss. The 3-star Soraka can only do so much, and in the end it does so little, and Penka, our tournament leader, is on the edge of destruction.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but that comp is just not great at all. Yeah, it's just not really doing much. You know, the Bastion frontline not quite online. But this is what happens when you're rolling on level 6 and not necessarily for like the best units in the game. I guess, you know, you try to go for type of comp that is not contested and therefore you hope to hit your things, but when people are having 2 stars it is, you know,
just hit Castin 3-star. That is something that can be said. We might get a chance to have a little look at Penka, aka Light Charger, in a moment, but right now we're turning towards Kregel, aka Last Kardax, who's our win streaker at the moment. They're trying to do battle up against all of these invokers and doing a pretty good job of it at the minute. Kai'Sa will get one last ultimate. That will rip through the remaining health bars, and that will be the win streak continuing. Meanwhile, we can see that that fight is still ongoing for Penka 77, the Light Charger at the bottom of the table. It must be such a tense battle that's going on. Here it is. The Soraka dies. The 3-star Cassidin is not enough, and our first place player takes a single point in 8th place.
Yeah, it's rough to see. But honestly, that comp was just not on the same level as most of the others in the lobby at the moment. So it's a rough affair when you are not hitting your units quite as you want them. You're sort of forced into strange territory. The augments as well, not quite the ones you want to be hitting. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you try to go for something risky. It's not paying off. Maybe it did it deliberately, trying to make it a bit more exciting for all of us.
If I may just quickly turn from Penka to our other player near the bottom of the table, someone who was lower than Penka for quite some time, and that is, of course, Pappy Chill. I almost had the opportunity to shout out before we turn to Penka's board the fact that I was expecting them at next carousel, should they still be alive, to rush straight for the needlessly large rod. What did they do? Exactly that, because now that recurve we've seen for a long time on the Azir is the completed Rage Blade, and that is such a massive spike for their comp. They've got the Lux alongside it as well, and this could be enough to keep them going, but they've got to go up against our win streaker right now, up against the Noxus player with all of that extra Noxus strength through all of these augments. The Rage Blade takes longer to stack because of the Zephyr, which holds the Azir for so long. Second ultimate coming out of the Lux, but she's not targeting onto Katarina in time. Darius lives long enough to get one execution out, but this is a close one. Still damage coming out. Kai'Sa raining it down with that Noxus crest and almost knocking out Pappy Chill.
Very, very close. But eventually, because the fight was in itself quite close, he does stay alive on 4 HP. Now, on the flip side, you know, you have some extra cash. You are going to be hitting Jarvan. That is really, really nice. Finally, you hit a Nasus. Ideally, you want to see if you can hit the 2-star. There we go. Well, this is great.
He isn't quite going to have the goal to be able to secure the 2-star Talia to go alongside this, or that Swain they'll want, so potentially going to lock that shot for next time, but at least able to hit more of what they wanted. Unfortunately, they now find themselves up against this mighty Void 6 comp that's hit some 3-stars in the form of Rek'Sai, and by some, I mean one.
Oh, the Rek'Sai trying to get into the backside is not going to be happening this time around. Azir deals with it quite effortlessly. And over on the flip side, that Void comp, well, even though it was close to being sort of at the top of the lobby, it's definitely taking a big hit right now.
got to get to Void 8. It's that simple. If they're able to do that, I think things turn around once again. However, we saw really unfortunate positioning for the Kai'Sa, which can sometimes happen with that backline Malzahar and Vel'Koz positioning, which is that when they dash, they essentially lock themselves into a corner, and suddenly all of those carries were just getting pinned down, and Azir Sand soldiers ripped through them, keeping Pappy Chill alive. And nice and chill coming into yet another neutral round. Final set of components going to come through out of this one, and we've still got 7 players in the lobby. However, they are split by 81 HP.
And Jimray here as well, contesting for the strategist hybrid, similar like we see here for Papi Chill. It's not too ideal. And this is great, actually. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier in the segments between the games how sometimes when there's so many comps that are contested, you have to sort of try and find the gaps of comps that are still valid and tend to be good, but are not as contested and sometimes can come out as a surprise, which is this 6 Invoker composition. Now, they are rolling at 7, but they do hit the Soraka, which I feel in this comp is a lot more logical in comparison to the previous one we saw it in. Also, the Karma is online. Ideally, you want to hit the freestyle, which they're close to hitting, but not quite just yet. And now you're up against that Ogre. Actually, oh man, yeah, that's quite a rough affair. Another big hit, and down to just 8 HP he goes.
Second 3-star Soraka of the game that we've seen, and it suffers the same fate as the first. This time, however, not quite eliminated, but certainly on the brink. Not looking good right now for RNG, Uzi fan. And meanwhile, let's look towards the top side of the table. There is a near 40 HP gap forming. It is between Laskardax, who really, really needs this win to shore up some good results. And then, of course, just below him, we see Sacred Norris. We can see Defame, and they are the people really pushing to try and take that top spot. Gonna be hard work, though.
Yeah, so whereas on the flip side, we had the lack of the Nasus 2-star. Here we do see that on the table. But not quite the Azir just yet, so I'm wondering if it's going to be pulling enough damage out of the bag. The same goes for the Luck. Sure that Nasus can stay alive, but is it going to be enough? That's the question. The Kai'Sa is doing quite a big ton, and only right now they're going to try and kill the Rift Herald. It's going to be enough, actually, in this case. That's a very, very big win.
It's a big win. Meanwhile, we see this board with the Double Trouble team just coming up against a pretty well thought out thing from Catalyst. And now, as we get towards our final 6 players with the elimination of RNG Uzi fan, this is where things start to get very, very tense. And I'm just really need to see. Here it is, exactly almost on cue. There it is, Void 8. We have got the arrival of Baron Nashor.
This is what we needed, and we are going to be getting it. You know, if your Kai'Sa 2 online, the Bel'Veth is in. It's looking actually relatively solid. You are not going to be relying too much on your Yasuo here. It's going to be coming out of the Rex side, which I feel is fair. You know, you're getting everything right now out of your Void. The only question is that Baron just going to be doing enough? The Kai'Sa does heal up big time, and it needs to try and manage to stay alive. Takes not quite of a hit, but on the flip side, their opposing carry is dead. It's only that Urgot left, and even the Baron cannot be killed.
Not one iota. It wasn't even close to being dead by the end of that fight, and there was such a crucial body block there. The Akshan ultimate targeted directly onto a Kai'Sa that was around about 50% HP at the time, blocked perfectly by Rek'Sai's jumping into attack. So that worked out beautifully for I was about to say Fenrir, but for Sacred Norris to give them their in-game name for real. So here we go. What is our fifth carousel? I'm good with numbers, honestly. And as we can see, there is a win streak having formed recently for Pappy Chill. They've managed to stabilize brilliantly and keeping themselves going in this game. But my word, there are some strong lobbies now. We've got this 6 Noxus comp. It didn't hit, well, certainly hasn't hit yet the 3-star Darius or the 3-star Katarina, but having those big carries in the Azir and in the Kai'Sa is certainly going to be beneficial.
I mean, they're even on the way to a 3-star NAS. This is pretty insane. And look, you know, they are very, very stable to 70 HP. And with the additional Rogue emblem there as well, the Noxus on the Kaiser, it's a bit of an interesting hybrid coming about. Usually we don't really see like Shurima worked around Noxus, but I can definitely respect it. Now the only problem being right here with so many coming into your back lane, yeah, Zir's not going to be doing too much. The Kaiser gone, excuse me, the Katarina gone. Yeah, you know, it will take actually quite a relatively big hit. 20, that was like, no, 15 HP immediately gone. So quite a big one. But they're sitting on so much gold, so maybe right now, you know, you're starting to think, when is the right time to try and roll?
I feel like Kraggle's just playing a very patient game at the minute and really respect the way they've done that. And we'll see if it pays out to them in the long run. Meanwhile, Shork still hanging on. And if anything, despite the health, Jimray may be now more in danger of going out in 6 even than we see Pappy Chill being. And that would be bad news for Jimray because they're so close to that line of qualification that taking a 6 here dents their chances significantly. We can see now that turret's been put out in the front line. Feels like that Repair-O-Matic could have been picked up to just give a slightly tankier front line even, but not the option that's been gone for here by Pappy Chill. They need to win this game, and they've got to do it up against their closest competitor in terms of health. It's going to be Jimray, and Jimray's just having a real hard time. It's a 0 against the world, and the world is going to win.
That was very rough that both of them had to face one another, but now that means Pappy Chill's on a win streak, 6 in total. Definitely once, you know, hitting your Heimerdinger and stuff, it is a really good board trying to work into towards late game. Now, on this side, they're definitely trying to maybe swap things around here. Oh, the double trouble board is so spicy right now. The Gwens, you know, we were talking a bit earlier about how Gwens are a bit underrated, you know. Slayers is not necessarily, and also the Shadow Owls, it's not necessarily the comps that are like too heavily favored or like are, you know, deemed the strongest, but Gwen is still a really solid unit.
This is a really fun board, the way that it's been put together. Double Trouble offers lots of different opportunities. So often we see it with what Stuart was talking about, with strategists, especially Talia being focused in on alongside Swain, but here just going for something I'm not going to say entirely new, of course it's been, you know, there's potential it's been done before, but something that we don't see quite so often and running it so effectively. And for me, that's really, really fun to see. The question is, what happens when this board comes up against Pappy Chills? It could be in this very round, but it's not going to be. Instead, it's going up against the 8 Void, the double knockup going to catch onto Sejuani and Bristle and onto one of the 2 Gwens. Is the damage here to rinse through the front line? The Baron still very, very chunky, but look at the back line. Units starting to get on towards the Kaiser, who's pinned herself into the corner. Urgot trying to get on top of her, trying to do the damage, but having to focus on the Baron first. Baron gets removed. Kaiser so very low, eats an Akshan ultimate to the face, and Fenrir, aka Sacred Norris, is now on single-digit HP. Meanwhile, Catalyst, who led this lobby for a decent chunk of time, goes out in 5th.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate.
One away from Gwen 3.
1. Yeah, I mean, very tempted to roll right now, right? But then again, you have a little bit of HP, so you can afford a loss. So I feel like, you know, you're just gonna maybe try and see if you can build up as much econ as you can right now, and then trying to hit the Gwen free. But who knows? You're gonna be going up against the Noxus comp. Does have the Katarina free start, not necessarily the one here probably that will be carrying. That should be the Darius, but still, it is a very solid comp, especially once those units get in your backlane, but so does the Gwen, so does the Urgot. And right now it's targeting the Kaiser, no way to escape. And, well, even further hits. Look at how close this lobby is, but we do have to say goodbye to Sacred Norris. Goes out in 4th.
8 Void, not enough. Losing out there to Shork's killer comp. And now the 3-star Darius has been hit. Now that carry you talked about with the Rogue emblem, the Deathblade on there as well, can suddenly start to execute all in front. And just to add misery to the rest of the lobby, 3-star Kaiser Noxus in the house.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is just... kind of want to say it's done. This is so powerful. 3-star Darius, 3-star Katarina, you know, that sort of used to be the staple of the Noxus comp. But when you have a 3-star Kaiser alongside of it, even a 2-star Azir, surely nothing should be able to stop this, right? Because you both have champions that are doing so well long range as well as close range, that get into your back lane, that stall those units. So it's looking almost like the ultimate comp, but right now Papa Chill also out, took a very, very large hit with that one. It's only Defame sitting on 4 HP. Ooh, Craggle, we have Last Cardex here, immediately going for the Rabadons.
You know what? I agree with everything you just said, Fearless, but don't call me Shirley. We're still just that one Gwen away. I think that we would have seen Defame here, desperately hoping there would have been a Gwen on that last carousel. It's not happening. It's being denied from them, and this is where it feels real bad, because the 3-star forecast is there on the other board. The one thing that maybe could have given you a reprieve has been denied of you here on this board. It's not going to happen, and because of that, I think this could be the end of the road. One last stand coming in now from Defame as they attempt to deprive a Last Cardax, but Last Cardax is not to be deprived. Runs through half the health of one of the Gwens with one guillotine to the face, and there goes another onto the action. There goes another onto the Urgot, and death by cutscene it shall be. Yasuo comes in, and the win belongs to Cardax.
That was so great. Just to see, once again, sort of comms that we don't necessarily always see in this form. You know, we both had sort of this Noxus Shurima kind of... It was an interesting hybrid, one that we don't necessarily get to see that often. Usually people just go for sort of Noxus Shadow Isles kind of comp, but it's cool to see that people do change it up, and it works.
It worked brilliantly. What will that mean for the standings? We saw there our top-ranked player, someone who was all but assured a place in the top 5, getting just a solitary point. And with that, maybe their dreams come crashing down around them. After a break, we're going to check in on those standings. And with one game left, see who is in pole position to secure that position in the Golden Spatula Cup. Remember, only 5 of these 16 players can make it. Apart from the obvious insanity of what we saw with 3-star Kaiser at the end, what was your big takeaway from that game, Fearless?
Double Trouble is actually very, very viable. It's an augment that we don't necessarily get to see that often, but you know, once you sort of go for those ways that are not necessarily that contested, and I feel like, you know, picking into Gwen was like the perfect option. It's a unit that is still very, very solid regarding forecast, but just not that many people go for it. So it's a relatively easy way to try and grab those. Sure, you're going up against the Kaiser 3-star, and yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it definitely requires a lot of flexibility out of these players, but just cool to see that is what is prevailing here today.
We had Double Trouble. We'll return to a terrific trio after this break as Stuart rejoins us for our final game of this qualifier. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. One game more. That is all we have in today's broadcast, and it's all that these 16 players have to find out who will be our 5 qualifiers to the Golden Spatula Club from the rest of EMEA. I am Stanley Greyheart Barker. In a minute, we will look at my standings, and right now, I've got to be super happy to be joined by Velas, and even super happier to have briefly broken Stuart.
I saw that pun as well in the chat. I was like, oh no. So you've gone for that, and you've also gone for you're full of puns today, Greyheart. I love it. Absolutely love
today.
it.
It's just today. That's not my normal thing at all. No, Counterfeit said I could have that one, and when the great says you can borrow one of his own, you got to go use it. And speaking of borrowing great things, Game 1 gave us a Noxus 3-star Darius win. Game 5 delivered the same. How much did you enjoy seeing that, Velas?
A lot, honestly. Yeah, because like it was not a complete copy of what we saw in Game 1. Right now we had a 3-star Kaiser, we had a Nazir next to it. Definitely things that are not as sort of, completely, by the book as we saw in that very, very first game. So maybe a bit more of a template, and then, little bit of mechanic at work, trying to sort of, build your own version off of it, which I think is really fun to see, putting your own twist, your own stamp on a composition, and, also just working with what you get, because if you get a certain spatula, if you get a certain unit, you sort of, just try to make the best out of it, and in this case, it worked out really, really well.
Stuart, we didn't have the pleasure of your company and your expert analysis on that game, much as you won't have the pleasure of my overly large number of incredible puns to have in this next game. I can see you're devastated. But what were your takes on that last game that we saw?
It was definitely an interesting one. There's a lot of variety in that one. We obviously saw the Riftwalker Kassadin, which didn't have the best of performances. I think some of the players, it's a weird tape because Penka is one of the players that was sitting in first, had a really, really comfortable position. So all you have to do is just play for a top 4 finish. You don't have to go crazy and go for this Riftwalk Kassadin, which, yes, it can work and it has worked previously and probably, ladder form and everything. And competitive is a lot more difficult to pull off. Go for something simple. Go for a simple top 4 finish. He went for Riftwalker Kassadin. He went all the way down to 8th place, and we'll see in a second with the standings that it means that it's now very, very close in the top 5, and he might not even make it this time.
Just quickly before we go to those standings, in a world where this Poro that is entirely normal is, let's say, Counterfeit saying that Riftwalk Kassadin isn't bait, and for no apparent reason this Poro, which is a King Poro, is me. Which one was right in that last game? That's right, it was me, the King Poro. So let's have a little look at the standings coming into our final game. Up at the top, things have changed dramatically. Penka no longer on top of the leaderboard. That is Fantasy. They were ranked 17th coming into today. They were not even going to play were it not for the withdrawal of a different player. But now they are so very close to qualifying for the Golden Spatula Cup. Just below them, Catalyst, TFT, 1 point lower. 1 point lower than that, Penka still in the top 3. Below them, Tamino and Genitotori. But look how many players are on 26, 25, 24, and 23 points. Still 4 players looking to sneak in and take away one of those places from our current top 5.
It's actually crazy because both Penka and Catalyst both got an 8th place in a previous lobby, so that's absolutely insane. They both only got 1 point from the previous lobby, so that means that there's a case now that some of these other players just below them can kind of creep back up, to be honest with you. But like you said, there's such a close standings at the moment. I think everyone from Mozo and above, the person in 9th place and above, can all make it into the top 5. I think Sacred Norris and below, I think it's just a little bit too far away.
Any thoughts on that, Fearless?
Yeah, it's a little bit sad to see Fabulotus going out in 6th in that previous game after 2 very solid wins. So that means this very last game, it is all going to be coming down to this very one. It's going to be exciting to see, though, because so much can still change. I do also like to say that my Dark Horse now made it back into the top 5. I hope he stays there. But yeah, anything is still up for grabs.
I like that your Dark Horse made it into the top 5 while your main predictor for the whole winning thing dropped out of it. We weren't going to draw any attention to that, were we, Fearless? No.
No, they switched because it was actually Genitosa in 7 and Fabulosus, I feel, like 5 or 4, and now they're like They switched the rules, but like anything could still change because like they might as well just change again.
Anything could still happen. As I said, I'm not going to be joining you for this next cast, and I will be leaving it in your more than capable hands, or in this case, voices. But I will say that one of the things that I'm hoping for is maybe one of the slightly more risky portals, something that is a little bit more favored towards high risk, high reward, because I feel like it could throw up some even more interesting compositions. If we just get another game, I'm not saying it's an issue, but if we get another game where it's 6 Ionia Challenger players, of course that'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that, who plays it best, potentially who gets the luckiest or best timed with the rerolls. But a part of me just wants to see that variety, wants to have some of the interesting things we've had coming through. The one player I feel I can rely on to do that is Penka, because for better or worse, they have played something different every time, and it's that level of entertainment that made them my pick for this tournament. They're still in with a shot. And so, Stuart and Vilas, as you come into this game, bear that one in mind for me. So Vilas, just as we are waiting for that lobby just to finalise getting made, and I think we have an opportunity to have a little look at the 8 players we're going to be following here.
Yeah, no, I'm very much excited for this last lobby. We have some very, very big names. My dark horse, Genadota is there, Penka, which is of course one of your favorites, which definitely we haven't been naming already. But even Defame, Catalyst is a player that we expect a lot from as well, which unfortunately dropped the ball a little bit in the previous game. So once again, the pressure will be coming down to this very one. It's all very, very close and very contested, so anything can happen. That's the great part. That's the beauty of this game, and I can't wait for this final lobby to start.
I'd love to see a side-by-side comparison of Mojo's selfie and the actual Duckbill legend, because it's shocking how similar they are. Who's really got your attention in this lobby as we look towards these 8 players, Stuart?
I got to be looking at Catalyst for sure. Sitting up in second at the moment, and was my pick as well. Just saying for the my pick for the winner. Yeah, just saying. Might have overtaken Penka as well. So just saying, I'm currently sitting first with the predictions. So I can say that for one round.
How's Jam doing?
Yeah, one round and one round only. One round and one round only. That's all I can get it for. But yeah, there's a lot of big players in this lobby, and a lot of players that are really, really close together as well. Dota is up there, Penka is up there, Defame is up there as well, just 1 point out of the top 5. So there's a lot of players in this lobby that we have to keep our eyes out for as the lobby goes on to see who's really going to secure that top 5 finish.
Well, one thing for me is for certain, and that is on my first opportunity to be broadcasting TFT on Rest-of-EMEA, just what strength and depth we have with these players. Because even though these are players who aren't necessarily able to compete in almost like a region of their own, this is sort of this whole big bracket, this rest of area for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It's amazing the quality and the caliber of these players, and regardless of their performance here, as we push towards Golden Spatula Cups and even higher tier tournaments, I'm looking forward to seeing how they start to represent this region. It does appear like we are in a position where we're able to get in towards the game very, very soon. As and when that happens, of course, we'll be throwing to you 2 wonderful folk. But yeah, I'm honestly, at this point, I'm just so excited to see this last game that I'm not going to delay it any longer. I will bid you a fair adieu until the end of the game, leaving you in the fantastically capable hands of Stuart and Vilas. Let's hit the final game.
All right, here we go. The 6th and final game. And the portal is going to be University, Fearless. We're going to be getting a prismatic augment in our first augment choice, which is going to make things very, very spicy going into the 6th and final game.
Oh, hell yeah. I am very, very excited. This certainly is going to be changing things up, spicing things up for this very final lobby of the day.
Got a few different things here. We got an Earth happening for Kraggle here, who is Cardax. We got a few Ezreals. We also got a Poro as well, which I believe was by Duckbill, who is Mojo. So there are a lot of players who are going for a little bit something different, but still Still seeing a lot of Ezreals, but I'm curious with these Ezreals, are we going to be seeing the buried treasures prismatics, or are we going to be seeing the potential of maybe, you know, if they hit a spatula with the prismatic, if they hit cruel packs potentially. There's so many options with prismatic and so many high spikes and high limits that you can reach with prismatics that sometimes buried treasures is not normally the best option.
Yeah, I bet, you know, a lot of people will be re-rolling depending on what they get and sort of scouting, like, you know, what are other people picking, and sometimes there can even be a very valuable crest, you know, or a crown, excuse me, Void Crown, Noxus Crown, even Shadow Owls can be very, very good, but, hedge fund, so that is immediately, you know, your interest gonna be going through the roof, but that also requires you to build up your interest to 10. So that requires a long time, but you know, it's gonna be maybe worth it. You know, having that econ can be a very big advantage. Gonna be re-rolling though transfusion instead.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
It wasn't really the best options for the first round, to be honest. Hedge fund's not really that great. You can't really go for much of progress because it got quite a big heavy nerf.
Oh.
Zorn Crown, that's an interesting one. Something that I definitely was not expecting coming out of this one. Double Trouble. I mean, this is what Prismatic offers. Prismatic offers so many different varieties with these players, and Double Trouble is an interesting one. Already has the set 2-star as well for Squink, who is AMA obsessed, so maybe going for potential of the Ionia set and also the Talia to get all the multiple knockups. It's going to be a big round for some of these players. Golden Ticket on the other side as well for Feather Knights, who is around this.
I'm very curious to see what the Double Trouble is definitely going to be bringing us for this game. Now, over on the flip side, yeah, this board is just, not as strong as you have a 2-star set. You have the Warwick already, the Gunners, and actually, going back to the Zorn Crown, I was actually just looking up stats of Prismatic Walkmans and, you know, who's have the highest average placement. And actually, if I look at those above Grandmaster, currently it is actually Zorn Crown that is sitting at the top. And I'm like, huh? How? I did hear, though, that, I feel was it Robotic Arm? The Chemtech, which was very, very broken, I heard, so maybe that is as to why. It still can be really good if you have the right mods for the right champions, then it definitely can be very strong, but it's sort of situational, and to hit the Zorn Crown already early on and have that sense of direction, you can't quite let it go anymore.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a little bit difficult because, as you mentioned, you know, with them Zorn mods, if you don't get a good Zorn mod, or if you don't get 2 good Zorn mods, then you can't really hit anything. I think the real purpose of getting that Zorn crown is definitely to try and look towards that 6 Zorn, which will give all the Zorn mobs that overcharge, that big massive overcharge, which will give them a whole bunch of extra stats. So you do have like the base stat for Zorn mods, but the extra Zorn mods afterwards will be so much bigger. Interesting enough here, looks like this is potential of a Tristana reroll here for Catalyst in his 6th and final game. Currently a player who's sitting 2nd in the standings right now, sitting at 29 points. He currently has a little bit of a gap, a 3-point gap between himself and the person in 6th place. Tristana reroll could definitely be a very interesting option here. With a lot of gold that you're getting from buried treasures, could be pretty good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, something that I think is very fun is that actually only half of our lobby at the moment is playing Ezreal. Maybe today has inspired some of the other players to try and opt to go for a bit of a different option, because right now we have 1 player go for Earth and there's actually 3 going for Poro.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So 4 and 4, a bit of a split. I mean, it does mean that we're going to be getting some spicy augments, I think, throughout the game, and that's why there's so much variety in these augments, because obviously Poro, you might not get a chance of getting buried treasures. Obviously Poro gets a chance of every single augment in the game, which allows you to pick whatever you want. That's why we're seeing Noxus Crown, Double Trouble, Toma traits as well, already getting a Void emblem for one of our players. So there's going to be a lot of variety in this last game, and this means everything to every single one of these players to try and make it into that top 5.
Two people pretty much have a comp sort of locked in, you know, with the crowns that are being picked into. Then you have Ramis, though, who does have golden tickets, so that could offer you a very much, you know, a way into a potential reroll comp, or even just later, if you're going to be stable enough and sort of, you know, resist the temptation to roll a lot early. Who knows? Maybe the 3-star forecast could be right around the corner.
Potentially. The Double Trouble board slowly starting to come online. You can see the Swain, you can see the Talia as well. It's exactly the sort of board that you want to go for. It's a very risky board to go for, because if you don't hit the right units, then unfortunately you're not going to hit really anything at all. Yeah, I don't think, you know, it's really unfortunate that this is actually a Zeri. Imagine if this was another forecast in the shop, like a Lux, an Azir, a Kai'Sa, a Yasuo, a Nasus. You know, any one of them would have been so much better. Unfortunately, it's just a Zeri, so it's not going to be one that you're going to be picking up just yet. But that is something you're definitely picking up. Ooh. A 2-star Vel'Koz already. That's absolutely huge. And the great thing about the win streak early on at the moment for Duckbill, who is Mojo, is that you have transfusion there, so you have a backup just in case you do lose a little bit of rounds later on. Another player that's not really losing a lot of rounds is a Noxus Crown, one of the best prismatics at the moment. Noxus Crown, we've already seen its success already today. Veerless, Noxus Crown, this is your dark horse as well, Jenna Dota. So in a really good spot.
Yeah, this is looking quite solid here early on. You have great items on your Darius here already. Sure, Noxus is at the moment on Sejuani, which, you know, Bruiser definitely can be fitted in within the comp, but I feel it's probably just more so temporarily. And already hitting a Sejuani on level 5, why not slap it right in there?
Yeah, you might as well play it if you get given it. It's like, why not? At the end of the day, I think, like you said, you know, Noxus Crown later on, probably going to be used on like a Juggernaut unit or something like that to try and get as much tankiness over to this Darius as possible. Early on is not that bad. Now we're going to be seeing a bit of a roll down here from Catalyst. This is such an important play, and there's even a Piltover happening on another board as well. First Zord mod is going to be the Hex Tech Exoskeleton, which will give you your unit a little bit of extra armor mattresses, so not the best option. The second one comes through, the second Toma traits here for our Earth player, which is Kraggle, who's going to be Cardax. Not really one that you're looking for, unfortunately. Was probably looking for that second Void emblem. Unfortunately, just hitting them Invoker.
Yeah, and this Shurima, you know, I see a static, a Rage Blade, smells a lot like Azir to me. Oh, okay, well, actually, no, that was the wrong board. I thought double Darius, but no, instead you have so much gold, level 4. This is where you want to be hitting your units. Sure, you get some, but... Where are your Tristan?
Where are the
okay,
units?
okay, well there, yeah. Alright, there we go. There's definitely some now coming through. There's a potential T-Star Jinx, which...
No.
You don't want to be hitting that. You need to
keep
either...
rolling.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough rolling there for Catalyst. I mean, you're only hitting...
Oh, they're going for it.
Okay, you're still going for it. I think you just sell the Jinx for now, because your next level anyway is always going to be that Yordle to try and get the 4-star Tristana. Not too sure why he's keeping the Jinxes on the bench, maybe looking for a Gunner instead to try and hit a bit of an earlier spike, realizing that you only have 4 Tristanas is not really the best option right now. You have to start winning rounds, and winning rounds very soon, because this Double Trouble Talia is getting even stronger.
Yeah, over on the flip side, you know, you're also losing quite a chunk of HP, and right now you're still not hitting. Maybe not the best decision, but also maybe perhaps waiting for a good augment. You do have a tiny grab bag. Rerolls, you know, they're not the best, and well, it will indeed be the grab bag. A bit of cash. You're gonna be 50 gold. You know, I think like right now, you just need to try and hit the stuff.
And the problem is that now you're going to be level 5, so you actually have less of a chance now of hitting these 1 costs. There is a 3-star Maokai, That's 1 out of 3. Looking now to try and get 1 more Poppy, 2 more Tristanas. That's all we need now for Catalyst. Hitting this 3-star Tristana and 3-star Poppy is so important, but it will not be this round. But is this Maokai going to be tanky enough? And I think it will be to win this round, because look at the other board. It's not looking too strong.
Now, you have a lesser champion duplicator here as well, sitting on the bench. So,
Actually, I didn't see that. Good spot.
Yeah, no, I mean, you could go for the Poppy, but ultimately you want to hit, of course, your carry. So, probably waiting for that one Tristana to try and slam it. Now, yeah, this is still doing fine. You know, you're going to be having 10 gold, a little bit of extra interest, and then hope you can hit it the next.
I think you have to roll to. I think, like you said, you know, you want to try and roll and hit the Poppy, and then try and use that lesser champion duplicate on the Tristana instead. Another player that rolled down quite a lot and actually leveled up quite a bit was the this Darius player who's currently Scuttle, who is Genadota in a really strong spot with Tiny Titan. Social distancing for this Vel'Koz 2-star is going to be very strong. There's 2 players at the moment who are currently streaking. One of them is Mojo. The interesting story about Mojo is he's currently sitting on 23 points. He's only 4 points off of the top 5. So if he can get top 1 in this game, he can definitely be within a shot of getting there. And the other person is Genadota, who's currently sitting just on the brink of 5th place, 1 point out of contention. So both these top 2 players at the moment still within contention of getting that top 5, and they have perfect starts.
We've actually seen the Void and the Invoker spat before. Now I have to dig very deep in order to find
I think it was a couple of games. Yeah, I'm not too sure who it was, but I think it was
very
like
much at the beginning, I believe. Yeah, and I can't tell if that did too well or if it was just due to, you know, Kaisers and stuff being super contested, like almost in every single game.
I think the only round we saw Void doing okay was the last round. Obviously Baron got hit, but I think every single other time, sorry, that we've seen Void, we haven't gotten to that Baron Nashor point, which is kind of what you want to hit with Void. Is like if you can hit that Baron, and happy days, you're pretty much not always guaranteed a top 4, but you're pretty much guaranteed in and amongst that top 4 finish, which for most of these players are going to be what it is. Look at that big, massive river sprite. It's so big. 130 HP. It's a huge river sprite. Holy.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Alright. So we have that Piltover action going on here alongside the Zorn. So yeah, ultimately, if you have a Zorn Crest, try to go for Sig Zorn is probably the way to go. Right now, just trying to stabilize, I think. But you could even technically go for a bit of a hybrid. I still see some Shadow Isles in there to, I guess, help and wait till you hit your Zeri.
Couldn't quite see what the second... Oh, it's always the Shimmer one. That's not too bad. The Shimmer Injector's not too bad to get a little bit of attack speed. As you mentioned, you know, the Robotic Arm one that got recently buffed to give you 60% chance now of getting that extra attack. And also the other one, which allows you to spread your attacks and deal extra damage. They're kind of really the 2 best ones at the moment. So not hitting any of them 2 is not really that great for you, to be honest with you. And it was kind of what I was mentioning before with Zorn is like, yes, it could be really good to get that super big injection of extra power with the overcharge of all the Zorn mods. But if you don't get a good Zorn mod, then it can't be the best. Speaking of not being the best, Scuttle does get the lost win streak completely taken down, finally.
Over here, sitting on a big chunk of gold. And now you have an option to perhaps roll, but full Sorcerer's Free Void, not too sure which way you want to go in towards. Probably into the multicaster. Wouldn't be surprised if that were to be the route. But yeah, it is fascinating. They're sort of just chilling, sitting. I mean, you know, they're on a win streak of 9, so currently still on 100 HP, so there's not that much to worry about at all.
Do you know what the crazy thing about this board is? That Mojo basically is down a Prismatic because this transfusion is getting 0 value. You lost 0 HP, so your units are actually getting 0 extra AP. So all this power at the moment is just coming from the units. That 2-star Vel'Koz is doing so much to the backline. Saying that though, it does look like this round is unfortunately going to be lost and the win streak is going to be taken down. But to be honest, like I said, losing rounds is not the worst. You already have over 50 gold. You have so much econ. There's a Kaiser as well. Maybe you can look towards 6 voids. It's going to be a really, really tough spot to be in, but you know, like it's crazy. You're down a prismatic basically because you don't have any, you know, transfusion stacks. You don't have any lost health, and you're still second in the ranking, you know, in the leaderboard at the moment in the rankings. Crazy.
Yeah. Now I do wonder what Scuttle's board is currently looking like. Now over here, Shurima, you kind of want to hit Shurima 5 ideally. Not quite going to be the case, but at least there's your Teemo. Oh.
Yeah, this is kind of when the roll down happens at level 7, but there's not a lot of goals to be played with here for Defame. Defame, a player who's currently sitting in 6th place, 1 point away from the top 5 standings, but at the moment his board is not looking too hot, unfortunately. You have the 3 Shurima in, but you don't have the Deadeye at the moment for the Akshan. You have a couple of you have the unified resistance, which gives you the extra resistances to your front line and your back line carries, but to be honest, I'm not too sure if this Akshan is going to do enough without the Deadeye.
Oh, I mean, it's trying, might be
Okay.
good enough. Alright, okay, it is doing enough. So, stays right there in the middle of the pack. And now it's time for even more augments. You can gain a Time of Transcendent component and Shurima emblem. You know, don't have to sort of gamble with a tome. Maybe re-rolling the rest first. You have my sword can always be good, but no, instead Shurima emblem it will be.
Yeah, really just trying to look for an Azir now, to be fair, to try and get the 5 Shurima online, which did get a pretty nice buff in the most recent patch. Combat starter for quite a few players in this, and actually a roll down all the way to 0 here. 2 away from Valkos, 2 away from Sona there. A Zorn crest on top of the Zorn crown as well.
Oh my.
Zorn? I wonder what the final Zorn mod was. Oh, it was Virtulant Bioware, but normally you want the Bioware on the Zeri, so
yeah,
it's a bit of a mix-up at the moment, but they all have the overcharge, so I'm very, very curious to see how this 6 Zorn is going to do, because this is a comp we have not seen at all today.
no, I mean, we have seen a bit of some Piltover action, you name it, but this is certainly a very, very interesting one. Can, once again, be a bit hit or miss. And right now we have to wait and see how this will do late game. Of course, Zeri still being 1 star, but right now it's doing fine. We just have to wait and see. You know, once other people get to level 7, even get to level 8, what's that then? You know, if it's gonna be holding up, yes or no.
There's quite a few people hitting, staying at level 6 this game. I'm realizing, Villash. You know, a lot of people just going for them 2 and 3 cost re-rolls. We've got the double up player, or double trouble, sorry. Player. You've also got the Vel'Koz player with multicaster. You also have Catalyst here, who has hit that 4-star Tristana. So there's a lot of players that are not hitting that level 7 spike. We're seeing a lot more variety. We just see the 3-star Talia being hit there by our bottom place player Feather Knight, who is roll miss, and that 3-star Talia with that double trouble board is going to be big. But this is a board that I'm very, very interested in. The 6 Zorn against the 4-star Tristana.
Yeah, we have seen a win already of the Yordles coming into play. Ooh, it's definitely struggling a little bit with that front line, but it might come and prevail. The Jinx doing definitely a good job of stalling, and therefore Tristana can just come and go pew, pew, pew.
Pew, 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 indeed. And Tristana is just such a strong unit. If you can get, you can already tell, you know, if you can get the 4-star Tristana early on, it's so strong. Just roll down, save up econ in the early game. If you can hit it, then it's still a really good comp to play. You're not going to hit the power spike as early as before with, in terms of, you know, playing on a roll with Lee Sin. The player's showing that, you know, if you can play, you know, you can still play Tristana even just with normal augments.
Who picked up that spatula? It is Kragle, I believe. That is Last Cardax. Can't remember what he was playing. See a Rek'Sai being pulled out of the bag there. Now, over here you hope to maybe hit a Zeri or something else,
Oh.
but it's just not coming. Oh, at least the Urgot.
Not really what you want though, because you have no items on this Urgot, and you don't even have the Zon mod on the Urgot either, so it's not really the best situation to be in. You're coming up against this Void player. He only has Rift Herald, doesn't have an 8 Void just yet, but is level 8 and does have 20 gold and still a lot of health to play with.
Staying alive definitely for a very, very long time. Even the Rex there all the way at the front. That is pretty damn solid. And right now, Craggle taking another big hit. Actually, still, it's sort of a similar affair where they're sort of the middle of the board is all super close to one another. You know, we have I need to just double check. Mojo sitting on 66. We have Lost Cardex on 51. And the gaps are definitely not too far away from one another.
Yeah, for sure. There is definitely not a lot of I mean, there's not a single player that's been knocked out yet. We could go into stage 5, Veerless. Not a single player being knocked out in this 6th and final lobby. We're going to be seeing 2 of our stronger players, though, coming up against each other. The 6th Noxus fully stacked as well. Thanks to our observer for confirming that. The Noxus is fully stacked. Everyone has been conquered right now. The Noxus Spat is only on a Soraka. It's not normally the best unit that you want to put it on. I think with how healthy you are, you're in a fine spot to just, you know, keep on saving up gold.
Oh
and
my.
look at this Darius dunk and dunk and dunk.
Yeah, that's disgusting. And you know, we're still waiting for it to 3-star as well. Imagine when it's 3-star. That is just, I mean, we've seen victory twice already, and it could potentially be half of our games that we have here today.
One of our players did get knocked out though, unfortunately, which is Ramis, who was already pretty much guaranteed to be not in the top 5 in this game, but still a pretty good performance, nonetheless, being in the top 16 of the Rest-of-EMEA region. This Talia double trouble board, a bit interesting because you have a Warwick in here as well. Not really too sure what the Warwick's giving you. It's giving you Juggernaut. You normally see this paired with like a Swain or something as well. Yeah, there goes the Swain for Strategists. Normally you're trying to hit like a Swain 3 or even try and hit this Talia 3, which you're 2 Talias away. You're 1 Talia away. You can hit this Talia 3-star. It's going to be a big spike, and there it is, Talia 3-star. And because you have double trouble, you get another free 2-star Talia, and this board is starting to look really strong.
Here we go. Can this hold up against some of the other comps? We're going up against the Yordles, which is similarly, you know, a comp that relies a lot on the 1-2 cost sort of territory. The front line going head to head here, though. The 3-star Talia up against the Tristana. Can it hang on? It's getting right in the back lane. It's only just the Tristana left. And actually, the Strategist multicasters, they come up top.
There we go. That's what I was talking about. This double trouble board can be pretty good. I was calling it a few games ago, saying that, you know, it's something that we could definitely see come into fray. And something as well, 3-star action on this board again. But you have 3-star action. You don't have a Deadeye unit. I would love to see a Deadeye unit into this board. Maybe pick up the Urgot and put the Urgot in for something. Because this Deadeye with action could be so huge at trying to one-shot them back line carries. And oh, this is going to be a crazy matchup. Double trouble Talia versus 3-star action.
Woohoo! We definitely have a nice chunk of new comps, new variations coming into the mix. And just look, oh man, it just deleted the Talia completely. That is definitely quite rough, but on the same time, you know, those getting into the back lane, they will deal with the Akshan. It's only, well, there's nothing left, and they take a very big hit.
Yeah, you can see our other player actually, surprisingly, Penka is actually gone out in 7th place, Fearless. Penka, a player that was sitting at the top for most of today, has gone 8th in the last game and now 7th, and that
Oh.
could honestly be the difference now of maybe someone else catching up and someone else maybe making it into that top 5, because now Penka is only sitting at 30 points.
Yeah, that is a very tough pill to swallow. To wait and see if goals at the standings, if it maybe is good enough, because, you know, actually, in regards to his previous 8th place, he only, you know, was, I think, like 1 or 2 points behind the current number 1, so he stayed close, but this last game, not too sure if you can afford a loss like that again. Now here, alright, those at the bottom, they do prevail, staying on 18 and 11 HP. Time for another carousel right now. And what are the items that you want? I see that I'm Obsessed is scouting about, checking back in his board. And oh no, oh well, the Zix is gone. Rubber Dance it will be.
Abaddon's it will be. Looking at the placements at the moment, currently bottom is Pixie who is Defame, another player who is just outside of the top 5 at the moment. So that, like, there's so many of these players that are sitting so close within them standings. Craggle as well is obviously Last Kardak, who is going to be unfortunately out. So pretty much everyone except for 2 we have to really look at the moment. The main people we have to look at is obviously Scuttle, who is Jenna Jota, Duckbill, who is Mojo, who still has a slim chance to make it, but very unlikely. Craggle and Abyssa don't really have too much of a chance, and then Squink and Pixie Manta we'll have to have a look at as well to see if they can still survive.
Oh, do you see it? It's strong, but is it going to be strong enough? Absolutely not. The Tristana just deleting in...
Oh, the Talia knockups!
Oh,
no! The 3-star action's not enough, unfortunately, and that's going to be another one of our players, Defame, who was on the brink of getting top 5, taking a bottom 4 finish. So these players that we were expecting to be in this top 4 going into this final game, unfortunately, is not going to be enough. And this is going to make the standings so close.
it's gonna definitely be shaking things up, and I'm honestly not too sure what's gonna be happening, because right now, you know, this is an opportunity for some of the other players who potentially were not quite in contesting range. If they're gonna be doing well enough, then who knows when they're gonna be coming up.
Great, how are you doing? All right.
Doing very well, thank you. I mean, what amazing game we've been having. Shame we've got a couple of little tech issues there, but things are obviously very much in the balance of the standings.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy, to be fair, because we have some of these players like, you know, Defame going out, Penka going out as well so early on, and that means the moment that we're going to be getting a situation where, you know, as Villa said, you know, some of the other players who are lower in the standings can maybe look to try and make that miraculous recovery and get into that top 5, and also maybe look to try and see how the other lobby is doing as well, because I think the other lobby, obviously we'll have to keep a close eye out on that one and see how that one finishes off.
Yeah, we'll definitely check in on it. Villas, do you have any strong feelings in terms of where this particular lobby is going? And I mean, we've seen a lot of amazing power spikes coming through in just those last couple of rounds. Which comp do you think is best set up for the win here?
Well, I kind of have a feeling that maybe the Tristana reroll can do it again. We've already seen that comp win earlier today, and I think it's just because it's so different in regards to what everyone else is doing. Now, we do see more sort of low-cost rerolls coming about. You know, we have the multicasters, you know, with the Talia and everything. So it is interesting to see that people change it up, and that these, you know, these people hit their power spikes relatively early, and therefore they can win streak. They're going to be making it very difficult for those other people, and maybe for those who maybe want to prefer to roll on level 8 or roll on 7, maybe not hitting the units that they want, and they're sort of forcing on the rest of the lobby to be in troubled water.
Stuart, a little hole ripped in my grey heart when I saw Penka dropping out in 7th place. And was it sort of? I mean, usually 6th zone is such a, I wouldn't say a win condition, but such a strong point. Was it just purely not getting the right zone upgrades on the right champions that really hurt their chances?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one. Again, another way of like just going for something that you know might not be the best option. Again, I think it's the same as what I was saying with the previous game. It's like Penka only really needs a top 4 again, but again, he's going for augments and a strategy that maybe might not be the best in terms of trying to get that guaranteed top 4 finish. Yeah, I think it's just not hitting the right units. Didn't hit the Zeri 2, I think, in the end. Didn't hit the right Zorn augments as Zorn modifiers as well, which means that you don't really have the best options. Yes, you have the overcharge, but you have Zorn Crest and Zorn Crown as well, so you're kind of 2 augments down in a way. It's like you don't have any combat augments to contest against these other combat augments that a lot of other players are picking off, which means it just makes it very, very difficult.
And at the end of the day, when you're playing these slightly more high risk comps, like what we saw with the Riftwalking Kassadin in the last game, there is always the danger of this happening. Is this maybe sort of a learning lesson for someone who in early games showed how their flexibility could pay off in a big way, but in later games their flexibility came back to bite them in the backside, VLS?
Yes, I do feel like you can be flexible without sort of forcing yourself to go into like a very difficult route or a very high stake, high reward route. Those can be very good, but right now in this late game, when you were in such a relatively comfortable position in the top 5, you kind of just want to play for a top 4, not necessarily for the win. So I feel maybe taking such a big risk was maybe, overstepping or maybe a bit overconfident coming out of him, which definitely can be a learning lesson. Everyone is also here to gain more experience. Not everyone has as much experience as some as the players which we were, mentioning earlier. Take a Catalyst, for example. So who knows? I do hope that he learns and that he does come back. If we don't know the standings yet, but if he does drop out of the top 5, because like overall, I've really really enjoyed his play.
It's been really enjoyable. Sorry, to still exactly what I was saying there to see. And coming into this, I chose them based a little bit on prior results and what I thought I could see coming in today as being one of my top picks. If they do end up falling slightly short, I hope this isn't the end of the line. I hope we see them in more of the qualifiers and then going on towards Golden Spatula Cups and even greater things. Greater things already looking quite promising for some of the other players we've talked about who are getting closer and closer to securing those spots. Of course, if we're able to get back into the game and as we look at the standings later, we'll know the top 5 players. As they push forward towards that Golden Spatula Cup, Stuart, you have obviously a lot of experience with that. Can you give us a little bit of an idea of what's going to be waiting for them then, and then sort of competition they'll have to deal with?
No, of course. I mean, Gold Spatula Cup is going to be a really big competition overall. It's combined of all the best TFT players, not only from ROEMEA, but also all the other TRCs like Northern Legends, Spain, Germany, etc., and also from the top ladder players. So it's just going to be all them players coming together. Basically in this big massive 3-day tournament, and then from the Golden Spatula Cups 1, 2 and 3 that will be happening throughout the rest of the year, then you have a chance to maybe go on to the finals and then potentially onto the World Championship as well. So there's a lot at stake for these players to try and get into the Gold Spatula Cup, because every single Golden Spatula Cup you play in, you could potentially get points, and then points from the Gold Spatula Cup can give you an access into that into the EMEA finals, and then from there you can try and get into the World Championship. So there's a lot at stakes and there's a lot of steps into it.
All right. Well, certainly you out there, you might be wondering how can you get involved with all of what's going on that you see in front of you here. Well, the best thing you can do is head over to our website. I mean, to obviously follow our sort of Twitters like at TFT Esports EMEA for what's going on in this region, and also get yourselves over to roemea.challenge.com where you can have a little look at all of the upcoming tournaments. We are going to be able, I believe, to get back into game, hopefully, so I'll be leaving you both once more to bring us to the end of what should be a thrilling conclusion to our 6th and final game of today's play. But just final thoughts in terms of things going forward. You know what? Nuts to the final thoughts. Let's get into the game. I'll leave you two to it. It's going to be a good one.
All right, back into the action we shall go. Oh, well, while we were at it, we hit 8 void.
We hit a void, but on the other side, we still have the double trouble board doing well. This could actually just be the final round in general. This is Cardax versus AMA Obsessed. Probably both of these players are most likely out of contention, but I'm really curious to see how this double trouble Talia board does come up. It's a board that some of these players have tried to pull off, but none of them have been able to do it. But I think this one time is only the Baron buff left alive. I think the Talia's going to do it. It is. And it doesn't knock him out, though. I think that's going to be another round. It could have been the last round, but we're going to see one more.
One more. And definitely, I mean, this is your last item. You will get what you want. Oh, a bit doubtful what you want to pick. Oh, all right. That's an interesting item, to be honest. On the flip side, we have Warmock's armor. So perhaps a bit more frontline. Slam it on the sign if you want. But yeah, positioning is maybe what it's going to be coming down to. Try to keep your Talia last long alive. You have a Zephyr on her as well. So it's going to be a big old mind game.
It really is all about the mind games, the Zephyrs as well. You have to make sure that the sets are in the right position as well. It's not only the Zephyr, but it's also the sets. You have to make sure the sets are in the right position to hit the right targets. And you can see the Zephyr actually hits the Kai'Sa in the backline. You see the double knock up there from the set. This is where this combination of these two units can come online. The knockups from the set is going to be hopefully enough for the Talias to throw the rocks and do enough damage. But saying that, Kai'Sa is still alive in the backline. The rocks are being thrown actually. Kai'Sa tries to can't cast. Is that enough? No, we're gonna go for one more round, Villa.
3 and 2 HP. All right. Well, not that much gold anymore. You do have 2 Belvets sitting on the bench, but this is it. This is just the last round. It's all gonna be coming down to, you know, is my Kai'Sa gonna get severed again? Stuff like this. And oh boy, I mean, we saw if the Kai'Sa does get Zephyred, that it's pretty much game over for our friend Last Cardex here. Man, either one of the two, either AMA Obsessed or Last Cardex will be taking the crown in this very final game. Will it be enough? Who's gonna be coming up top?
Kai'Sa taking a lot of damage already with the knock-up. I think that was even from the Scion in the end, the knock-up from the Scion. If you don't know how Talia works, every single knock-up from every single unit counts. But maybe, actually, somehow gets turned around. And the Kai'Sa comes out, takes down a few kills. And that is going to be it. Final lobby is decided.
Absolutely insane. Lost Cardex coming in with a very big clutch, coming in victory in game number 6. And of course we have to wait for the standings to see what that's going to be doing to the top 5, because we already were talking about how earlier on in this particular lobby we had some losses that were very unfortunate. Those who were at the top going out in 7, 6, you name it, places that you would rather not be in this very final game. But perhaps those who come in victory right now, maybe it's going to be enough to snatch a ticket for that Golden Spatula Cup.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really important for these players. We're going to have to see, obviously, after the break, what our standings are going to look at. But for the players that don't make it into the top 5, I'm sure they can try and make it through the open qualifier, which will be happening, I believe it's this weekend coming up as well. So there's still a lot to play for and a lot of chances to try and get your way into that Golden Spatula Cup #1. And as I mentioned, try and get the points to try and get into, EMEA finals and even beyond that as well. But yeah, it looks like we have the break ready. After the break, we're going to be seeing our final standings, and hopefully we'll get to see who's going to be crowned the winner of our EMEA for TFT, but also who our top 5 are going to be going into Golden Spatula Cup #1. We'll see you in a few minutes.
One final time, I welcome you back to our TFT Golden Spatula Cup qualifiers for the rest of EMEA. We've had 6 games of action cast by myself and the fantastic Stuart and Veerless, and now it's all come down to this. It's all come down to knowing those final standings. But we don't want to give you that just yet. No, we got a game to talk about because even though we didn't manage to catch all of the end of it, we had 3 epic battles to round that one up. And in the end, Void reigns supreme, Stuart.
And Void reigns supremes just in the end. It was super back and forth. The double trouble Talia actually won the previous 2 rounds before that, but I think it was just like the knockups in the end from the Talia and the positioning in the end. But yeah, showing the Void, if you can get that 8 Void, if you can get that Baron Nashor and get the carry items on the Kai'Sa and also the Belveth, then it is a composition that you can go for, but it's just super risky because going for 8 Void means you have to go to level 8. You have to try and reach that point, but still, I'm really happy to see that double trouble board doing well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that you enjoyed that. Something you've been asking for yourself, especially focused around that Talia. Veerless, anything that really caught your eye in that game? Finally getting to see Void 8 come out all powerful?
I mean, that in itself, of course, is always very fun to see, but I felt it was very refreshing that right now, it wasn't sort of the Ionia Challenger kind of territory. We saw Yordles, we saw the Double Trouble with the multicasters, comms that sort of are like, oh, they're not as good. Well, these people are the ones that are proving you wrong, and that these comms can be just as good as maybe the ones that are considered top of the meta.
These comps can be fun to see. They can come in, but I guess we do have to talk about that meta and what we've seen today. Usually, this is the point where, 2 or 3 qualifiers into a particular set, we can say, oh yeah, a few months ago it was all about this, etc. But this is our first one that we've got to do on set 10. And I guess, Stuart, you're in a better position than either myself or Veerless to comment on this one because you had the opportunity to do Northern Legends as well. So I suppose you can tell us where the meta for today is stacked up in comparison to that.
I think there's definitely been a lot more diversity today. There's been a lot more different comps than what I saw yesterday in the other TRC, the Northern Legends one. Northern Legends, we saw a lot of, Azir and Kai'Sa, which is something that we expect to see today as well, and just expect to see in general, because that's just kind of how the meta is right now. It was nice to see a lot of different comps, the Double Troubles, the Voids coming in, the Tristana rerolls we saw a few times, even Kayle reroll as well. So it's nice to see that there's so much variety, even in a meta where people are like, you can kind of only just play Kai'Sa and Azir, and that's the only 2 comps. But these pro players are deciding, well, actually, these are not only the 2 comps that you need to get a top 4. You can also play some other comps as well.
How do you feel about that, Villas? Kai'Sa and Azir certainly got some wins, certainly were the prevalent compositions we saw, but were they just the flat-out best, or are there other things giving them a solid run for their money?
I wouldn't say they're the flat out best because, even though those compositions in itself, yes, they might be good, but you need to be careful you're not going to be too contested, which we saw so many times today. Even a 6-way tie going for some sort of Ionia Challenger kind of thing. So you need to be careful, and hard forcing, you can come at the right end of the sword, but also maybe at the wrong end. So always need to be careful. And I feel like today maybe is a good inspiration also for you guys over at home. If you are writing along in your strat book of all the different options and variations that are out there, which augments are good, as well as which legends can be good. Because today we saw not just Ezreals, and I feel like Stuart, you were saying like yesterday was just a game of like 8 Ezreals,
16 Ezreals, yeah.
Yeah, and today it definitely showed that Poro can still be good. Tom Kench can be good if you do decide to roll. And even Earth we've seen a couple of times. So definitely there's more options there. I love to see the flexibility of these people. So I feel that is sort of the main takeaway of today.
It is finally time to make the big announcement of which 5 players will be pushing forward going onto that Golden Spatula Cup as representatives for the rest of EMEA. There have been a lot of ups and downs for these players. There have been people who looked almost certain to qualify who maybe missed out. There have been players who have pushed forward at the last moment, and it is now that we can show you the final standings, the 16 players, and how they end up falling as we come in towards the end of this broadcast. Up at the top of the standings, we can see that Catalyst TFT has, with solid performances all day long, a worst performance of 5th place, secured 35 out of a potential, insert maths here, 48 points to get a 1st place result and qualify along with Fantasy. 17th place in the qualifier yesterday, feeling like they had missed out. And coming in as a reserve today, they are only a point below 1st place. They will also qualify, as will Tamino and Fabulotos and Jimray, all getting 32 points. Narrowly missing out Genadota, Penka, Defame, Mojo, and Last Cardax. Last Cardax making a real push for it in the last couple of games, getting a couple of victories, having almost opposite results as the day went on to Penka, but neither of them managing to be quite consistent enough to push in and get that top 5. Congratulations to the 5 that made it. Commiserations to the 11 that missed out. As we look at these standings, VLS, what catches your eye, obviously, outside of that 5 who have qualified?
There's a couple of things. First of all, I'm just very much gutted for Jenna Dota, who was hyping up all day. You know, last time around it got 7th, and I was like, you know, they must be able to do better. They did. They came in 6th. Once again, they're missing this time by just a single spot, which may be, you know, even more hurtful than going dead last. Because right now you're so close. But you know, I feel like they can be proud. There's improvement. They are once again so close and so contesting, which I feel like is still very, very solid. Hopefully next time can be better. Plus, we have 2 Dutches in the top 5, so me myself, I am just extremely happy and proud.
How about you, Stuart? What catches your eye on this page?
The only thing that catches my eye at the moment is Twitch chat waving them Dutch flags high. That's
Yes!
what I'm seeing right now.
Let's
so
go.
it's really, really good. I mean, both Fantasy and Jim Ray doing insanely well. But I don't know about both of your predictions, but my prediction to win the day was indeed Catalyst. And look who's at the top. Catalyst. So yeah, I will take that as a big W for myself as a caster sitting on the sidelines. Thank you, Catalyst, for my inner W that I can take for today, which is quite nice. But yeah, overall, some of the players that were in the top 5 definitely were what we were expecting. I think Catalyst, even Fantasy coming in as a substitute, still had a lot of experience. Fabulosus and Jinray, but Tomino is someone that we didn't really talk about that actually snuck into the top 5 in the end as well. A player that doesn't really have a lot of competitive experience, so being able to beat players, you know, like the Fame, like Pappy Chill, like Sacred Norris with all this experience is such a big achievement to go through the first Golden Spatula Cup at set 9.
Well, we've talked a little bit about half of your predictions there. I'm going to come to the other half in just a moment, Stuart, which you don't seem to be raving about quite so much. Villas, how did your predictions come through there?
Honestly, I would say okay. You know, mine came in 4th and 6th. Like, that's just a fake top 5 at this moment. You know, it's very close. 1 point difference. Who cares?
Well, I'm glad you're happy. At the end of the day, my predictions maybe they fell off slightly nearer the end, but they certainly provide a lot of the entertainment for our broadcast. So that was something that was exceptionally fun for me to see, and I hope to see more from them in the future. RNG Uzi forever. Coming over to your second prediction for your dark horse, a dark horse so in the dark that they didn't actually end up running in this particular derby.